Morning on this wonderful Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen. Weekly expiry of the Nifty upon us. Cues that are coming in from overseas are flat to positive. With that background in mind, ladies and gentlemen, let's look at the Nifty. What you see in front of you is a mild downtick as far as the gift Nifty is concerned, but it's the weekly expiry, and therefore the Nifty and the Bank Nifty are likely to remain flat. But the action, ladies and gentlemen, is outside the market. Within the Nifty, if you get an opportunity around 23,955, 24,100, you can buy the dip there, because the market is showing resilience, the market is showing strength despite the pain that is coming in from the West Asian conflict. So Indian stocks as well as markets are reacting very, very strongly to buy the dip, and therefore around 23,955, 24,000, 24,100 is where you should get back into the Nifty on the long side, and resistances are somewhere like 24,317, 24,360. Any move above 24,350 is an opportunity to again go long, because that will be a breakout and the Nifty will be moving out of its major trading range and probably target 24,500. But the action, ladies and gentlemen, is in mid and small cap sector. We've seen a very, very strong breakout happening on the Nifty 100 index yesterday. In terms of broader sector participation, there are bullish crossovers that are happening in the MNC space, healthcare space, housing. You have strong moves coming into PSU banks, pharma and the services sector. So you need to keep an attention on those stocks as far as sectors are concerned. There is very, very strong charts on Torrent Pharma and Manappuram Finance. Within the smaller small cap sector, you need to look at Suzlon, PPL Pharma and City Union Bank. Apart from that, chemicals is a space which is in extreme strength. Fluorochemicals, Gujarat Fluorochemicals, Himadri Specialty Chemicals, Kanodia Chemicals and Lakshmi Chemicals are the ones where charts are showing a lot of strength and traction on the long side. Within Nifty, if you are keen, you need to look at Tech Mahindra, Bajaj Finance, HCL Tech and ICICI Bank. So broadly, the structure is buy on dip. Stay away from the Nifty and the Bank Nifty. Pay attention to mid caps and small caps on the long side. We are now joined by Mr. Aditya Agarwal, Head of Alternate Research at Coherent Brokers. Namaste, Mr. Agarwal, and a very warm welcome. How are you reading sentiment on Dalal Street? Bulls refuse to give up 24,000, 24,100, and bears don't want bulls to go above 24,300. What's your view?
Good morning, sir. Well, definitely, means right now there is a tug of war going on between bulls and bears, if we see as compared to indices, that is Nifty and Bank Nifty. Nifty is trading in a very narrow range. On lower side 23,800 is acting as a very strong support zone. Similarly, on higher side 24,300, 24,350 is acting as a supply. Last Friday we saw that Nifty gave a short-term breakout, but again yesterday some profit booking was seen after selling pressure was seen in private sector banks. But overall structure is not very deep. Structure is bullish only. Any kind of dip of 100, 150 points in dip in Nifty can be used as a buying opportunity. But again, as of now, markets in a range, in this tight range only of 400, 500 points in which Nifty is trading, one has to trade. Breakout will come only if Nifty breaks 24,350 on the higher side. If that is taken out, then we can expect move towards 24,800, 25,000 levels. But if we see Nifty per se, Nifty is trading in a very tight range. But in broader market, lot of buying interest is there, be it sectors, be it stocks. We are seeing lot of good opportunities in mid and small cap counters. But Nifty and Bank Nifty both are trading in a very narrow range.
What is Coherent Advisors pointing its Ultra HNI clients to? Where are you seeing value in this kind of a market, and where is growth momentum?
We are bullish on mid and small cap counters and mid and small cap indices. So as of now, or last couple of weeks and months, we are advising our clients to build positions in mid cap counters, small cap counters. Selected large cap stocks also there, which are showing some strength. Power is one sector which is looking extremely bullish. Be it stock like ABB, Siemens, Power Finance Corporation. These are a couple of counters from power sector which is good. Among auto ancillary, Bharat Forge is one stock which is looking extremely bullish. On every decline we are seeing means buying interest in Bharat Forge. Again, stock has given a breakout day for yesterday. Yesterday we saw follow buying. So in short term, we're expecting stock is I'm expecting stock can test 2300, 2350 levels. But our long-term targets remain 2500 in Bharat Forge. This is one counter which is looking positive in among auto ancillary.
Okay, fair point. A view that you might want to offer on private sector banks post a host of earnings that came over the weekend. HDFC is at the receiving end of a very heavy selling pressure, but at the same time, investors are boosting up ICICI Bank and a couple of public sector banks.
View is little bit diverse. Means if we see private sector banks only, ICICI Bank is looking extremely positive. Means after the result, where selling pressure was seen in most of the other private sector bank, ICICI Bank is continued to made a new high. Yesterday also we saw the stock was up by almost 1%, and means we are seeing long position getting built up. So ICICI Bank still looks positive. And I think if there is any correction in the counter, if the stock comes in the range of 1430, 1425, that would be a good buying opportunity. On higher side, the stock can immediately move towards 1490 to 1530. But if we see other private sector banks, stock like HDFC Bank or Axis Bank, they are looking still means little bit bad, means weak. We saw some pullback in HDFC Bank in last 1.5 months, but yesterday again a sharp sell-off was seen. The stock is right now trading near its 50 days moving average, so a small pullback can be seen from these levels. But more or less, I'm expecting that HDFC Bank will continue to trade in a range. Similarly, we see Axis Bank also, stock is looking extremely weak. I mean, it is trading below its 50 days moving average. Yesterday's stock closed below its 200 days moving average also. 1240 remains a very crucial support zone. If that is taken out, on lower side, stock can move towards 1180, 1160. So I would stay away from Axis Bank, but among private sector bank, ICICI Bank still looks positive. PSU Banks is looking good. Means if we see PSU Banking Index, it has given it found strong support around its 50 days moving average, and now we have seen a good pullback. SBI has given a positive breakout in yesterday's trading session. So I'm expecting that SBI on higher side can move towards 1120 to 1140 in short term.
What's happening in the chemical space, Aditya ji? What are your favorites here? Look at the rally that's taking root in Himadri Specialty Chemicals. You have strength in Gujarat Zorochem. What are the favorites here of your research team?
Well, whole chemical sector is looking good. Means if we see last couple of weeks, means every dip in chemical sector is being used as a buying opportunity. HSCL, LBC, Himadri Chemicals. Last 5-7 trading sessions, stock has rallied from 620, 630 odd levels to 770. It has given a positive breakout above 700 levels. But at current levels, Himadri Chemicals, Himadri Specialty is not giving a buying opportunity. A stock has already rallied. So I will wait for some dip. If a stock comes around 740, 725, that's a good entry point. But at current levels, if this stock is not providing a very good buying opportunity. But if we see Navin Fluoro, means it was trading in a range for last couple of days. Yesterday's stock has given a good breakout. We have seen a good volume also in this counter. So I think Navin Fluoro is one counter among chemicals which has not performed for last couple of days. And yesterday after breakout, I'm expecting that it can outperform whole chemical basket. This stock can be bought at current levels. On higher side, 8,050, 8,140 will be the immediate target. So any decline, if markets open with a gap down today, if this stock comes down around 7,800, that will be a good buying opportunity.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we had a 3.73% uptick on Navin Fluorine yesterday. Fresh record high, needless to say, 7861 for you. And more gains are expected. Let's analyze Torrent Pharma with Aditya. The counter yesterday negated a 2-day fall and rose about 5.1% in strong trade. What do you think of Torrent Pharmaceuticals, Aditya ji?
Well, means if we see whole pharma space, pharma sector is looking quite positive. In Torrent Pharma, some profit booking was seen from higher levels in last 2 or 3 trading sessions. But yesterday again, we have seen a very big candle, green candle. Stock was up 5%. So structure is positive. The stock that retested its support zone of 4,700, and from those levels only, it has seen a pullback. So I'm expecting that the rally may continue in this counter, and on higher side, it may move towards 5150 levels to 5200 levels. So structure is positive. I think it's a good buying opportunity which stock has given in last 2 days correction with a stop loss of 4,920. One can buy at current levels with slightly position targets of 5200.
Post the earnings that have come in for Q1, Aditya ji, where is weakness according to your research team?
Well, clearly means private sector banks is one space where we are seeing some weakness.
Coming in from overseas markets, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a quiet.
So, private sector bank is one space which we will avoid at least for the current term. We will wait for some more clarification, some one more quarter before adding to the private sector banks. But otherwise, if we see overall mid cap space or small cap space or selected large cap counters in which results have come, results are means broadly in line with our expectation. We have not seen the major kind of disappointments in most of the results. So we are broadly positive on markets as per the results are concerned. Private sector bank was one space which was little disappointing, but otherwise results are broadly in line.
Okay. Anything within the MNC space that attracts your attention? Lots of moves coming on to ABB, Schneider. These are stocks that are doing immensely well on the charts. What is your view on the MNC space?
Quite good. Means if we see MNC index also, it means it has shown a good support, and now we are seeing a pullback in MNC index. Similarly, we see stocks also means ABB. Last week we saw good positive move in this counter from 6,600 in the rally till 7,800. Thereafter, some profit booking was seen, but overall structure is quite positive. So I'm expecting on higher side it may move towards 8,000, 8,200 levels. So ABB is one counter which we are bullish. Snyder, if we see, stock has seen some profit booking from higher levels, but structure-wise, nothing negative in the counter. I think the correction which we have seen in last 5-6 trading session, it is a good buying opportunity. At current levels, it can be bought with again, I'm expecting that stock may retest 1520, 1540 levels in short term. With a stop loss of 1280, it can be added at current levels for target of 1520, 1550.
Lots of strength in the market at any view that you might want to share on the IT space, especially Tech Mahindra, Aditya ji?
Well, if we see IT index per se, it has already seen a big up move of 8 to 10% in the last couple of trading sessions. So a major means move is already done. Tech Mahindra now it has a immediate resistance around 1600, 1610 levels. Means among IT counters, this is one of the best performing counters. But at current levels, I will avoid this stock as it is trading near its resistance zone of 1600, 1610. If it breaks that level, then yes, we can see a positional play in Tech Mahindra. In that scenario, it can move towards 1750 to 1800 levels. But that is only if the stock closes above 1610. However, if there is some correction also, if stock comes around 1550, 1540, that kind of dip can be bought. So now we are not very negative on IT per se, as major correction we have already seen. But more or less, it is now buy on dips rather than buy on rallies, as stock has most of the IT stocks have already rallied, seen a good move of 8 to 10% from bottom.
Okay, fair point. Something that catches your attention on stocks such as Suzlon and City Union Bank, these are market favorites and are now showing very, very strong charts, especially Suzlon.
Well, I mean, if we see Suzlon, stock has seen a good correction from 60 levels to 50, 51 levels. It has found a strong support near its 200 days moving average, which was somewhere around 50, 51 levels. So structure is positive. I think this correction again has given a good buying opportunity. I mean, structure wise, if we see long-term structure of the stock, it is looking positive. So I would be buying this counter at current levels with a stop loss of 51. If someone is playing for a short term, then 56, 56.5 will be the target, but slightly longer target will be somewhere around 60, 61. So structure is positive in Suzlon, and the current decline which we have seen is a good buying opportunity. If we see City Union Bank, this stock is trading in slightly in a range of 215 to 235. It's a 20 points range in which stock is trading for last couple of trading sessions, and currently it is in mid of the range. So there is no fresh trade in this counter, as resistance is 10 points away. So I will wait for some time. Yes, if stocks breaks 235, then we can see a positional play in this counter, and in that it can move towards 260 to 265 levels. But at current levels, I will avoid City Union Bank.
Okay. A view that you might want to share on two cement stocks, in particular Dalmia Bharat Cement and Ambuja. Both of them have been way underperformers over the last many years. Ambuja now at 437. We've seen a high of 621. We've seen a high of 702 in July of 2024, but just beaten down completely.
Well, if we see whole cement sector per se, it is looking positive. It means Ambuja, yes, it is trading in a very narrow band, not giving any kind of positive, negative kind of moving. So it's trading in a range of 410, 15 on lower side to 440, 445 on higher side. So this is a 30 points range in which this stock is trading for last couple of weeks now. So if you are looking for a positional kind of holding, then yes, it's a good entry point. But for trading, I will avoid this stock as of now. Trading opportunity is not there. But if someone is looking for 6 month to 1 year perspective, we are bullish, and I'm expecting this stock may move towards 540 to 550 levels. But if we see contrary, Dalmia Bharat, this stock is looking extremely positive. The stock has given a good breakout yesterday above 1840, 1850 levels, and it has managed to close above that. So we are bullish on Dalmia Bharat for trading perspective. It can be added at current levels with immediate target of 1950 to 2000, and a slightly positional target of 2150 levels. So from trading or positional perspective, Dalmia Bharat is better placed as compared to Ambuja Cement, and Dalmia positions can be initiated in Dalmia Bharat at current levels.
Okay, fair point. That's the view that is coming in as far as prices are concerned. Yesterday, there was a very strong breakout led by earnings on Tattva Chintan Pharma. This is also a chemical company based out of Bharuch. 20% upper circuit. Do you track Tattva Chintan, a view that you may want to offer?
Well, I mean, stock has already seen a big up move. For technically, we see stock has given a breakout above 1620, 1625 levels. So I would advise to add fresh longs. Yes, if someone is holding, they can continue to hold for targets of 1890 to 1900 levels. But for fresh entry, risk reward is not in favor of for buyers. But if someone is holding, they can continue to hold with a target of 1900.
I'll come back to the cement space. Let me just see if there is something that there is a Nifty cement index which probably we may not be able to show. It's started somewhere in May of 2026, but is now showing signs of very strong breakouts. 121 higher at 15,396. So you need to keep an eye out on Dalmia Bharat Cement, Ambuja, as also India Cement. These are spaces which have been extremely beaten down over the last three and a half years or so, and offer investors a very juicy opportunity if they are in the business of buying deep value. Whether deep value will be a value trap, only time will tell, but you can see India Cements hit 482 in January of 2026, now languishing at 392. Look at Dalmia Bharat, something that we've just discussed. Dalmia Bharat had an all-time high of somewhere like 2,500 rupees, now available at 1874. So please keep an eye out on them. And of course, who can forget the very strong move that is likely to come into UltraTech cement. This is the sector leader and has not lost as much ground as the others. All-time high is 13,100, which we saw in February of 2026, and is now at 1109. In fact, even UltraTech cement has moved from 10,785, which was on mid-June, all the way up to 11,903. So that's the status, ladies and gentlemen, of the market. We are 8 minutes away from pre-open. Let's discuss the view on rupee with Aditya. Aditya, continued weakness and now well above 96, 96.43 to be precise. What are Coherent advisors talking to their clients about the rupee?
Well, rupee is looking slightly weak, but not very extremely weak. A weakness is there from these levels. Probably from 97, 97.20 levels, we can see some kind of profit booking. So we are expecting that broadly it will trade in a range of 95 to 97.20. So and if the rupee opens weak today, if it opens in the zone of 96.9, 97 levels, then I would advise to book profit. And means on lower side, it can again retest 95.5 to 95 levels.
Okay, fair point. 8:53. We are waiting for stocks to open around 9 a.m. and we are still 7 minutes away from the segment that is likely to click in gains. Manappuram Finance. This is an gold financing company which is doing immensely well on the charts. It recently hit an all-time high. This was in July, early July, and now at 337. The all-time high is 347. Charts, Aditya ji, what is Manappuram Finance telling you?
Well, structure is positive. Means in between last one week, we saw some profit booking from 347, 348 levels. But on lower side, 320, 318 was a strong support. It was also, it also coincides with its 50 days moving average. From those levels, we have seen a good pullback in last two trading sessions. So again, stock may retest 348, 349 levels, which was its previous all-time high, which it made somewhere in the first week of July. But the structure is positive. I'm expecting that this stock gradually is moving towards 370, 375 levels. So at current levels, or if there's any dip in the counter in today's gap down opening around 330, 332, it can be added with a trading stop loss of 326. On the higher side, 347, 348 will be a trading target, but slightly positional targets will be 375, and stop loss for that will be 320.
I'll also request the PCI to show us Paytm, which is 197. Very strong earnings coming in yesterday. Sales rose 28% year on year to 2,488 crore rupees, and profit surged 58% in the quarter gone by to 220 crores versus 123 crores in the year ago period. Sequentially, both sales and profit rose as well, and I think what they have done sensibly is not moved forward as far as the bonus issue is concerned. Very strong breakouts, but last 4 days of profit booking. A view, Aditya ji, on Paytm?
The stock has already seen a big up move from 1,000 levels to 1340, 1350 in last 3 or 4 trading weeks. Currently, stock is trading near this very strong resistance, which is somewhere in the zone of 1370, 1380. And in fact, last week we saw profit booking from those levels itself. So from these levels, I will avoid Paytm for some time. Means I am expecting that stock may consolidate for a few days between 1300 to 1400. And once this consolidation is complete, then we can see a fresh up move in the counter. But for next few trading sessions, I'm expecting a consolidation in Paytm.
Okay. Let me point out a few more earnings. Karur Vyasa Bank. price 301, market capitalization about 29,000 crores. Very strong top line growth. Net interest income rose 19% to 3,049 crores. It's both a sequential as well as year on year rise, and net profit was up a whopping 45% at 756 crores in the quarter gone by versus 521. I'll request Aditya ji to keep his views on Karur Vyasa ready. UltraTech, as we've been pointing out, sales rose 16% and net profit was also up 16%. So these are 3 or 4 major counters. Sobha Developers, a very well known real estate play out of Bangalore, sales were up 50%, whopping at 1,278 crore rupees, and net profit surged 273% to 51 crore rupees. A view on Karur Vyasa.
Well, I mean, structure is positive. Means very gradual up move we have seen in this count in last couple of trading session. Yesterday means with other private sector banks, we saw some profit booking in Karur Vyasa also. But I think yesterday's correction has given opportunity to enter into long positions. On the higher side, I'm expecting the stock may move toward 335, 340 in next few trading sessions. So at current levels, it can be added with a stop loss of 290 with target of 335, 340.
Okay, fair point. Let's look at some interesting spaces that are coming in as far as moves are concerned. A view on Bajaj Finance.
Well, I mean, Bajaj Finance, if we see yesterday's stock has given a very positive, shown a very positive move. We saw that, I mean, initially some correction was there, but by the end of the session, stock closed at high days, high level. It has given a breakout above, 1,055, 1,057 levels. So I'm expecting stock is moving towards previous all-time high, which is somewhere in the zone of 1,095, 1,100. So structure-wise, the stock is quite positive. We are seeing long position getting built up on declines in Bajaj Finance. Still, at current levels also it's a good buy. I'm expecting a move towards 1,100 in very short term with a stop loss of 1,054. One can add at current levels for target mentioned around 1,095 levels.
Fair point. So that's the move that is coming into the counter. Let's also, I'm just evaluating the cement space. Let me just, so we track 29 cement companies, ladies and gentlemen. As this search happens, let me tell you what CLSA is talking about UltraTech Cement. They've given a price target of 14,000 rupees, actually 14,750 rupees, and you have citing high conviction outperform and a Q1 estimate of 13% year-on-year volume growth, EBITDA per ton of 1183 crores, better than expected cost guidance, robust capacity expansion, margin improvement, and a rising ROCE. So we'll keep in mind UltraTech Cement, and out of the 29 stocks that we track on cement, the strongest charts are the ones that we've already discussed: Dalmia Bharat, UltraTech Cement, and of course Sagar Cement. We'll keep an eye out on these. The pre-open trades are upon us, 225 points higher on the Nifty. I wish this were true. It'll settle down in a fairly sensible manner. Let's look at prices that are ticking in the green. Bharti Airtel 4.9% higher, ICICI Bank 5% higher. This will settle down sensibly. These are not the kind of moves that are likely to happen. Let's look at earnings coming in from UltraTech Cement and what is it doing on the charts. 1.8% higher on UltraTech. Let's look at what's happening on gainers. Paytm post earnings 10% higher, 1482. How interesting. This will settle down sensibly. Canada HSBC Life Insurance also reported earnings 5% higher, 156. You have Karur Vyasa Bank 2.3% higher, Muthoot Finance 2.2% higher. You have a strong move which is coming into stocks such as ICICI. Let me revisit that for you. ICICI is for the moment in the green. HDFC Bank slipping another 0.5%. Reliance 0.5% higher. Infosys 0.5% higher. So weekly expiry of the Nifty likely to pass out calmly. 24,287 is what you see. Aditya ji, thank you so much for your time. We'll take a quick break here and we'll be back shortly. India is young and the Nifty is younger still. We are at the cusp of greater glory and phenomenal wealth creation. Catch India's magnificent rally and make it a part of your booming portfolio. Look out for the next set of multi-baggers at BTTV.
निधन संबंधी उल्लेख के समय
Fireworks inside Parliament on the very first day of the monsoon session.
प्रश्नकाल नहीं चलाना चाहते
The opposition stormed the well in both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, raising slogans and displaying placards in protest against the government.
ऐसे नारेबाजी करने से सदन नहीं चलेगा जी
Just before the session began, Prime Minister Narendra Modi had called for fact-based logical debates. Modi also took a veiled swipe at leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi while praising Skyroot and India's growing space capabilities, saying he was referring to 28-year-old youngsters and not any 56-year-old.
ये जो स्काईरूट स्टार्टअप है उसमें जो नौजवान काम कर रहे हैं मुझे बताया गया उनकी पूरी टीम की जो एवरेज एज है वो सिर्फ 28 साल है। ऐसे नौजवानों ने ये काम करके दिखाया है। मैं किसी 56 साल के नौजवान की बात नहीं कर रहा हूं।
Later, amid the showdown in Lok Sabha, Speaker Om Birla appealed for calm and urged members to allow the House to function, but the request fell on deaf ears.
प्रश्नकाल के अंदर नारेबाजी करना तख्तियां लहराना उचित नहीं है। आप सब वरिष्ठ सदस्य हैं, प्रश्नकाल नहीं चलाना चाहते, चर्चा नहीं करना चाहते। सदन की कार्रवाई आज 12 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
When the House convened again, the chaos continued. Amid the din, Law Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal introduced the Supreme Court Judges Amendment Bill 1956.
Honorable Chairperson, sir, I wish to move for leave to introduce a bill further to amend the Supreme Court's Number of Judges Act 1956.
The opposition, however, was firm on its demand for a discussion on the alleged Ram Mandir donation theft and the paper leak.
लाखों बच्चों की जो भविष्य है उनके भविष्य के बारे में मैं बात कर रहा हूं और उसके लिए आज यहाँ जंतर मंतर पे हजारों बच्चे वहां पर आए हैं। वहां लाठी चार्ज हो गया है। गवर्नमेंट मारने की कोशिश कर रही है, गवर्नमेंट दबाने की कोशिश कर रही है।
With 19 sittings scheduled in the monsoon session till August 13th, the coming days will test whether Parliament delivers legislation and debates or more disruptions.
This investment Guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight. Well said, well said, well said. SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Good morning, dear viewers. You're watching the Business Today show with me, Sakshi Batra. This is where I get you all the stock market opening action on the last read. But first up, let's take a look at what's hot in the corporate and the financial world. It's the listing day for SBI Funds Management IPO, the largest IPO of 2026. The markets are expecting an upside of about 20% listing gain on the issue price of 574 rupees. The 9,800 crores issue has been subscribed by a whopping 42 times. Job losses in the top three private banks in India, HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank and Axis Bank, all have lowered their headcount in FY26. AI is not the only reason. Empty posts not being filled because of greater productivity and efficiency as well. Indigo signs yet another mega aviation deal, will buy over 1,000 engines for its Airbus A320 aircraft from CFM International, sets new record for Franco, US engine maker. And coming soon, UPI payments without an internet connection. NPCI is reportedly set to launch payments up to 2,000 rupees based on near-field communication technology. Global markets remain on the edge. Wall Street closes in the red as investors shift focus to the earnings season amid the persistent West Asia tensions. Asia Pacific markets trade mixed, while Brent crude prices hold near $89 a barrel, keeping inflation and energy concerns alive. We'll start off with the rupee breaking coming in on your screens, viewers. The Indian rupee has opened at 96.41 against the dollar. This is vis-a-vis the 96.45 per dollar close that we had seen in the previous session. The rupee has gained 4 paisa against the dollar today. Slight strength that you can witness on the rupee today. But we'll also go across to our guests. We have Shel Bhatnagar, an internal expert for the markets, joining in first. And then we will also be welcoming our external expert, Dharmesh Kant, soon. But Shel, looks like again we are going to be toggling around 24,200 mark. That's where the markets have settled in the pre-open trade. How are you looking at what will pan out in this session? Yet again, a weekly expiry.
Yes, Sakshi, so flat on the Nifty and the Bank Nifty is what the weekly expiry is most likely to do. So strong support towards 24,100, 23,955. Any opportunity that the market gives at that level, you need to get back into the Nifty and buy that dip. But strength in the chemical space, the broader structures of the markets are showing a very, very bullish outlook on mids and smalls. Therefore, chemical space, cement in particular, MNC, housing, and of course PSU banks are the ones that are looking to gain investor attention on the long side. Sakshi.
Absolutely. We're actually looking at the small cap index also showing us some strength, 0.2% higher, but it could be a mixed trading action, as Shell has pointed out. It could be IT banks that could again be slightly on the back foot, but you could see real estate, metals, FMCG showing you some strength as we go across to the opening of the markets just within minutes from now. But there's a breaking news coming in on your screens, viewers. This is with regards to the UPI payments that could soon work even without an internet connection. Now, according to some of the reports, the National Payments Corporation of India, the NPCI, is developing an NFC, near-field communication-based tap-to-pay feature that would enable offline UPI transactions. The proposed system is expected to allow users to make small value digital payments even in areas with poor or no network connectivity, potentially expanding UPI's use across flights, underground metro networks, and even other offline environments as well. Remember, the NPCI is yet to make an official announcement on the reported development so far. We have all of this coming in via reports, but this could definitely make it much easier for people to continue to make small payments under 2,000 rupees, even in an offline environment, as in when it is finally announced. But let's go back to the markets. A lot of earnings and, of course, the IPO action will be taking place today. SBI Funds is going to be listing. Shell, a lot of people are watching out for this one. This became the #1 billion IPO that got highest subscriptions of over 42 times. No doubt this is the largest mutual fund company, and therefore there was so much of interest of the retail investors, institutional investors alike here. We are already looking at the unofficial figures pointing out to an 18 to 20% kind of a listing gain here. A lot of people would be watching out for SBI Mutual Fund, but even before the IPO came in, there were a lot of comparisons being drawn with ICICI Mutual Fund, a lot of metrics being seen there. And we have seen how over the past few years, there has been a considerable amount of surge in mutual fund investments. How do you see SBI Mutual Funds coming in, and what could that change in terms of the dynamics of the listed players too?
Well, Sakshi, of course, there will be a pop-up, but for the long-term investor, you need to be really, really cautious, because a wide percentage and revenue that SBI gets is from the lower end of the strata. It's the biggest EPFO player when it comes to managing money. So margins are relatively lower than HDFC, MC, ICICI, AMC, NAM, India. But the network of SBI will see it through. So this is a long-term compounder. If you are in the mood for a 5-10 year kind of a compounder in your portfolio at about 14-15%, then wait for a better price to emerge. And then just as we suggest, buy AMCs and funds on a monthly SIP basis, just buy 10-12 shares each month, and then wait for it to compound. Sakshi.
Absolutely. And how about SBI? That's likely to get a big bounty after the listing, because that got a very early entry. And of course, it is also partially getting the funds from the IPO that will be raised, SBI being the largest player in the PSU banking space. How would you see SBI then? Slight decline today is being shown in the pre-market.
Sakshi, SBI would run primarily on account of its main business, but I do agree with you. There will be a valuation explosion within SBI in terms of the value that markets will now impute on its remaining stake in the business of mutual funds. So that should be a kicker. But broadly, SBI itself, its own businesses are doing so well. So this can be a good catalyst, but I don't see a runaway rally on SBI because of listing of SBI mutual funds.
Fantastic. All right. We'll get Dharmesh Kant also, Head of Equity Research, Chola Securities, joining in. Well, Dharmesh, good morning to you. Shell believes that not a runaway rally on SBI because of SBI Funds IPO, but what would you pick as a market participant? Listing day gains and participating on day one on SBI Funds, or SBI right now?
A very good morning to you, Sakshi, Shelji, and to all our viewers. As far as SBI Mutual Funds is concerned, I won't be participating on the listing day gains, though I think technical buy will be there because of many fund houses and family offices who did not get allotment would be buying into it. As a space, as a portfolio buy, it merits attention, but valuation-wise is more or less always priced to perfection. So apart from the valuation, the bounce back on the technical side, we don't see anything else. SBI more or less price, so I will wait and see.
All right, we've swiftly come into the green, 24,250 onto the Nifty, viewers, right within the opening minute. You can actually see some of the pockets that are also driving the show. Small caps are doing well, 0.4% higher. You have real estate, FMCG, metals. Now PSU banks are also driving the show. Remember, yesterday, this was definitely an outlier pocket, and that continues to do well. Broader markets, even IT and the banks are now turning positive. The market breadth is swiftly turning green. Your sense, Shell, what would you watch out for among the stocks?
Well, Sakshi, earnings-led moves are coming into Karur Vyasa Bank, 6.5% higher, 321. There is Bector Foods doing pretty well, 2% higher. There is strength which is coming into Federal Bank, 1.3% higher. Canara HSBC Life Insurance, fresh record high, 4% higher. And of course, you have strength in terms of a very, very strong move that is coming into Shobha Developers. Remember, the earnings were really good, as also Ashiana Housing. So this is the broader structure that I'm looking at. Canara HSBC Life Insurance in top form, that is something that needs to be watched.
Okay, Dharmesh ji, Sobha and Canara HSBC Life both have pulled up 5% higher post earnings. Where are you looking at? Is it the insurance space or the real estate space that's pulling your attention?
I mean, both the spaces, but on a stock-specific basis, both are likely to do well this quarter. And this financial year itself is likely to be very good for even real estate companies. I mean, most of the companies are seeing stock price correction, and it's time to do the cherry picking out there. So we are already working on one of the story, though the IC has not been out, so I won't be able to disclose the name, but it's from the Mumbai real estate space. As far as life insurance companies are concerned, numbers have been pretty good. All the companies who have reported numbers so far have reported a decent set of numbers. And in the insurance space, we like life insurance companies and health insurance companies, not the general space per se. And in life insurance, LIC is our top pick, Life Insurance Corporation of India. They have gone digital. Now all this app and everything has been launched, and I think that will gain better business traction. Valuation-wise, it's the least expensive. I mean, 0.7 times price to embedded value with almost a VNB margin inching towards 17-18%. So the gap between private players and Life Insurance Corporation of India is narrowing on the VNB margin front. And VNB growth is same, 17-18% to early 20s is where they are going towards it. And it's the largest market share. So I think a value play, LIC India, the only overhang is the promoter holding, but I don't think there will be dilution very soon. So if you are a long-term player, 5 to 10 years kind of a horizon, is a must portfolio buy.
Okay, what about Paytm post earnings? This time around, the company has also deferred its bonus announcement. That was a very big watch for investors. People were looking at the first time ever bonus announcement. That hasn't come in, and the company has decided to defer that at a later stage. The company's come out with its earnings, a 79% year-on-year increase in its net profit to 220 crores for the quarter. How would you look at Paytm? It's about 0.4% higher at 1353 today.
Yes, actually, I mean, the bigger thing which is awaited is the MDR thing. So if that comes into play, then definitely there would be re-rating on Paytm. But yeah, earning trajectory is again re-established post the fiasco it went through a couple of years back. So all those things are, I think, put to rest, and the business momentum is gaining back. But unless that MDR, because earlier they used to get a subsidy from the government, so that has been taken away. And once MDR comes into play, then a more solid analysis can be done on the earnings trajectory and the valuation. Valuation-wise, to my mind, I mean, Paytm next 3 years kind of a valuation is already into the price. So any incremental gain upside of that can have a stock price traction. Otherwise, it will languish in the same price zone.
Sure. Let's actually shift focus to the aviation space, viewers. Indigo has signed one of the biggest engine deals in aviation history. The airline has inked a preliminary agreement with CFM International for more than 1,000 LEAP 1A engines, while also planning its own engine maintenance and repair facility. What does this mean for Indigo's expansion plans and the aviation industry at large? Let me go across to my colleague Karishma Sudani, who's been getting us more details on that. Karishma, what do you make of this announcement that the company has done? What will this 1,000 LEAP 1A engines order now do for Indigo's own fleet and expansion plans back home and even worldwide?
Morning, Sakshi. Firstly, to start off with, I'd say the Willie Walsh era has already begun. Even before he has joined the airline, this new CEO who will take over from Peter Elbers, of course, after the big December crisis that the airline had to face. Now, I think one observation that I personally made as an aviation reporter on this is you see how the airline has now shifted to CFM engines as a choice for their next 500 plus A320 Neo family rather than its traditional, conventional Pratt and Whitney's GTF engines. Of course, the Go Air, Go First crisis got P&W in a difficult position, and now the airline has opted for CFM engines for their LEAP 1A, definitely for the narrow body fleet of A320, which will help in airlines expansion. They have 900 aircrafts on order already, and looking at their order book and also looking at their plans of expansion, looks like they're pretty much on track, at least in comparison to other airlines in the country.
Right, Karishma, thanks a lot for getting us those details, keeping an eye out on how Indigo will be tapping on this space to, of course, bring back a lot of lost confidence from investors as well. The stock is up by 0.5% at 5,258. Dharmeshji, are you now confident of Indigo once again to be included in investors' portfolios? Are the ghosts of the past buried well under the ground? And do you think these new opportunities, the big expansion plans will bring back the aviation company back into its glory days?
I mean, for Indigo, the expansion plan was always on, and this CFM International, this is the biggest order for them itself. So how good the engines are and what is the cost advantage in this deal, that I have not seen into the details, so I won't be able to comment on that. But that would be critical. I mean, that's one area which would be looked critically by the sticky investors. But for Indigo, the near-term headwinds are again the escalating Middle East crisis. So unless that settles down, the trajectory on the fuel prices, so the input cost which they are incurring, and at the same time passenger traffic, because that's a very critical destination for Indigo as well. So that will keep volatility on. But our sense is that this is a transitory period, maybe 2 years, 2 months, 3 months down the line, this will be settled, if not earlier. But it's a good portfolio buy because you have hardly any choices in the airline space, and otherwise, X of this, the business was doing fairly well. So a value buy and a portfolio buy in your portfolio as far as Indigo is concerned on corrections.
Okay. Now the breaking coming in on your screens, viewers, this is regards to the metal space, especially Tata Steel is in focus because the company is announced to invest 10,000 crores. Tata Steel will be creating 2,000 jobs by way of investments. 10,000 crore booster coming in for Jharkhand, especially Tata Steel's big plans as far as Jharkhand is concerned. The push is coming in for investment coming in by 2028 as well. That's where Tata Steel is truly focusing on. Let's also pull up the stock. It's up marginally in the session today. About 187 odd levels can be seen on Tata Steel at this point in time. So that's a big news coming in. Big investment plans coming in for Jharkhand projects. As far as Tata Steel is concerned, by 2028, that would eventually create about 2,000 jobs. That it will be focusing on low carbon steel making capacity expansion as well coming in as far as Tata Steel is concerned. Half odd percent rally for Tata Steel at this point in time. Any pick from the metal pack, Dharmeshji, that's keeping you in focus?
Yes, actually, definitely after the correction, which most of the metal companies have seen, it's a good time to delve into it. We have been recommending them for last 1 month, though the price action was not so conducive. But I think Hindalco from the non-ferrous space looks very attractive. And Vedanta Aluminium, though the valuation wise, the price looks a bit stretched on the Vedanta Aluminium, but still, if you look at the volume growth, which was reported in Q1, it was very encouraging, 5% kind of growth was there. So these two companies are looking on the non-ferrous space. On the ferrous, JSW Steel came out with a very strong set of numbers. Yeah. And their guidance, they are also expanding their capacity, and the guidance for Q2 has also been encouraging. The price hikes which they have taken, an input cost is likely to be controlled. It's not going beyond the estimates which analysts were working on. So those two are good factors. So in the ferrous space, though Tata Steel has also reported a good set of volume growth numbers, but we are JSW Steel because of their high-end products, so the flats and value-added steel products are one where the margins are high, and in the domestic market, the prices have not come down. Safeguard duty is one of the factors, but if you look at longs and billets, there the prices have actually come down. So Q2 and Q3 may have impact of lower realization on the blended fat. So in the context of everything, JSW Steel looks a better place to reap the benefits.
Okay, let's also to focus on the cement space because UltraTech Cement came out with the earnings yesterday, and we're looking at the brokerage houses again penciling in higher targets for UltraTech Cement. Many of them pointing out to even 14,000 and above kind of targets coming in. The stock is up by about 0.5%. Strong, decent Q1 numbers that are now also setting the stage for FY27 growth, as UltraTech is also betting on the cables business going forward from here. So a lot of diversification also going to be in focus. It's the largest play as far as the cement sector is concerned. How would you look at the company now post the earnings and post its diversification foray?
I mean, earnings was pretty solid. Volume growth, we were already, because of dealer checks and all, we were working on that. But the guidance which they have given, double-digit volume growth for entire FY27 hours well. At the same time, the other guidance which the management spoke about in the con call was the input costs being controlled and the price realization higher. So 130, 150 rupees is the impact of per ton input cost. So that is again lower than 200 kind of rupees which was been expected. So I think valuation wise, everything seems to be priced in. Wires and cable business will start contributing by end of this year. But at the same time, once the plant gets commissioned, you will have interest and depreciation expense getting built into the UltraTech profitability, because that will be capitalized. So initially, since the operational capacity it won't be that high, so it will have a negative impact on the earnings per se. So I think keeping everything into mind, everything looks to be priced into the value of UltraTech Cement for this year. Better options, I think, look forward to Sri Cements and Dalmia Bharat, because East India has been doing particularly well on the cement side, and their volume growth is better than their peers, even better than UltraTech.
Sure.
And the value. So those are two picks we are looking forward to in the cement space.
All right, Dharmeshji, we'll thank you then, and Shell, thanks to you as well for sharing with us all of those market movers, stocks and sectors to look at. We'll wrap it up on that note. As far as the morning opening action is concerned, IT, PSU banks are now climbing further ahead. We'll of course get back to the closing edition at 3:05 p.m. to get you all the action towards the winding up session on India Today. Stay tuned for that too.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Look, this investment guru tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said, well said, well said.
SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The weekly expiry of the Nifty upon us on this Tuesday. You have a flat trade on the index. 24,250 is what the bulls are able to defend. If you look at how the broader structure of the market is, within the Nifty, you see a lot of strength coming into tech stocks. Infosys in strength. Let's look at the top performers as far as the Nifty is concerned. ICICI Bank contributing 15 points, Bharti Airtel contributing 5, Infosys, Tech Mahindra, Indigo and UltraTech Cement are the ones that are in the green. What is pulling the Nifty down? Just too much of negativity on HDFC Bank. Again, down about 1% from yesterday's 5% fall. Reliance down 0.5%, Axis Bank down 0.6%, Sun Pharma, Eternal and Maruti are also slipping in trade. How are the broader markets doing? Bulls are in strength. 1900 shares are in the green versus 850 that are in the red. Top gaining index is IT, small cap 100 and the Nifty PSU basket. Earnings led rallies are seen in Karur Vyasa Bank, in BEPL and of course strength coming into stocks such as Diamond Cables, such as JP Power. Arpit Beriwal joins us on the show. Namaste Arpit ji. Flat trade on the Nifty. How are you looking at the broader sentiment in the market?
Very good morning to all. So if you see, interestingly, index has got stuck in a range from last 4 to 5 weeks. So Nifty, if I look at the weekly setup, 23,800 is a major support levels, whereas on the upside, 24,500 is a major hurdle levels. And within that, almost it's been more than a month, the index is oscillating between this. So 50 DEMA, that is around 23,950, that is acting as support, whereas on the upside, 24,500, 200 DEMA is acting as a hurdle. So our sense is that index is likely to be in a range between 24,3 and 24,000 to 24,444 levels, and a decisive closing above of the either levels will make the next leg of momentum. However, the good part is that along with that, if you see India VIX, so India VIX is relatively below 13.5, 14 levels. That clearly indicates that overall the market breadth is good, and overall buy and dip stands likely to be seen for going forward. At the same time, upside is capped. So our view would be Nifty would be overall positive bias till it holds for an expiry point of 24,150 levels, but at the same time 24,350, 24,400 is a major hurdle source. So overall buy on dip stands near 24,150. On the upside, 24,400 is the hurdle level to watch out for.
Fair point. What are the stocks that you are advising your clients on the long side?
Definitely, result season has kicked in, and we have seen good momentum across the broader market and selective sector theme approach. So, if you see a couple of ideas that are there on radar, first would be from the mid-cap banking space itself, that is Federal Bank. So, Federal Bank is one of the counter which is strongest counter within the banking space. Secular uptrend on the monthly time frame, forming higher rise higher structure from last 4 months. Weekly set up a fresh range breakout post its earnings result above 333 levels. So, definitely look at the setup on the monthly, weekly, daily time frame. It is trading a life high day. So overall, the setup is strong. Some buying can be visible near 340, 345 levels would be a good level to add, with 330 as a support levels for an upside move towards 375, 380 levels. Along with that, second would be solar industries. So if solar industry has seen an interesting price pattern, trading a life high territories, it has been consolidating on the weekly time frame for last almost. It's been 6 to 8 weeks, but the good part is that in spite of market dullness, the stock is holding well, and the solar industry is on the verge of giving a pole and flag breakout on the weekly time frame. And look at the setup wise, definitely 8 to 10% rally can be seen towards 20,000, 20,100 levels positionally. So solar industries, Federal Bank looks strong. Along with the one more counter that looks within this space, auto ancillary, that is Bharat Forge. So Bharat Forge has been a quite a outperformer. Strong uptrend, consolidated life high territories, weekly scale, good momentum seen from last 3 weeks. Daily scale, a range breakout above 2,200 levels. Slowly, steadily, the stock can head towards 2,250, 2,300 levels. So these are the couple of ideas that look strong from a positive view for next couple of weeks time frame.
Fair point. 934, 935, ladies and gentlemen. Nifty flat as flat can be. 10 points lower. The Nifty Bank 136 points higher, and the IT index 179 points in the uptick. Let me mark the new highs in the market, some which already have been marked by Arpit. Canara HSBC Life Insurance post earnings fresh record high, 4% higher. From the Adani stable Sempro, which we earlier knew as ITD Cementation, 1650. Lloyd's Metals, 1930. Federal Bank. Solar is what has been marked by Arpit, and of course Naveen Fluorine. These are stocks that are doing very well. Are there any circuit filters that I'd like to mark? Let me just look at some of the names. I'll avoid these names. And look at some gains that are happening in Raju Engineering. Again, this is earnings led, so this is something that should be looked at. Profit booking in Dixon, in Kalyan Jewellers and Supreme Industries, as also Gallant Ispat. These are down between 1.7 to 2.6%. Where are most active counters? HDFC in the pain, 1% low. ICICI Bank in the green. Karur Vyasa, a breakout here. Arpit ji, post earnings 10% higher, 331. What are the charts telling you?
So definitely, if you see, as you've seen, banking, the mid-cap space banks are relatively strong. And if you look at the setup of Karur Vyasa, interestingly, after a one-way rally from 200 to almost 350 levels in last 1 year, we have seen good consolidation last 6 months. And finally, it has again given a range breakout on the daily and the weekly time frame. Good, strong bullish candle with good surge in volumes. And look at the setup wise, the stock is all set to clear its previous all-time high, that is around 340, 342 levels, and new life high towards 360 levels. So on all time frame, very strong setup, good range breakout on the daily and the weekly time frame. The stock can head towards 360 levels positionally with 315 as the support levels.
$936 and in gains are Tech Mahindra. Very strong show coming in. Even its 1600 call has surged dramatically at 29.8 rupees. Tech Mahindra at 1614. What are the charts of Tech Mahindra telling us? IT is in strength. Let's look at what Tech Mahindra's charts are there on the screen. A view here, RPG.
Interestingly, IT from last few weeks, it has been resilient, where we have seen a vertical fall from last couple of months to time frame. This month has seen a good recovery on the monthly time frame. And if I look at the chart structure of Tech Mahindra also, finally after range breakout on the weekly time frame, after 22 weeks, it has finally surpassed its crucial hurdle of 1540, 1550 levels. So setup wise, definitely kind of a triple bottom on the weekly time frame. Looks good, slowly steady the stock can head towards 1650, 1680 levels. So with 1550 as a major support level, the stock can head towards 1660, 1680 levels. Also, one more thing we'd like to add, as result season is going on, so definitely a lot of action is seen within the result space. So once we advise that also keep your positions hedged because of the outcome of the result going forward.
Okay, that's a sensible thought that is coming in. Let me try and find out the major earnings that are coming in on Tuesday. We have from the Adani Group, Adani Energy Solutions and ATGL. From the banking space, you have Bandhan Bank. From the BFSI AMC space, Aditya Birla AMC likely to report. Granules India, which has been at a record high, will report from the pharma space. Gabriel, again record high from the auto ancillary space in top strength. E2E Networks, Mastech and NIIT Limited are the ones that are the major earnings for today. We'll pause here a bit, ladies and gentlemen, and get back to you again. The markets flat as flat can be on the weekly expiry. RPG, thank you very much for your time. We hope to get back to you fairly soon. And the markets, ladies and gentlemen, sort of languishing around 24,200, 24,230 on the Nifty, the weekly expiry. We'll be back shortly. Please stay glued to Business Today Television.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Look, this investment Guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said, well said, well said.
SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Hello and a warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, on Business Today Television. We are smack in the middle of July, and this is absolutely the right time to look at fund portfolios, spaces which are outperforming, spaces which should find mention in your long-term portfolios, and broadly what the funds have done over the last one and a half months or so. We are joined by Miss Shweta Rajani. She's the head of mutual fund business at Anand Rathi Wealth and a very well-known tracker of funds. Namaste Shweta ji, and obviously a very warm welcome. It's always such a pleasure to host you. Tell us how funds are stacking up, especially the mid caps and the small caps in the month of July. What have been the net additions which in the funds that you have tracked, and what is the broader picture to your mind?
Namaste, good morning. Yes, so if we see in the month of July, I'll also talk about the broader flows as per what we are tracking in specifically the mid cap segment. Now, if I compare for let's say half the month of July, our reading says this could be somewhere closer to 16,000 number, 95% of the universe captured. And if I compare this to June, same time, first half of June, the numbers would have been around 14,000. So clearly there is approximately 11 to 12% increase from the previous month in terms of flows. This is overall. Now, if I talk about specific categories, if I am, looking at the numbers, for mid cap specifically, it's looking in line with what it was in June. So overall for the month of June, we've seen somewhere closer to 6,000 crores in mid caps. So half of that, if I take, would have been closer to 3,000 crores. We are sitting at numbers like 2,900, 3,000 crores even in first half of July so far. If I talk about other categories, which kind of even small cap also, if you see, is in line with what we've been seeing in the previous months.
Okay, so broadly, the fund flows continue unabated into mids and smalls, and more or less many fund managers have utilized this inflow by buying the market cheaper, and many clients and customers would have benefited immensely. Shweta ji, what stands out in terms of sectoral rotation between mid and small cap funds, especially in the 14 that you advise?
So broadly, what we are seeing is, in terms of the sectoral shifts, as well as I'll also highlight on the market cap shifts that we've seen. So first talking about, let's say, the mid-cap segment. In the mid-cap segment, now we've seen a little bit of a reduction in the small-cap allocation. And that allocation is going towards balance between a large and a small cap. So in fact, if, I would say roughly 5 to 6% small cap reduction, of which they would have, seen a 2% odd increase in the small cap, and the rest of it going towards large cap. That's the, the reason for this one would be because of the AMFI change in the universe, where they went through their half-yearly rebalance, and companies themselves have seen some amount of a change. Plus, given how mid-caps have behaved over the last 1.5 years, they've clearly been an outperforming sector. That shift today to balance between the risk and the return potential is one reason behind the changes that we've seen. Small caps per se have maintained broadly their market cap mix to have 80-82% of small cap in the portfolio, rest between mid-large. Coming to the sectoral shifts that we have seen now, at a broader level, what we are seeing is fund managers are marginally increasing their allocations towards banking and financial services. That's mainly one, and a slight improvement in their healthcare exposure. If I have to just list down, what the top 2 or 3 sectoral changes could be. Now, this again, I think is, if I am, trying to look at the underlying earnings numbers, the result season is also on, and we have seen that the banking and financial space pretty much from a profitability standpoint is going very strong with 20% plus earnings being declared. So I think there are fundamental reasons of fund managers making those changes, and even the view is that banking, financial services, or broader capital market may end up being one of the top performing in terms of profit growth. So it looks like a good shift there. In terms of where they have been reducing their allocations, sectors where there is some amount of, I would say, global impact, IT, we've seen them reducing their allocation. Oil and gas space, we've seen them again reducing their allocation. And some amount of a shift we've seen in telecom. So if I just have to see the top three, bottom three, this is how it's stacking up. Here again, IT, if I look at it from an earnings projection, of course, IT has been going through a lot of struggle. Plus, the earnings forecast looks like a single digit. Somewhere between an 8 to 10% profit growth potential. So from a future potential, I think the sectoral allocation is in line with what we are reading on the consensus estimates on profits.
Okay, fair point. Shweta ji, just a few days ago, Mr. Aziz was on the show. He's, of course, heading the wealth team. And he mentioned that you've added, the research team at Anand Rathi Wealth has added a couple of new funds that they are advising to their clients. Would you care to name them?
So, see, this is an ongoing process where we keep looking at funds and we try and see where in as a normal rebalance process. So yeah, some funds in consideration, of course, may not be very different than what we've been recommending in past. But if I have to name a few, I think we've been focusing on something like a Bandhan Large and Mid Cap or an Invesco Focus Fund. These are few of the schemes we've been talking about. At least in the recent our research, they have stood out to be good funds in the respective categories.
Absolutely. What attracts you to Invesco focused?
So, one thing in the focus category, clearly you're betting upon the fund manager's high conviction picks. Within that space, what we've seen is where Invesco stood out very different was while SEBI allows them to have up to 30 stocks in the portfolio, they built it with their high conviction 20 stock basket. So it's furthermore concentrated and only with, deep dive research of the fund manager, they have further shrunk that universe. Of course, they're saying between 20 to 25 stocks. Clearly growth-oriented strategy of where, which are the kind of companies they want to participate in, the kind of, the rationales that they have of filtering out the companies stood out to be, if you want to be in that maybe slight aggressive portfolio, which can have a good upside, but also have a good amount of downside for shorter time periods, the fund turned out to score in those aspects. So for us, it was a good blend to have in the overall portfolio that we suggest to clients.
Fair point. This is not to nitpick, but this is a 5,700 crore rupee fund in terms of managing the corpus, and the top 4 or 5 stocks are ICICI Bank, L&T, HDFC Bank, Indigo, and Nuvama Bell. So 9 plus 7, 16 plus 6, 22, 28 plus 5, 33% in fairly well-known names. Be that as it may, I'm sure they'll outperform. The second one you say is Bandhan Large and Mid Cap.
Correct.
What were the salient features that your research team found out about Bandhan Large and Mid Cap?
Yeah, so Bandhan, I think, is a fund that we've been tracking, at least I've been tracking it for 3 years before it finally was something that convinced us to go ahead. And over the years, we'd seen, I'm going to add more than the fund. I'm also going to talk about the importance of the fund house here. Because, Bandhan went through a change in the CIO and fund management team. So when such changes happen, even for investors, it becomes a very important point. So I'm highlighting here that when you have such changes, they could lead to strategy changes, churn in the fund management team, and that's where it becomes important that you look at those finer aspects as well, the inputs that could lead to the output in terms of return that we may see. So we've taken our own time to understand how money is coming in, what were the changes in the way they research, how their stock universe of what they had under their coverage went up from almost 190 stocks to today closer to or 400 odd stocks that they cover. The stability of the fund management team, how new fund managers got added, and then specifically what they've done in the respective funds, a minor change in the strategy that they may have done. It's a good blend, again, of, I would say, it's growth at reasonable price that they follow in this, the large and the mid-cap fund. Given the peer group, there has been consistency in the performance in the portfolio that they are managing. It's a well-diversified portfolio here. So both in terms of the risk aspects, the research coverage, the underlying, earnings potential of the basket that they have turned out to be, again, within among the top quartile for us compared to the peers. So that's how, those are various factors that we considered, at least when we were evaluating fund.
So Bandhan large and mid cap fund is quoting at a net asset value of 165 rupees, and as Ms. Rajani mentions, the returns have been outstripping the peer group. And of course, over the longer term, this fund was launched somewhere in August of 2005, a 13% CAGR from then. But in the last 10 years, the CAGR has been 16%, actually 16.8% over the last 10 years. And it has not only beaten its peer group, but also has ranked third out of 18 funds over a 10-year period. So it's in the upper quartile, and of course, strong portfolio. Banks amongst the top 4 stocks, and of course, Paytm being the other stock which is in the top 5. Shweta ji, any additions to your kitty in terms of a new small cap fund or a new mid cap fund?
No, we're pretty much holding on to what we've been talking about. So no changes there as of now. Of course, it's a continuous evaluation process, so we'll keep seeing if there's something more that can be added to the kitty.
Okay, fair point. So those are Kotak mid-cap, HDFC mid-cap, Invesco mid-cap, and what was one more that you used to advise?
Invesco small cap is what we've been talking about, HDFC small cap as well. That we've spoken about. There are a few other schemes which are worth considering, but there's a restriction on the flow. So you have something like an SBI small, but there, of course, there's a restriction on the flows that can come in.
Okay, fair point. Ma'am, what has been the cash situation in these funds? In your opening remarks, you mentioned that SIP inflows continue unabated. So the float that the fund manager has to buy into the market is, of course, at his disposal. But have funds trimmed down on their cash?
Yes, definitely. If I'm looking at the last 2-3 months, they have trimmed down on their cash allocations. If I'm comparing between, let's say, what was it in Feb, March versus what it is today, most of these funds that we're talking about have also seen proper cash deployment, that they've been taking place, new flows coming in. July is a month where, at least at a broader industry level, we are seeing some slowdown in the purchases. So for the month of July specifically, not talking about these specific schemes, they have been, if I look at the month-end portfolios, it's showing that their cash allocations have gone down. But at an industry level, if I see cumulatively when we started off for the month of June, just to give you the overall numbers, we were sitting at somewhere around 1,83,000 crores of cash. This is all equity funds put together. Now, if we assume that there's roughly 16,000 crores of inflow that's come. The NSE data on what has been bought by mutual funds in the equity market is showing somewhere closer to a 6,000 crore number. So roughly, it could mean that there's 10,000 crores more of cash, which they have received in terms of flows, but is not yet deployed in the market. So overall level, there could possibly be this month, if they don't deploy it in the next few weeks, we see a slight increase in the cash positions. So that's a possibility. But if I am comparing it on a 3-month basis, yes, fund managers have been deploying their additional cash.
Okay. Shwetaji, because you track many funds very, very closely, what is your gut feel about the mid and the small cap category? Is the worst behind us?
I would say definitely yes, the worst is behind us, and these are two categories where even when I am seeing the earnings, coming back to fundamentals, if I break it up into fundamentals and then liquidity flow supporting them. Fundamentals, in last years, if I see profit growth, Nifty 50 companies at 3 to 4% profit growth, mid caps were closer to 20% profit growth, small cap companies at an index level, just the small cap 250 index saw 10% profit growth. Within small cap, the diversion was huge. So you will find, for FY 25-26 reported numbers, many companies which were upwards of 15% profit growth as well. Right now, also so far with the earnings season, too early to speak, but we are seeing Nifty 50, 40% of the universe declared result at 8% profit growth. Mid and small cap, closer 10 to 12% companies declared result, but they are sitting at 27 to 30% profit growth. Projections, Bloomberg forecast for this year is also suggesting that mid-small could have a significant outperformance to large cap from a PAT growth perspective. Valuations pretty much are reasonable across the segments. Of course, case specifics, there could be an overvaluation, but broader companies, you'll find a lot more companies which are attractively priced as well. Lastly, when I'm looking at the liquidity support, across the last few months, we've been seeing that mid and small cap continues to be in the top 3-4 categories in terms of the flows that are coming in. Even the SIP money that's coming in, approximately what we are seeing is 6,000 to 7,000 crores each is entering into the mid and the small cap space. So, if I have to see all three aspects of earnings, valuation, and liquidity, they are suggesting that mid-small could have a good potential to, add a little bit of the kicker compared to a large cap to your overall portfolio. So meaningful allocation towards mid-small should be there. Keeping in mind that, yes, in very shorter periods, so few weeks, few months, there could also be higher volatility in this segment. But if you're talking about from a medium-term perspective, the categories do deserve a good allocation.
Fair point. So that's the broader structure that you've talked about. Now, within the 3 or 4 mid-cap funds that Anand Rathi Wealth suggests and an equal number of small-cap funds, what are the positive changes that have happened in the last month, Shwetaji?
In terms of at the fund level, if you see, here I'm going to break it up again into in terms of their outperformance. They've continued to have a good amount of outperformance to, let's say the benchmark. Now the benchmark, I could have looked at Nifty 500 or, respective benchmarks. So there've been consistency. If I'm looking at the beta of the portfolios, beta again is slightly on the lower side, which means I'm saying, you could be at a 0.9, 0.95 beta to the benchmark. So the funds have been managing the risks very well. Downsides have been lower compared to the benchmark. We already spoke about the sectoral changes and the market cap shifts that we were seeing in the funds over the last 1 month. So I think fund managers are holding steady. A lot of the allocation that they're doing is in the existing stocks where they're finding good opportunity rather than doing a lot of churn. So we're not seeing excessive churn, but we are seeing building on to the existing portfolio, that they have. So that's roughly what's happened in the last 1 month.
Fair point. My final question to you: of the top four small caps and the top four mid cap funds that are there in the portfolio, where do you see maximum new additions of stocks? If you can just name a few stocks that have been.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra and this is What's Hot, our show that focuses on the biggest buzz on the D Street. And what's truly hot is SBI Fund's listing that has just taken place, and you can see a 7% premium listing that we have seen for SBI Fund's IPO. This is the largest IPO of 2026 that has finally made its debut. A lot of anticipation was around this IPO. In fact, the grey market premium was also indicating 18 to 20% of an upside, but only a 7% premium is what we have, at least so far. We're looking at the stock now trading at 617 odd levels. Let me now welcome our guests on board. We have Gaurav Sharma from Globe Capital, and we are also joined by Pawan Nahar, my colleague, to track the IPO move that we are seeing on SBI Funds. Good morning to both of you. Pawan, I'll come straight to you first. We are looking at just about a 7% premium listing. Does it disappoint a lot of investors who were looking at the grey market premium of 18%?
Yes, Sakshi, it was much below the expectations. Not just the grey market premium, even the analysts who were who were tracking this stock, they were expecting somewhere around 18 to 20% upside, but the stock has disappointed the investors. However, it has gained some momentum and is touched the intraday high of 625 odd levels during this intraday session, and we are expecting that it may move further in the long term. So, but yeah, the listing gains have been disappointed, we can say.
Listing gain has been disappointed. What about you, Gaurav? What did you expect from SBI Fund's listing? Of course, this is the largest. Does it continue with what has happened with the previous billion-dollar IPOs? We've always seen mixed kind of a reaction there. There has been a lot of anticipation. We've seen subscription figures also topping the billion-dollar IPO list for SBI 42 times. But, the listing performance so far has not come into the expectations of the investors. How would you view SBI Funds at 620?
Hi, Sakshi. Very good morning to you. So, just in line with what the big ticket IPO's performance, at least the listing performance was, I would say a little better than others. Most of them either ended, opened on a flattish note or slightly lower. Citing the 40 plus times of oversubscription, yes, even I was expecting at least a double-digit kind of a listing for this IPO, but it just came at 7-8% but not too much of a surprise. The bigger surprise was that such a large IPO did oversubscribed 42 times. That was more of a surprise to me. This is huge money that was actually deployed and invested by the investors, and this clearly suggests the amount of and the extent of participation I think it was the outcome of the State Bank brand that it had. It is the result of being the largest asset manager of this country, alongside with the kind of valuations that company is. It is almost at par and trading below when compared to the peers, to the listed peers.
Absolutely. Pawan, coming to you, what are the brokerage houses really saying post the listing now? Is there still some potential? You know, we have seen in the past as well that even though some of the mega IPOs have come in with a muted kind of listing gain, thereafter they have picked up pace and given investors a lot of run up as well. How would you look at what are brokerage houses penciling in? If somebody is also to look at afresh, those who did not get the allotment, what should they watch out for?
So Sakshi, first of all, SBI funds, it has generated two fresh reports that we have so far, MK Global and Equirius Securities. So what MK Global is suggesting, they are giving it a buy rating with a target price of 750, suggesting a 31% upside from its IPO prices and still a decent upside from the current levels as well. So it is positive on the strong brand of SBI, and India's mutual fund play is under penetrated so far, and the company is shifting towards the better products which can give its better margins and the operating leverage which could drive the EBITDA in the coming years. So that is what MK Global is saying, and what Equity is saying, that it is largest India's largest AMC with a 12 lakh crore MF AUM and leadership across active and passive funds, the strong distribution of SBI, which is also and the YONO users from the SBI app. So that is also another driver for this company, and it is expecting a healthy AUM growth in the coming years, and the valuations are still attractive according to Equirius Securities. So that is what the majority of the brokerage firms are saying. Mahesh Ojha, I had a word with him yesterday from KC Securities. He has suggested that investors should hold this stock for a long-term view, and fresh investors may consider buying this stock around the IPO price. I think it's not a very much of premium that one cannot buy. So if someone finds this stock around the IPO price, 600 odd levels, can buy this stock according to him.
All right. Okay. I want to ask you, Gaurav, how does the entry of SBI funds really change the dynamics of the listed companies, in the same realm right now? What would your pecking order be? Would you still stick with the earlier listed ones like an ICICI, for instance? There has been a lot of comparison drawn on a lot of metrics as well. How would you advise investors who are betting big on the mutual fund companies to look at SBI funds in addition or maybe separately when it comes to this space?
So Sakshi, first of all, we are pretty much constructive on the entire AMC space. There are big players which are already listed. ICICI, HDFC, Nippon India. So they are already there. Now we have one more, the largest one as well. So I think we have the entire kitty from large cap stocks to the mid cap ones available now. Therefore, we see this as a good opportunity. It is not at all expensive. We see it to be fairly valued. Valuation is comfortable. Therefore, now we have another stock, another good brand, largest brand to actually invest in. Yes, we find this thing really interesting. Previously, we were betting heavily on names like SDFC, AMC, and Nippon India. And now certainly we find reasonable comfort with SBI funds management as well.
Absolutely. Pawan, I'll come to you and I want to understand from you as well. A lot of people usually would actually see this just about 6-7% of a listing gain as, a trigger for them to hold on longer than expected. Had it been a substantial gain of double digits, probably many investors would have pulled out on the listing day and then may have thought of re-entering, much later when there is, a considerable re-rating of sort that happens. But at this point in time, it seems like a lot of people will be looking at holding SBI funds if they've got allotment for much longer. How are you looking at what are brokerage houses really talking about that aspect for those people who wanted to only exit in the short term but may be forced to probably hold for longer than expected?
So Sakshi, we have to understand that mutual fund and insurance, these are the financial plays that are for long-term investment. So not your mutual funds will deliver decent returns in the short term, and they have been a long-term tool. So if you are buying a mutual fund stock, then you have to understand that you are buying it for long term. So if there are not much of listing gains on this counter, we may see the stock performance improving in the long term, and it may deliver a decent performance in the coming months or years, as and when the performance of the funds will be assessed. And one more thing that we have to understand, that the mutual fund industry, this is very much under penetrated in India as well, and we have to so there are limited players currently which are in the listed arena, and we will see the valuation multiples getting in the at par with the peers, if with the quarterly results of the company coming in the next 2 to 3 quarters.
Gaurav, just the last question on SBI funds, and then we move on to other key listed stocks as well. We were also looking at SBI as the parent company to be showing us some enthusiastic moves there as and when this listing came in, but the stock is just absolutely soft at this point in time. We were looking at considerable amount of gains with the stake sale coming in for SBI there. How are you looking at the sentiment that has not really picked up on SBI?
That is actually a surprising factor to me as well, because uh, this was somewhat of a value unlocking. It was a clear-cut OFS, so some amount of move was pretty much likely here. Citing the other developments that we are seeing coming in, PSU banks are otherwise doing really well. So, considering all those factors, even we were pretty much optimistic on it, and we still remain constructed. I am very much bullish on State Bank of India, no doubt and ambiguities on that front.
Yeah.
So, I think this is actually an opportunity for those who haven't stepped in. One can still consider it. It is just not about the IPO getting listed here. It is the overall performance of State Bank of India, which have been phenomenal. Slight bit of disappointment was seen from the March quarter numbers, but I think that won't last for long. The kind of numbers Indian Bank, Union Bank, Punjab National Bank has come up with, State Bank has to perform going ahead, and we are having a very very positive view on this.
All right, okay. So thanks a lot, Pawan. We'll thank you right there, but we'll focus on the listed space.
Also, our clients may have positions in the shop, as we already recommended.
Okay, I think we missed out on that part. There was some connectivity issue, Gaurav. We'll come back to the listed sphere now. A lot of companies that have been reporting their earnings, so we'll start focusing on those. On the markets per se, let me come up with a fresh take from you. 24,200 on the Nifty. And we continue to hover in a very tight range. Over the last couple of weeks, we've seen a very narrow band of performance on the Nifty, and that continues. How would you look at what's really in the offing for the Nifty? Despite the fact that most of the earnings that have already come in have not really surprised the street on the negative side, they're in fact better than the estimates on large accounts. The markets are just not able to latch on to that kind of a performance and drive further. How are you looking at the sentiment, the texture of the market, and what's expected now?
I completely second your thought, Sakshi, that even we were expecting a dismal quarter, lackluster earnings, but they were not that bad. Uh, Considering all those, the market has not posted any kind of up move. Neither we see any signs. It is clearly trading sideways in a very narrow range, and I think the reason is increased disruption is Gulf is once again raising questions, uncertainty within the minds of bigger investors, whether this is the right time to put in fresh money or not. Crude has went up of over 20%. from the recent dip of $70. And it is sustaining around that level. We were expecting $80 to be the new normal, and I think that's where we exactly are. But staying below that mark has given reasonable hopes that we might sustain, but that didn't happen. So again, the question mark, the disruptions in the crude and gas supplies is actually, I think, limiting bigger players to place in fresh bets.
Okay, let's focus a lot on the specific stocks that are in focus because of the earnings then. We'll focus on Paytm first. Of course, a net profit substantial growth that we have seen coming in at 220 odd crore rupees. The revenue uptick of 8 odd percent at 2,448 odd crore rupees as well. Although the company has deferred the decision to announce any bonus, that was the expectation of the street right now. What would your approach be on Paytm post the results?
No doubt the stock has done well in past. I think this particular result was pretty much discounted. It has already rallied from 1100 to 1400 in the past, say, 2 3 weeks. Now, any kind of profit taking towards 50 odd levels will be a good buying opportunity. So it will be a clearly a buy on dips kind of a strategy that I'll be looking at for Paytm. The results are good, impressive, and we see the stock performing better here. 1400, it will be the immediate upside target. Once that is taken out, we'll head up towards 1600 and higher targets.
All right, so levels of up to 1600 can be seen going further from here. So the dips can be definitely used at this point in time is what Gaurav's point is on Paytm. Let's focus on the banking names. Karur Vysya Bank has gained over 7% in the session post the earnings that have come in. A net profit growth of 45%, an NII growth of 32%. That's come in at 1422 crores. The gross NPA is slight lower action here, and the net NPA unchanged at 0.19%. Your sense on Karur Vysya Bank? We've already seen yesterday how the reaction was for the bigger banks, tier 1 banks in the private sector banking space, HDFC, Kotak, Axis. ICICI was a better one in terms of the reaction to the earnings, but rest of them had seen a sharp pullback. Even today, there's just about flattish move on most of these stocks today, but Karur Vysya has definitely seen a sharp improvement. So tier 1 vis-a-vis tier 2 private banking names, how would you look at post earnings?
As far as private banking is concerned, I'll stick around with the two names. That one you have mentioned, Karur Vysya, the other one Highwell, that is City Union Bank. These are probably the two hidden gems from the smaller PSU banking space. They have been continuously performing well. I have mentioned it on your channel as well, pretty much times that I am having a very constructive approach on both of them. So therefore, not at all surprised to see such an up move. It was a long consolidation that was happening. It is likely to post good numbers, and it did. City Union Bank is another stock which is continuously performing well on quarter-on-quarter as well as annual basis. So these are the two stocks that can be considered, especially from a longer-term perspective, because I still believe that there is much room of performance still left in these two stocks.
Okay, let's focus on real estate names, especially Sobha is up by 6 odd percent. The company's reported its net profit at 51 crores vis-a-vis 14 crores in the year ago period. There's a sharp jump there. Revenue has come in 50% higher at 1278 crores. EBITDA has improved substantially at 77 odd crore rupees, and we are seeing the margins also up at 6.1% vis-a-vis 2.8% lower. The stock had jumped up 6% in the initial reaction and now has seen some profit taking as well. Let's try and understand on the real estate sector as a whole, and on Sobha, what would your approach be post earnings?
So Sakshi, as far as Sobha developers is concerned, not the best from where we see. Oberoi and Lodha are where we are placing our bets, and where we find reasonable comfort. I'll wait for some more time as far as Sobha is concerned. I'll prefer to buy the stock at a breakout. Okay. It is struggling to surpass the 1700 mark from quite some time now. So I'll wait for some more time, let the stock go past that level. Until then, one can stick around with the Lotha developers and Oberoi being our favorite picks from the real estate bank.
Okay. Let's also focus on some of the other key earnings. UltraTech Cement is in focus as well post the earnings. We have seen on a consolidated year-on-year basis net profit improvement of 17% at 2,604 crores. Revenue up by almost 16% to 24,648 crores. EBITDA has improved by about 13.7% as well to over 5,000 crores. We've seen the margins come in slightly lower, although at 20.4% vis-a-vis 20.7%. The domestic volumes is something that everybody had been watching out for. That's come in double digits, 13.1% growth there as well. How are you looking at UltraTech Cement, especially because now brokerages are also penciling on how the company is betting big on its cables business as well. So how are you looking at that part of the business and of course the core business moves that we've seen in the quarter?
So actually, we have of late seen that larger companies are diversifying now. They are utilizing their existing logistical support. They are utilizing their cash reserves to actually venture into new areas. May it be paint, may it be wires and cables, may it be automobile for that matter. So I think this again has a very fine pedigree. It is the flagship Aditya Birla Group company. We do have a buy rating on the stock, so our clients may have positions. I do not have any personal holding in this stock. In the immediate near term, this stock has all potential to once again rise up to 13,000 levels, which was its previous peak. So, even from current levels, it looks pretty much attractive.
Okay. Let's also look at some of the other key companies that are in focus today. We'll focus also on CMPDI as well. That's in focus today. This is Central Mine Planning and Design Institute. That company is in focus because again the reported profit for June quarter has seen a profit uptick of 54%. Margins have also expanded. The revenue is increased by 18%. EBITDA was up 62% and margins have expanded to 28.8% vis-a-vis 21.9% in the year ago period as well. Have you been tracking this stock at all? Gaurav, would you be able to help us understand? This is Coal India's unit. The stock also jumped by almost 7% post the earnings. And we've seen across the business segments, the planning and design division has recorded the strongest growth this time around with its revenue rising 26% year on year. The environment revenue has increased by 24%. The exploration revenue up by 18%. So there has been only geomatic segment that has seen a decline of 9%, but rest of the segments have recorded profitability. How are you looking at CMPDI?
So Sakshi, we have not started tracking this stock as of now. But prima facie, whatever information you have shared and whatever I have checked, the stock looks impressive. Although on a quarter-on-quarter basis, we see a reasonable dip, and this is, I think, a nominal phenomena. But yes, and on an year-on-year basis, a phenomenal 20% uptick, reasonable, a fabulous uptick rather in terms of profitability. All things in totality on charts also, this stock is well placed. One can hold on to the position till the stock is trading above 240 odd levels.
Okay. Let's also focus on some of the other key sectors and stocks as well. We're looking at again the oil and gas space pull up a little bit. We're looking at real estate and oil and gas leading the rally along with metals. So a lot of the commodity play is coming up in action. You're also looking at FMCG up and about, but IT has now slipped. Pharma has now slipped. Autos are down, and you're also looking at financial services now down in the session today. Specifically after the crude oil prices are yet again hovering at an elevated level of around $89 a barrel. What's your approach on the oil and gas sector, Gaurav?
I think everything has actually reversed from where it just started. Again, the headwinds are there. We see a lot of action coming in this particular space. Chennai Petro is one stock, MRPL is the other that one can consider. These are the stocks which we feel will be benefited in the immediate near term, and they have good potential to perform as well. Apart from that, the metal space, one should keep a clear eye on the metal space. The metal price can once again jump up. So we are keeping a close watch on it. National Aluminium and Hindalco remain our favorite bets.
Okay. Let me also pull up some of the other key stocks that are doing well. In the broad markets, we do have some names that are doing well at this session today. So we'll pull up just for all of you to look at it. We have names such as Ashiana Housing that's up in the session. Nelcast is up today. You have Tirupati Forgings that's up in the session. Waterways Leisure Tourism, a recently listed stock that's pulled up. Remember, it had listed on a muted note and thereafter hit a lower circuit as well. There was a lot of underperformance in the initial trading sessions, but in the last couple of weeks or the days, it has in fact improved. It's trading near the day's high point at 8.3% higher at 912 odd levels. We also have Epigral that's up today about 7 odd percent higher. Make Money Organics is up in the session too. We're also looking at Imami Paper Mills as another stock that's up, Bhansali Engineering. These are very small cap stocks that are actually doing well in the session today. But have you tracked Waterways Leisure at all, Gaurav?
No, we haven't started tracking it.
Okay, fair point. Let's also track some of the other key segments. IT stocks is something that I wanted to look at. Last couple of sessions, you've seen a considerable amount of uptick. Today, the stock sector is down by 0.4 odd percent. How are you looking at the IT pack? Post a lot of these earnings have already come in. Does it still warrant a lot of caution around the sector? Or in fact, would you be now comfortable post the earnings to yet again look at the sector?
Sakshi, we have actually edited our stance in IT. Of late, our research team has come up with a couple of buy reports. We have a buy report on persistent and recently released another buy report on LTIM. Therefore, a disclaimer here, our clients will be having position in these two companies. We are very much optimistic and we find reasonable comfort in persistent LTIM, Coforge type of companies. The mid-cap IT space looks fairly impressive after this recent decline. And we are advising our clients to start gradually taking positions in this space for at least 1 to 2 years kind of a position. So it is a clear-cut long-term view. We are not at all looking at any kind of swing trades or any reversals. No, we are not interested in that. It is a clear-cut 1.5, 2 years kind of a view. The kind of results these companies have posted, the kind of AI business revenue, segment-wise revenue, when we look at it, they are clearly giving us some positive interest. And I think this is a place to actually look at. Another point that these contracts are not on a long-term basis. These AI contracts, they have a very smaller duration period. So any company willing to venture extremely into it, they have to take up new contracts every now and then. The average period for a contract is somewhere close to 2 to 3 months. So it is not of a recurring nature. So you need to have have an interest into your marketing team needs to get the things rolling to actually have a sizable interest and impact on your profitability.
Sure. Towards the end, let's also focus on the metals pack. Today, Jindal Stainless is in the focused list of brokerage firm Goldman Sachs. The stock is up by 2%. It's the top mover on the metals pack. This is after Goldman Sachs has initiated coverage on the stock with a buy rating and a street high price of 1,000 rupees per share as well. The stock is right now trading about 1.5% higher. So Goldman Sachs truly sees the stock now jumping about 38% from the current levels as well. That's what the target price is indicating a potential upside of too. This is the highest among all the brokerage houses target prices for Jindal Stainless that we do see from the company as well. So Gaurav, your own sense first on the metal space and Jindal Stainless. Do you think the company is well positioned to benefit from the stainless steel demand?
Absolutely. Firstly, we are very much positive on the metal space from a long-term view. We may see some intermediate jitters. So one quarter can disappoint, so we have to negate that. But from a longer term perspective, 1.5 years, we are very much constructed on the metal space. The metal demand will go up, metal prices will remain elevated. So overall, JSL, Jindal Stainless is also a leading player in this particular segment. and no doubt it belongs to the Sergeant General Group. They are doing extremely well, and this is all good. Nothing bad as such. But again, I would say Hindalco and National Aluminium are the bets that we are, recommending to our clients.
Okay, fair point. All right, Gaurav, time to wrap it up on that note. Thank you so much for being with us on the program and highlighting all of these sectors and stocks where investors then can definitely keep their focus on and where are the opportunities to be found. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, Sakshi.
All right, viewers, we'll wrap it up on that note. But coming up next is our personal finance show, Money Today. And today's focus is, of course, on the insurance space. That's something that we are going to be focusing on. In case you too are confused about the insurance that you already have, or are you in two minds of buying yourself an insurance policy, we're going to be discussing the top 5 must-have insurance policies for everyone and what are the things that you must keep in your mind before you buy your next policy. So all of those things will be discussed in the next half an hour. Stay tuned for that. From how the markets move today to what's setting the stage for tomorrow. From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries. Join me as I decode the biggest wealth-creating ideas for you at the closing bell. Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
India is young and the Nifty is younger still. We are at the cusp of greater glory and phenomenal wealth creation. Catch India's magnificent rally and make it a part of your booming portfolio. Look out for the next set of multi-baggers at BTTV.
From how the markets move today to what's setting the stage for tomorrow. From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries. Join me as I decode the biggest wealth-creating ideas for you at the closing bell. Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Hello and welcome to Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra. This is our personal finance show, Money Today, and today's topic is insurance. Then this is the edition that focuses on your insurance masterclass. Everything that you need to know about insurance, every doubt that you have will be answered on this program. So you can obviously write into us on our live programming that you're watching on the show on our Business Today YouTube platform, and we'll be happy to take up some of those questions. But insurance, to begin with, is one of those financial products that often you buy only after you realize that something has gone wrong. But the right insurance can actually protect your family's finances from the life's biggest risks, be it a medical emergency, an untimely death, a road accident, a damage to your home, or even an unexpected crisis while traveling. So today on the show, we're going to be cutting through all the jargons and talking about top 5 insurance policies that almost everyone should consider. And we're going to be discussing all of that on the show to find out how much cover is enough, who needs it, what are the common mistakes people make while buying insurance. All of those things will be discussed as well on the program. We're joined by Amit Chabra, the CBO of Policy Bazaar, to decode the insurance masterclass for all our viewers today. Welcome to you, Amit. Good to have you with us. We'll start off by trying and understanding why insurance in the first place is still something that is underpenetrated in a country which is the most populated country in the world. And to try and help all our viewers understand that usually we think of insurance only once something wrong has happened, and then we come to know that in case we had the insurance, we would have saved ourselves some financial trouble. So give us an understanding of why insurance in today's day and age is an absolute imperative to have.
Well, yes. See, if you look at the macro factors, right? One, India is a large country. There are large diversities of income. There are people who don't have a lot of a lot of means in case something goes wrong, and the sad reality is somewhere the social security is also not there. So, or it's getting there, I would say. If I say it positively, I think it's getting there where we are slowly moving towards a world where there is universal healthcare in the country. We are slowly moving towards a world where over time things will become easier. People will have free education in case something goes wrong to the earning member of the family. There will be jobs maybe at some point for in case the earning member of the family passes away. But the reality is that is not there right now. So think of it like this: if there is a family which earns about 50,000 rupees a month, which is, I would say, still quite high by Indian averages, and the earning member of the family passes away. Now what happens? Who takes care of the family? Who pays for the rent, for the for the groceries coming in every week? Who pays for the school fees? There is, people don't have an answer to that question. The only answer that is, that is logical and should be is insurance, right? In case something happens to the earning member of the family, the person passes away, the person has a health condition because of which, lakhs and lakhs of rupees are spent on their health care, or the person has a accident and because of it there is disability. Now these are things which are not unreal. This is not, it's not a once in a lifetime. These things happen to everybody, unfortunately, and that is the reality. But people somewhere in India are not yet prepared fully for for a contingency of that kind, and that is where insurance comes in and saves the day. So insurance is basically saving you from death, disease, and disability, so that at least your finances, your family's lifestyle, or basic income needs are met, so that your child's education, your family, your rent, your family's expenses are taken care of. That is what insurance is all about. The sad reality is that a lot of India is still not prepared for it.
एब्सोल्युटली, आपने बिल्कुल ठीक कहा अमित, और बहुत सारे दर्शक हमारे जो हैं इससे आइडेंटिफाई भी करेंगे कि एक तो पहले जान लीजिए कि इंडिया में कोई ऐसा सोशल सिक्योरिटी प्लान नहीं है जो अमित ने बताया, जो कई कंट्रीज़ में, डेवलप कंट्रीज़ में होता है कि अगर आपके साथ कुछ अनटोवर्ड इंसिडेंट हो जाता है, आपकी जॉब लॉस हो जाती है, अनटाइमली डेथ हो जाती है, तो आपके फैमिली को कोई सपोर्ट नहीं है और इस तरीके का कोई सोशल सिक्योरिटी प्लान नहीं है कंट्री में जो कि आपको प्रोटेक्ट करता है इस तरीके की इवेंचुअलिटीज़ में। और इसीलिए ज़रूरी है कि इंडिया जैसी कंट्री में आपके पास इंश्योरेंस इसलिए होना चाहिए कि मुसीबत जो है वो कभी बता कर नहीं आएगी, और अगर वो आएगी तो उसके बाद आपके परिवार वालों को उसका जो बर्डन है वो ना फेस करना पड़े। इसके लिए आपको इंश्योरेंस लेना बहुत ज़रूरी है। अब इंश्योरेंस कौन सी लेनी चाहिए, किस किस तरह की इंश्योरेंस अवेलेबल हैं, कौन सी इंश्योरेंस आपके लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है, इन सब के ऊपर भी हम बात करेंगे। विल स्टार्ट ऑफ विद लाइफ इंश्योरेंस और टर्म इंश्योरेंस फर्स्ट। अमित, जैसा कि आपने बताया कि जो अर्निंग मेंबर होता है, अभी भी आपने बताया कि इंडिया में बहुत सारी ऐसे फैमिलीज हैं जहां पर केवल एक ही सोल ब्रेड विनर है फैमिली का, जिसके ऊपर पूरे फैमिली का बर्डन है, अपने स्पाउस का, बच्चों का, ओल्ड एज पेरेंट्स का, उन सब का बर्डन एक ही पर्सन के ऊपर है। और अगर वो सोल ब्रेड विनर की लाइफ को कुछ भी होता है, अगर अनटाइमली डेथ हो जाती है, परमानेंट डिसेबिलिटी हो जाती है, ऐसा एक्सीडेंट हो जाता है जिससे कि जॉब्स चली जाए, तो आप उस सिनेरियो में क्या करते हैं। और इसलिए लाइफ इंश्योरेंस का महत्व बढ़ता चला जा रहा है। आज भी अगर हम देखें तो इंडिया में बहुत कम परसेंटेज ऐसे हैं जो लोग लाइफ इंश्योरेंस या टर्म इंश्योरेंस लेते हैं। तो सबसे पहले तो ये बताइए कि लाइफ इंश्योरेंस लेना क्यों ज़रूरी है, किस तरीके की लाइफ इंश्योरेंस अवेलेबल है मार्केट में, और क्या ध्यान में रखना चाहिए, किस किस को लेना चाहिए लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
बिल्कुल, देखिए, लाइफ इंश्योरेंस के दो पार्ट्स हैं। पहला, और आई वुड से द मोस्ट कॉमन रिक्वायरमेंट इज हैविंग अ टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
ठीक है,
बहुत सिंपल प्रोडक्ट है। इसका मतलब ये है कि अगर जो पॉलिसी होल्डर है उनकी डेथ हो जाती है किसी भी कारण, नेचुरल, एक्सीडेंटल, किसी डिजीज की वजह से किसी भी कारण उनकी डेथ अगर हो जाती है, तो उनके जो डिपेंडेंट्स हैं, जो उनके नॉमिनी है, जो जनरली पेरेंट्स, बच्चे या फिर स्पाउस होते हैं, उनको एक लमसम अमाउंट मिल जाता है। इट इज़ एज सिंपल एज दैट। बहुत बहुत सरल प्रोडक्ट है। अगर पॉलिसी होल्डर की डेथ होती है तो उनके नॉमिनी को एक लमसम अमाउंट मिल जाता है। इसकी जरूरत क्या है, जैसे कि हमने बात करी, देखिए पहला डर किसी भी आज एक मिडिल क्लास फैमिली के लिए होता है डेथ ऑफ द अर्निंग मेंबर ऑफ द फैमिली। उसका उस केस में टर्म इंश्योरेंस आपके काम आता है। तो बहुत बहुत एक आपको ये डिसाइड करना जरूरी है कि आपको कितना सम एश्योर्ड लेना है, कि आप 50, 1 करोड़, 2 करोड़, 5 करोड़, कितना सम एश्योर्ड लेना चाहते हैं। इसका मतलब यह है कि अगर अर्निंग मेंबर की डेथ होती है तो आपको उतना अमाउंट मिलेगा, नॉमिनी को उतना अमाउंट मिलेगा। वो अमाउंट आपको डिसाइड करना होता है। और आपको दूसरी चीज ये डिसाइड करनी होती है कि टिल व्हाट एज डू यू वांट दिस टर्म इंश्योरेंस फॉर। लाइक क्या आप अपनी अर्निंग एज तक चाहते हैं, विच मीन्स लेते 60 ईयर्स तक चाहते हैं, या आप और आगे तक की कवरेज चाहते हैं, जिसका मतलब है कि यू वांट टू गेट कवर टिल लेते 70 और 80 ईयर्स ऑफ एज।
ओके,
These are the two things which you have to decide when you're buying your term insurance policy. It is a very simple online process. You can buy online. You can buy on EMIs so that you pay every month. So it is easier on your pocket as well.
Okay.
The most logical way of looking at what sum insured to buy is you understand your current household expenses. आपका आज कितना खर्चा है आपकी फैमिली का। अगर आप करते हैं तो कितने पैसे उन्हें चाहिए होंगे कि उनका खर्चा चलता रहे। इसको आप एक रूल ऑफ थंब मान के अपना कैलकुलेशन कर सकते हैं। एक आसान रूल ऑफ थंब ये माना जाता है कि 10 to 20 टाइम्स योर एनुअल इनकम इज हाउ यू शुड लुक एट योर टर्म इंश्योरेंस सम इंश्योर्ड। सो मान लीजिए अगर आपका 10 लाख रुपए का आपका एनुअल इनकम है तो आपको 1 करोड़ 2 करोड़ के बीच में सम इंश्योर्ड लेना चाहिए।
अच्छा, ठीक है। तो सम इंश्योर्ड का मतलब हो गया कि कितने की आप पॉलिसी लेंगे, उसके हिसाब से आपका प्रीमियम ऑफ कोर्स डिसाइड होता है। लेकिन अगर आपके सालाना खर्चा या सालाना इनकम आपकी 10 लाख रुपए की है तो उस हिसाब से, रेशियो के हिसाब से आपको 1 से 2 करोड़ का टर्म इंश्योरेंस लेना चाहिए, क्योंकि आगे जाते हुए ये जो आपके जो कवरेज है, जो आपकी मंथली एक्सपेंसेस है उसे कवर करेगा, कोई भी फाइनेंशियल डेट है उसे कवर करने में हेल्प करेगा, कोई भी फीस जानी है उसको कवर करेगा। तो डेफिनेटली आपको उस हिसाब से अपना सम एश्योर्ड लेना है। कई लोग कम ले लेते हैं तो उसका बेनिफिट नहीं होता है, प्रीमियम में ज्यादा फर्क नहीं आता है, थोड़ा बहुत 400-500 रुपए का फर्क आ जाएगा, लेकिन आपको लॉन्ग टर्म के हिसाब से एक अच्छा बढ़िया सम एश्योर्ड लेना है जब आप लाइफ इंश्योरेंस लेते हैं। लेकिन अक्सर जो लोग कंफ्यूज हो जाते हैं ना, आजकल बहुत सारी कंपनीज इस तरीके से भी प्लान्स बेचते हैं कि आप टर्म इंश्योरेंस ले लीजिए, एक टाइम के बाद आपको कुछ पैसा वापस भी मिल जाएगा। कुछ एंडाउमेंट प्लान्स, यूलिप प्लान्स अक्सर चलते हैं। तो यहाँ पर फर्क बताइए कि लोगों को डिसाइड कैसे करना है, क्योंकि अक्सर जो माइंडसेट है इंडियन इन्वेस्टर्स का, वो ये सोचते हैं कि मैं खाली पैसे वेस्ट करने के लिए नहीं देना चाहता, मुझे कुछ रिटर्न में भी चाहिए। तो वो जो मानसिकता है उसको कैसे टैकल करें, क्योंकि इंश्योरेंस लेते समय अक्सर वो ये पूछते हैं कि इतना प्रीमियम मैं दे रहा हूं, मुझे वापस कितना मिलेगा। तो वो ये समझ नहीं पाते हैं कि आप जो पैसा दे रहे हैं अपनी लाइफ को और अपनी फैमिली की लाइफ को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए दे रहे हैं, इसमें से रिटर्न शायद लेना जरूरी नहीं होना चाहिए।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल सही बोला आपने। आज मार्केट में प्लान्स हर तरीके के हैं। ऐसे प्लान्स हैं जो लाइफ लॉन्ग भी चलते हैं, कि आप मान लीजिए अगर पॉलिसी होल्डर 100 साल तक जिए तो 100 साल के बाद भी उन्हें पैसे मिलते हैं। एक टॉप प्लान भी आता है, टर्म रिटर्न ऑफ प्रीमियम, जिसका मतलब ये होता है कि अगर जहां लेट्स से पॉलिसी होल्डर ने 60 साल की उम्र तक का प्लान लिया है, तो 60 तक अगर उनकी डेथ नहीं होती है तो उन्होंने जितना भी प्रीमियम दिया है उतना वापस भी मिल जाता है। ऐसे भी प्लान आते हैं, लेकिन द राइट एडवाइस इन दिस केस इज कि आप प्रोटेक्शन और इन्वेस्टमेंट को अलग रखिए।
ठीक है।
टर्म इंश्योरेंस, बेसिक टर्म इंश्योरेंस का एक ही ऑब्जेक्टिव है, एक ही मुद्दा है कि कैसे अगर अनटाइमली डेथ हो जाती है पॉलिसी होल्डर की तो उनकी फैमिली को पैसे मिल जाए। तो आपको टर्म इंश्योरेंस को अलग रखना चाहिए। इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए मैं आपको ये रेकमेंड करूंगा, जो कि अब हम आते हैं दूसरी तरह की लाइफ इंश्योरेंस, जिसको हम गोल बेस्ड सेविंग्स प्लान बोलते हैं। तो मान लीजिए आपका अभी यंग बच्चा है, जैसे 2-3 साल का आपका बच्चा है, अभी पैदा हुआ है, और आप उनकी पढ़ाई के लिए पैसे इकट्ठे करना चाहते हैं। मान लीजिए आप 18-20 साल बाद बच्चा बाहर अगर पढ़ने जाना जाएगा तो उसके लिए आप लेट्स से 50 लाख या 1 करोड़ रुपए आप इकट्ठे करना चाहते हैं, तो उसको गोल बेस्ड सेविंग्स प्लान बोलते हैं, जिसमें कि आप हर महीने या हर साल आप पैसे डालते हैं, और वो पैसे एज द स्टॉक मार्केट्स ग्रो या जिस भी तरह का आपने प्लान लिया है, एज दैट एसेट वैल्यू इंक्रीजेस, वो वैल्यू भी बढ़ती जाती है। तो ये एक डिसिप्लिन्ड सेविंग्स प्लान होता है। इसी की तरह रिटायरमेंट प्लान्स भी आते हैं। इसका मतलब है कि मान लीजिए आज मैं 40 साल का हूं और मैं लेट्स से अगले 20 साल काम करने वाला हूँ, तो मैं एक रिटायरमेंट प्लान आज लेता हूँ जिसमें कि मैं हर महीने पैसे इन्वेस्ट करता हूँ, और 20 साल बाद या 30 साल बाद जब मैं रिटायर होऊंगा, एट दैट पॉइंट मेरे को एक एन्युटी मिलेगी। मतलब इसका मतलब है कि हर महीने या हर साल मेरे को एक इनकम मिलेगी उसी
पेंशन
पॉलिसी
की तरह, हाँ।
की, पेंशन की तरह, बिल्कुल। तो ऐसे प्लान्स भी आते हैं। इसके अलावा अगर आप मार्केट्स में इन्वेस्ट करना चाहते हैं तो यूनिट लिंक प्लान जैसे आपने बोला वो भी आते हैं, जो बहुत ही लो कॉस्ट होते हैं, उसमें कोई लोडिंग नहीं होती है ज्यादा, और वो स्टॉक मार्केट्स में भी इन्वेस्ट करते हैं। सो तरह तरह के ऑप्शंस है। मैं यही बोलूंगा कि इंश्योरेंस और प्रोटेक्शन और सेविंग्स को अलग अलग रखना चाहिए।
ठीक है।
प्रोटेक्शन है टर्म इंश्योरेंस जो कि डेथ बेनिफिट प्रोवाइड करता है, उसको आपको अलग से देखना चाहिए, और ये आई वुड से कि इज अ वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट और बेसिक नीड फॉर एनीबडी जिन पे एक डिपेंडेंट परिवार है। इन्वेस्टमेंट आपको गोल बेस्ड करना चाहिए। इसका एक बहुत बड़ा बेनिफिट ये होता है, जो गोल बेस्ड लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सेविंग्स प्लान होते हैं, वो ये है कि अगर मान लीजिए, क्योंकि काफी लोग इसको म्यूचुअल फंड से कंपेयर करते हैं कि भाई
हाँ,
मैं
हाँ,
म्यूचुअल
बिल्कुल
कर सकता हूँ और मैं एक रिटायरमेंट प्लान में भी इन्वेस्ट कर सकता हूँ। इनका जो एक बहुत बड़ा डिफरेंस होता है वो ये होता है कि मान लीजिए आप हर महीने 1,000 रुपए या 2,000 रुपए म्यूचुअल फंड में डालते हैं, वैसे ही आप एक रिटायरमेंट या चाइल्ड प्लान में भी अगर डालते हैं, अगर अर्निंग मेंबर की डेथ हो जाती है मिडवे ड्यूरिंग द प्रीमियम पेमेंट, तो म्यूचुअल फंड तो वहीं पे रुक जाता है, बिकॉज म्यूचुअल फंड तो उतना ही पैसे डालेगा मार्केट में जितने कि आप डाल रहे हैं। सेविंग्स प्लान में एक वेवर ऑफ प्रीमियम का कॉन्सेप्ट होता है। इसका मतलब यह है कि अगर अर्निंग मेंबर की डेथ हो जाती है तो आगे का प्रीमियम वेव ऑफ हो जाता है। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा बेनिफिट है जो कि मिलता है एक सेविंग्स प्लान में, जो गोल बेस्ड सेविंग्स प्लान होते हैं, कि अगर अर्निंग मेंबर की डेथ हो गई तो वो प्लान चालू रहता है, कंटिन्यू रहता है, इंश्योरेंस कंपनी आपके बिहाफ पे इन्वेस्ट करती रहती है।
चलिए, ये भी एक बहुत अच्छी बात आपने बताई है। एक तो टर्म इंश्योरेंस हो गई जहां पर डेथ का बेनिफिट फैमिली को मिलता है, एक लमसम अमाउंट आपके फैमिली को प्रोटेक्शन के तौर पर जितने की भी आपने पॉलिसी सम एश्योर्ड लिया है उतना मिल जाता है। लेकिन दूसरा है लाइफ इंश्योरेंस में जो सेविंग प्लान्स है, मान लीजिए अगर आप अपने परिवार के लिए कुछ लगातार इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं और गोल बेस्ड इन्वेस्टिंग करना चाहते हैं कि एक सालान 20 साल के बाद पढ़ाई के लिए या 25 साल के बाद उनकी शादी के लिए एक लमसम अमाउंट इकट्ठा हो जाए, तब आप इन लाइफ सेविंग ऑप्शंस के लिए जा सकते हैं जहां पर प्रीमियम वेव ऑफ हो जाएगा, लेकिन आपके बच्चे के लिए जो भी आपने गोल तय किया था उसका जो भरपाई है वो आपकी तरफ से जो ये इंश्योरेंस कंपनी है वो करती है, और लगातार आपका वो जो सम है वो आपको आगे जाते हुए मिल जाता है। तो ये दो तरीके के प्लान्स हैं जिनके बारे में आपको डेफिनेटली पता करना चाहिए। अब करते हैं हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस की बात। हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस हम लगातार देख रहे हैं कि मेडिकल इन्फ्लेशन बहुत ही तेजी से बढ़ रहा है। एक बार अगर आपको हॉस्पिटलाइज होना पड़ जाए तो लाखों रुपए का खर्चा हो जाता है और इमीडिएटली फाइनेंशियल बर्डन आ जाता है। इसलिए हम चाहते हैं कि हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस तो सबके लिए बहुत ही जरूरी है, जो ऑलमोस्ट हर एक को लेना ही चाहिए। इसमें कोई टू वेज होना ही नहीं चाहिए, क्योंकि आपको नहीं पता हेल्थ क्राइसिस कब आ जाए। तो ऐसे में सबसे पहले तो ये बताइए कि हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस कितनी लेनी चाहिए, उसमें क्या बातों का ध्यान रखना चाहिए, ये बताइए।
बिल्कुल, देखिए, हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सबसे बेसिक और पहला प्रोटेक्शन प्रोडक्ट है जो कि हर 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 इंडियन को लेना चाहिए। इंडिया में अगेन मोस्टली हम लोग प्राइवेट हेल्थ केयर पे ही डिपेंड करते हैं, सरकारी अस्पताल नहीं जाना चाहते हैं हम लोग, वहाँ बेड्स नहीं मिलते हैं, क्वालिटी ऑफ ट्रीटमेंट उतना नहीं है। तो ऐसे में अपना खुद का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस होना बहुत ज़रूरी है। इनफैक्ट जैसा कि आपने सबसे पहले बोला था कि किसी भी आप इन्वेस्टमेंट प्लानर के पास भी अगर जाते हैं तो पहला प्रोडक्ट जो हर कोई रेकमेंड करता
वो
है
हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस है। बिल्कुल,
इन्वेस्टमेंट से पहले हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, बिकॉज हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस होगा तभी आप अपनी इन्वेस्टमेंट को प्रोटेक्ट कर पाएंगे।
बिल्कुल,
क्योंकि देखिए, बीमारियां, हॉस्पिटलाइजेशन इज वेरी कॉमन एंड अनफॉर्चुनेट रियलिटी इसकी और बढ़ता जा रहा है आजकल। इनफैक्ट काफी यंग लोगों में बहुत बहुत हेल्थ कंडीशंस आ रहे हैं, कैंसर, हार्ट प्रॉब्लम बहुत कॉमन हो गया है। तो एक हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी होना बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है। अब कौन सी हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी होनी चाहिए, सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट तो पहली चीज है सम इंश्योर्ड। इसमें भी सम इंश्योर्ड बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि कितना कवर आपको लेना चाहिए
जी।
ये दो चीजों पे डिपेंड करता है। पहली चीज ये कि आप किस शहर में हैं और किस तरह के अस्पताल में ट्रीटमेंट कराना चाहेंगे। मान लीजिए आप किसी बड़े शहर, दिल्ली, गुड़गांव, मुंबई, बैंगलोर, हैदराबाद, चेन्नई, ऐसे किसी बड़े शहर में रहते हैं और आप चाहते हैं कि आपका ट्रीटमेंट अच्छे से अच्छे प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल में, प्राइवेट वार्ड, प्राइवेट रूम में हो, तो ऐसे में आपको एक कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस प्लान लेना चाहिए जिसमें कोई लिमिटेशंस ना हो। दूसरा, आपको कम से कम 20 लाख रुपए का सम इंश्योर्ड लेना चाहिए। अगर मेंबर ज्यादा है तो और ज्यादा, लेकिन कम से कम आपको 20 लाख का सम इंश्योर्ड तो लेना ही चाहिए।
ठीक है,
आपको बताता हूं क्यों। आज से 5 साल पहले 5 लाख 10 लाख सम इंश्योर्ड काफी होता था,
लेकिन इन्फ्लेशन बढ़ गई है।
बिल्कुल मेडिकल इन्फ्लेशन काफी बढ़ गया है, महंगाई काफी बढ़ गई है। एक 10 दिन की हॉस्पिटलाइजेशन का खर्चा आराम से आजकल 10-12 लाख रुपए आ जाता है। तो ऐसे में आप ये नहीं चाहेंगे कि आप हॉस्पिटल में हैं और आपका सम इंश्योर्ड खत्म हो गया, ये काफी प्रॉब्लमेटिक सिनेरियो बन जाता है। और एक्स्ट्रा कॉस्ट ऑफ बाइंग, लेट्स से 10 की जगह 20 लाख अगर आप सम इंश्योर्ड खरीदते हैं तो थोड़े ही एक्स्ट्रा पैसे देने पड़ते हैं, लेकिन आपका कवरेज डबल हो जाता है।
ठीक है।
तो किसी बड़े शहर में रहते हैं तो आपको 20 लाख रुपए सम इंश्योर्ड लेना चाहिए। दूसरा, अगर मान लीजिए आप किसी बड़े शहर में रहते हैं लेकिन आपका इनकम उतना ज्यादा नहीं है, आप उतना खर्चा नहीं करना चाहते हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस पे, तो आपके पास कुछ और ऑप्शंस आ जाते हैं। पहली चीज, आप एक ऐसा प्लान ले सकते हैं जो कि लिमिटेड नेटवर्क है। इसका मतलब यह है कि मान लीजिए अगर आप दिल्ली गुड़गांव में रहते हैं तो आप मेदांता, फोर्टिस मैक्स जो सबसे बड़े हॉस्पिटल्स हैं आप उनमें नहीं जा सकते, लेकिन उनके अलावा काफी सारे मीडियम साइज के हॉस्पिटल्स, छोटे हॉस्पिटल्स हैं, वहां पे आप जा सकते हैं। इससे कॉस्ट ऑफ हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस काफी कम हो जाता है।
अच्छा, ठीक है।
दूसरा तरीका, आप ये बोले कि मैं सिंगल रूम में जाने की मेरे को जरूरत नहीं है, मैं तो एक वार्ड में भी अपना ट्रीटमेंट करा लूंगा। वार्ड बुरा नहीं होता, उसमें बस एक बड़ा रूम होता है और उसमें कुछ 6 बेड लगे होते हैं।
ठीक
तो
है।
अगर और खर्चा बचाना चाहते हैं तो आप ये बोल सकते हैं कि मेरे को ऐसा प्लान चाहिए जिसमें कि वार्ड में ट्रीटमेंट हो जाता है।
ठीक है।
अगर मान लीजिए आपके पास कॉर्पोरेट पॉलिसी है और उस कॉर्पोरेट पॉलिसी में 2 या 3 लाख या 5 लाख का सम इंश्योर्ड आपके पास ऑलरेडी है, तो आप ये बोल सकते हैं कि मैं एक डिडक्टेबल ले लूंगा। डिडक्टेबल का मतलब है कि फर्स्ट, लेट्स से मान लीजिए आपने 1 लाख का डिडक्टेबल लिया अगर अपनी पॉलिसी में, तो पहला 1 लाख रुपए आपको खुद देना है। उसके बाद का सारा अमाउंट आपकी हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी देगी। जैसे कि गाड़ी के क्लेम में क्योंकि ये काफी कॉमन चीज है कि पहले 1000 या 2000 रुपए आपको देने होते हैं, उसके बाद का सारा पैसा इंश्योरेंस कंपनी देती है। वैसे ही जो भी आप डिडक्टेबल अमाउंट चूज करते हैं, आप 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, 1 लाख, जो भी आप डिडक्टेबल अमाउंट चूज करते हैं वो आपको देना है। वो आप अपनी किसी और पॉलिसी से भी दे सकते हैं। तो पहले 1 लाख रुपए आपने,
ये बहुत अच्छी बात है।
उसके बाद का सारा अमाउंट आपकी खुद की पॉलिसी दे देगी। ये सब करते करते आप अपना प्रीमियम को 50 से 60% डिस्काउंट कर सकते हैं।
क्या बात।
तो इसमें अफोर्डेबिलिटी बढ़ जाती है। और अगर आपके पास बहुत ज्यादा पैसे नहीं है फिर भी आप एक अच्छा हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस प्लान खरीद सकते हैं। अब मैं आगे बढ़ता हूं। अगर मान लीजिए आप किसी टियर 2 टियर 3 शहर में रहते हैं, अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिल्ली, बॉम्बे, बैंगलोर टाइप शहर, तो वहां पे भी कम से कम आपको 10 लाख रुपए का सम इंश्योर्ड तो लेना ही चाहिए। बट लेकिन सबको मैं यही रेकमेंड करूंगा कि देखिए, सम इंश्योर्ड जो है वो 10 लाख से 20 लाख से 50 लाख करने में बहुत एक्स्ट्रा पैसे नहीं लगते हैं। इनफैक्ट आजकल प्लान है जो अनलिमिटेड सम इंश्योर्ड देते हैं जिसमें कि कोई लिमिट ही नहीं है। तो हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस एक ऐसी चीज है जिसमें मैं कहूंगा कि हमें कंजूसी नहीं करनी चाहिए। सम इंश्योर्ड अपना ज्यादा से ज्यादा लेना चाहिए ताकि कल को अगर कोई भी दिक्कत हो, परेशानी हो, तो एटलीस्ट फाइनेंशियली आप सिक्योर हैं।
बिल्कुल। तो चलिए, अब हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस को भी कवर कर लिया। अब आ जाते हैं तीसरे इंश्योरेंस पे और वो है होम इंश्योरेंस। और ये शायद सबसे ज्यादा इग्नोर्ड है एज अ प्रोडक्ट। बहुत लोग इसको 90% लोग शायद अपने होम्स को कवर नहीं करते होंगे। लेकिन क्यों ये जरूरी है और कितने छोटे प्रीमियम से ये शुरू हो जाता है, इसलिए क्यों जरूरी है, ये बताइए अमित जी।
बिल्कुल, देखिए होम इंश्योरेंस में थोड़ा आपको ग्लोबल बैकग्राउंड दूंगा। इसमें होम इंश्योरेंस पूरी दुनिया में जितने भी डेवलप्ड देश हैं वहाँ पे हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस के बाद सबसे कॉमन कैटेगरी ऑफ इंश्योरेंस है जो कि लोग खरीदते हैं। इनफैक्ट कुछ देशों में यह भी है कि अगर आपके पास होम इंश्योरेंस नहीं है तो आपका क्रेडिट स्कोर गिरा देते हैं, बिकॉज आपका रिस्क बढ़ जाता है काफी। इंडिया में अवेयरनेस काफी कम है होम इंश्योरेंस की, जो कि हमने देखा है, जिसकी वजह से जनरली होम इंश्योरेंस नहीं खरीदा जाता। अब मैं आपको समझाता हूँ होम इंश्योरेंस में क्या कवर होता है। 2 चीजें कवर होती हैं लार्जली, एक है स्ट्रक्चर और एक है कंटेंट। तो स्ट्रक्चर का मतलब है कि जो आपका घर खड़ा है, उसकी जो बिल्डिंग है और जो पूरा एक स्ट्रक्चर है कंक्रीट का, उसका कवरेज। कल को अगर अर्थक्वेक आ गया, फायर हो गई, एक्सीडेंट हो गया, तो जो स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ द हाउस है वो प्रोटेक्ट करता है। ये पार्ट ऑफ होम इंश्योरेंस। अब अगर तो आप किसी बड़ी सोसाइटी, कॉन्डोमिनियम, अपार्टमेंट में रहते हैं तो वहां पे स्ट्रक्चर इंश्योरेंस आपका बिल्डर ऑलरेडी लेता है, तो वो आपको लेने की जरूरत नहीं है। लेकिन मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द इंडिया रहती है इंडिपेंडेंट हाउसेस में, ठीक है, हम कोई या फिर अपना घर जिसे बोलते हैं वो बना के लोग जिसमें रहते हैं वहां पे, या अगर आप फ्लैट्स में रहते हैं, जैसे गवर्नमेंट फ्लैट्स, डीडीए फ्लैट्स जैसे रहते हैं, वहां पे स्ट्रक्चर इंश्योरेंस आपको खुद लेना होता है, बिकॉज वहां पे आपके लिए किसी और ने लिया नहीं हुआ है स्ट्रक्चर इंश्योरेंस। तो ये पहला पॉइंट है। दूसरा है कंटेंट इंश्योरेंस। कंटेंट का मतलब ये है कि आपके घर के अंदर जितना भी सामान है, विच विल इंक्लूड, आप आजकल लोग काफी खर्चा करते हैं इंटीरियर डेकोरेशन पे, घर को सजाते हैं, महंगे कर्टन्स होते हैं, वॉल पैनल्स होते हैं,
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
घर में इलेक्ट्रॉनिक आइटम्स, टीवी, फ्रिज, वॉशिंग मशीन, एयर कंडीशनर्स। इसके अलावा आपके जो वैल्यूएबल्स हैं इंक्लूडिंग गोल्ड, ज्वेलरी, ये सब भी जो आपके घर में होता है, ये सब का इंश्योरेंस करता है कंटेंट। सो आपको एक अगर कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव होम इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी लेनी है, आपको ये दोनों चीजें लेनी होती हैं,
ठीक है।
स्ट्रक्चर इंश्योरेंस और कंटेंट इंश्योरेंस। ये दोनों अगर आप लेते हैं तो आप पीस ऑफ माइंड पे हैं कि कल को अगर मान लीजिए एक बहुत ही स्केरी सिनेरियो है, बट आजकल अनफॉर्चुनेटली समर में काफी देखने मिल रहा है कि घर में आग लग जाती है, और
आग लग रही है बहुत ज्यादा जी।
घर पूरा जल के राख अगर हो जाता है, तो घर में आपका जितना सामान था और आपके घर का स्ट्रक्चर, वो आप दोबारा आपको बनाना पड़ेगा। ऐसे में इंश्योरेंस इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट। अब मैं आपको समझाता हूँ इसको खरीदना कैसे, बिकॉज एक बहुत कॉमन सवाल ये आता है सब कस्टमर्स के दिमाग में कि मैं डिक्लेयर कैसे करूं कि मेरे पास क्या है, उनकी वैल्यू कितनी है। तो बहुत सिंपल प्रोसेस है। देखिए, जितने भी आपके इलेक्ट्रॉनिक आइटम्स हैं उनका आपके पास एक बिल होता है, आप वैसे भी वारंटी के लिए संभाल के रखते हैं। तो जो भी उस बिल पे डिक्लेयर्ड आइटम है, आपको वो डिक्लेयर करना होता है। जितना भी आपके पास गोल्ड, ज्वेलरी, वैल्यूएबल्स हैं, वो सब आपको डिक्लेयर करना होता है। और घर की एक नॉमिनल वैल्यू, जो मार्केट वैल्यू है जो चल रही है, वो आपको डिक्लेयर करनी होती है स्ट्रक्चर इंश्योरेंस के लिए। ये एक ऑनलाइन प्रोसेस है, बहुत सिंपल प्रोसेस है, इसके लिए कोई इंस्पेक्शन नहीं होती, कुछ नहीं होता। तो एक सिंपल प्रोसेस है जो आप फॉलो करके अपने लिए होम इंश्योरेंस खरीद सकते हैं। ये कुछ हजार रुपए, 7-8 हजार रुपए साल से स्टार्ट होके, डिपेंडिंग ऑन द हाउस एंड वैल्यू ऑफ द कंटेंट्स, ये बढ़ती है। लेकिन मैं दोबारा बोलूंगा, ये एक ऐसी चीज है जो सिर्फ एक हमारे ही देश में नहीं है कॉमन। इंडिया के अलावा हर देश में होम इंश्योरेंस सेकंड मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट कैटेगरी है इंश्योरेंस की, आफ्टर हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस।
गॉट इट। तो चलिए, होम इंश्योरेंस अगर नहीं है तो कंटेंट और स्ट्रक्चर दोनों के साथ आपको इसे देखना चाहिए। कम प्रीमियम है लेकिन कवरेज बहुत ज़्यादा आपको मिल जाता है इवेंचुअलिटीज़ में। मोटर इंश्योरेंस की अब बात करते हैं। मोटर इंश्योरेंस इंडिया में ज़्यादातर देखा जाता है जो मैंडेटरी होता है ना, थर्ड पार्टी, वही लोग ले लेते हैं, लेकिन इससे आगे नहीं बढ़ते हैं क्योंकि उनको लगता है कि थर्ड पार्टी काफ़ी हो जाता है। लेकिन क्या ये काफ़ी होता है और क्यों नहीं होता है, इसको समझाइए।
बिल्कुल, देखिए, मोटर इंश्योरेंस आपने सही बोला। थर्ड पार्टी इंश्योरेंस एक मैंडेटरी प्रोडक्ट है जिसके बिना चालान हो जाता है, तो वो सब लेते ही हैं। इसके अलावा लेकिन एक ये कॉमन मिसकंसेप्शन है, मैं बोलूंगा, कि लोगों को लगता है कि इसमें मेरी गाड़ी भी कवर्ड होती है। थर्ड पार्टी इंश्योरेंस एज इट सेज है, अगर आपकी गाड़ी का एक्सीडेंट हो गया और उसकी वजह से किसी और को नुकसान हुआ, किसी की डेथ हो गई, किसी को इंजरी हो गई, तो थर्ड पार्टी इंश्योरेंस उसके लिए होती है। अगर आपकी गाड़ी डैमेज होती है, आपको चोट लगती है, तो थर्ड पार्टी इंश्योरेंस कवर नहीं करती है वो। ऐसे में जो एक बेसिक प्रोडक्ट है पहला, वो होता है ओन डैमेज इंश्योरेंस, विच मीन्स कि अगर आपकी गाड़ी का एक्सीडेंट हुआ या आपको कोई चोट लग गई ड्यूरिंग एन एक्सीडेंट, तो वो कवरेज मिलती है ओन डैमेज इंश्योरेंस से। अब इसमें सॉरी, इसमें एक बहुत बेसिक जो कवरेज है उसे, वो तो एक आपका बेसिक कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव कवर हो गया। इसके अलावा बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है जीरो डेप्रिसिएशन कवर लेना अपनी मोटर इंश्योरेंस के साथ। तो अगर आपकी गाड़ी मान लीजिए 3 साल पुरानी है और आपकी गाड़ी का एक्सीडेंट हो जाता है, तो जितने भी प्लास्टिक पार्ट्स हैं, मान लीजिए बम्पर होता है या गाड़ी के और फेंडर वगैरह होते हैं, ये मामूली तौर पे इनमें डेप्रिसिएशन लगता है। तो मान लीजिए 50% डेप्रिसिएशन अगर हो जाता है, तो ऐसे में आपको क्लेम के टाइम पे सिर्फ 50% ऑफ द वैल्यू ही मिलेगा, उससे ज्यादा नहीं मिलता। लेकिन अगर आप जीरो डेप्रिसिएशन कवर लेते हैं साथ में, तो आपको 100% ऑफ द क्लेम अमाउंट मिलेगा, पूरा बेनिफिट मिलता है। तो ये ये एक एग्जांपल है। ये सेम चीज अप्लाई करती है हर पार्ट पे, ग्लास पे अलग अप्लाई करती है, हेडलाइट्स पे अलग अप्लाई करती है, हर चीज पे ये चीज अप्लाई करती है। तो वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू अंडरस्टैंड कि आप अपनी मोटर इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी के साथ जीरो डेप्रिसिएशन कवर जरूर लीजिए, ताकि आपको जेब से खर्चा ना करना पड़े और आपकी इंश्योरेंस कंपनी ही क्लेम करे। दूसरी चीज मैं बोलूंगा आजकल बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, इज इंजन प्रोटेक्टर। मानसून का सीजन चल रहा है पूरे देश में, अभी बारिश हो रही है।
बिल्कुल,
कि गाड़ी कहीं पानी में अटक जाती है और उसकी वजह से आपका इंजन डैमेज हो जाता है गाड़ी का, तो वो इंश्योरेंस में कवर नहीं होता है जब तक कि आपके पास इंजन प्रोटेक्टर कवर हो। अगर आपके पास वो है, अगर वाटर इनग्रेस हो जाता है गाड़ी में, मान लीजिए आप कहीं बाढ़ में फंस गए या कहीं बहुत बारी घर के बाहर ही आजकल पानी इकट्ठा हो जाता है और जिसकी वजह से गाड़ी खराब हो जाती है, तो इंजन प्रोटेक्टर कवर इसमें काम आता है। ये 2 मोस्ट कॉमन एड-ऑन्स है जो आपको लेने चाहिए आपकी गाड़ी की इंश्योरेंस के साथ।
All right, we just have 1 more minute left before we wind up the show, Amit. Last में ट्रैवल इंश्योरेंस के बारे में बहुत क्विकली बता दीजिए कि ये क्यों ज़रूरी होता है?
देखिए, ट्रैवल इंश्योरेंस ज़रूरी इसलिए है बिकॉज़ जब आप बाहर किसी देश में हैं, तब अगर एक छोटी-सी भी मेडिकल इमरजेंसी हो गई और बहुत छोटी, आपको डेंटिस्ट के पास जाना पड़ गया, जो कि एक बहुत मामूली सी चीज़ है, तो भी वो खर्चा लाखों में चला जाता है बिकॉज़ बाहर एक आउट पेशेंट डेंटल ट्रीटमेंट कराना का वैल्यू ही हज़ारों डॉलर्स में चली जाती है। और ये आपको बहुत बेसिक चीज़ बोली, अगर कोई मेजर कोई एक्सीडेंट हो गया, कोई दिक्कत हो गई, कोई किसी को हार्ट प्रॉब्लम हो गई, तो ये खर्चा एक्चुअली हज़ारों लाखों में और मतलब बहुत बड़ा-बड़ा अमाउंट बन सकता है। द कॉस्ट ऑफ हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस एक्चुअली हंड्रेड्स में होती है, हंड्रेड्स या थाउजेंड्स में होती है, तो कॉस्ट बहुत कम है, रेयरली क्लेम करना पड़ता है। लेकिन अगर कोई मेजर मेडिकल इमरजेंसी आ जाती है, या मैं तो मेजर क्यों, मैं बोलूँगा कि आपको डेंटिस्ट के पास ही अगर जाना पड़ जाता है, आप वो एक ऐसा पेन है जो बिल्कुल सहा नहीं जाता, तो ऐसे में आपका खर्चा काफ़ी ज़्यादा हो सकता है। ऐसे में आपके काम आता है ट्रैवल इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी। तो बहुत ही नॉमिनल अमाउंट में यू गेट कवरेज इन केस आप जब ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं उस टाइम पे कोई परेशानी हो तो।
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Amit, for being with us on the program and explaining to all our viewers today top 5 must insurance policies. In case you do not have any of these policies, please ensure that you go ahead, find out more. You have any questions, send us your questions. We'll be happy to get Amit back to answer all your questions on the same as well. With that, we wrap up this special edition right here, but stay tuned. Market coverage continues on the other side. From how the markets move today to what's setting the stage for tomorrow. From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries. Join me as I decode the biggest wealth creating ideas for you at the closing bell. Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
India is young and the Nifty is younger still. We are at the cusp of greater glory and phenomenal wealth creation. Catch India's magnificent rally and make it a part of your booming portfolio. Look out for the next set of multi-baggers at BTTV.
From how the markets move today to what's setting the stage for tomorrow. From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries. Join me as I decode the biggest wealth creating ideas for you at the closing bell. Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves, we decode what matters for your money today. From stocks to sectors to the top business news, we've got your morning game plan covered. Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m. only on India Today.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
India is young and the Nifty is younger still. We are at the cusp of greater glory and phenomenal wealth creation. Catch India's magnificent rally and make it a part of your booming portfolio. Look out for the next set of multi-baggers at BTTV. warm welcome on Business Today Television, ladies and gentlemen. The markets are now in fine shape. 24,200 is what the bears have very, very strongly defended despite a weakening rupee as also strengthening oil prices. The first half of calendar 2026 went by in pain, and in the second half, thanks to strong Q1, there seems to be a build-up of good sentiment as also strong quality stock picking taking root in the market. What are the game plans for professional fund managers? Where are they pouring in money? What kind of investments they are making? To answer this and a lot more, we are joined by Mr. Ashish Chaturmotha, Managing Director for the PMS business at JM Financial Limited. Namaste Ashish ji, as always, such a warm welcome. It's always good to host you. Your sentimental view of the market at this point of time, how are you seeing changes on the Lal Street?
Thank you, Shelji, for inviting me on this show. So as far as broader markets are concerned, we have been making it a point that in our markets at this point of time, small and mid cap, because of the kind of earning growth, delta which these companies are showing, we are seeing a very, very strong traction for this space. But if you look at the large cap space, some of the very, very strong theme, even let's say for example, a lot of large private banks, despite trading at a very, very reasonable valuation, maybe a decadal low valuation for some of the banks like HDFC Bank, we are not witnessing very strong traction, because if you look at the concerns related to deposits and kind of CD ratio these banks are facing, this is getting reflected into their recent quarterly performances, and somehow markets are also not rewarding them well despite trading at a very reasonable valuation. So maybe from a long-term investor perspective, a lot of these private banks, they look very promising. But as far as markets are concerned, at least from a technical perspective, markets are rewarding small and mid cap because of the kind of strong earning delta which is being witnessed there.
Right. Yes, I think the earnings of 8 banks by and large were disappointing except for ICICI Bank. But then what can a single bank do when many others from its stable are not pulling up their weight? So what does that mean for the broader Nifty, Ashish? Because the other engine of the market, which is IT, has showed no signs of a consistent breakout. Financial services are not doing well. That pretty much means that about 50-55% of Nifty lies dormant, if not negative.
So as far as financials are concerned, I think as you rightly mentioned, ICICI Bank was an outlier and markets are rewarding the outlier. So clearly ICICI Bank is trading almost near its all-time high. Same is the case with some of the large NBFC companies, say for example Shriram Finance, which we have been mentioning as our topic in the entire NBFC space, because of the kind of MUFG acquisition which has happened. The cost of borrowing has come down significantly and very strong growth coming in the CV segment. So all these three catalysts are resulting into a very strong re-rating of Shriram Finance, and also the discount with its peers is also resulting into a good re-rating happening into the stock. Even Bajaj Finance, for that matter, after a very, very long time, we have seen some good buying interest coming into that space. So maybe selectively some of the NBFC companies are looking quite promising. Now coming to IT. So IT has been a laggard for almost a year, but if you look at last 10-12 trading sessions, we have seen some recovery. Is this recovery more fundamental in nature or more to do with what is happening to Bloomberg? We track one index called as Bloomberg AI Value Chain Index, which is a combination of many semiconductor, data center and AI companies in the world, and that index has seen a very sharp correction. So now a lot of market participants are believing that AI anti-trade is playing out, and that's how the IT companies have seen some pullback. But we believe it's more of a pullback rally or maybe a throwback rally which has happened rather than a structural trend. So definitely one can't rely on AI on IT companies for the market to rally. So that's the reason our belief is that a broader Nifty index is going to is a kind of a sideways trend, and the only savior could be banks and NBFC companies. But since banks have also not performed well, so maybe some consolidation. But our sense is the one who is going to take lead is going to be the large private bank at some point of time, and then only the index is going to cross this 24,500 resistance zone.
Okay. Now, what does that mean for professional fund managers such as you? How has your construction of portfolio changed over the last 3 months or so?
So, Shalji, what we have been quite positive on the entire, I would say, CDMO opportunity, and we still have a very constructive view and a good weight of CDMO or pharma as an opportunity. And now, as we all know, that there is a patent cliff which is around us, and which means that a lot of these patented drugs are going to go off patent, and this will open a very big opportunity for Indian pharmaceutical players who are on the generic side. And so I think the overall play on the pharma is going to be very, very positive. And then the tailwind of rupee weakness has also played out very well. The only concern was the raw material volatility, and a lot of these crude related derivatives like benzene is going to impact the margin. But since the larger opportunity is very, very strong, we believe that pharma is one space which is going to do well. Within that, the sub-segment CDMO is going to be more resilient, because if you look at a lot of global innovators, increasing their business with Indian players, and with China Plus One is also be a very big thing which is trying to bring business to India. So I think players like Naveen, Divi's Lab, SciLife, Laurus, they are going to be a key beneficiary of this mega trend which is emerging on the CDMO side. A second big trend which is happening on the financialization of savings as a theme. One thing, obviously, the exchanges have seen a cool off in the last 1 month's time frame. So both BSE and MCX has seen sharp profit booking. But if you look at the AMC companies or the wealth management outfits, they have seen a very strong resilience. In fact, the kind of numbers we have witnessed in the operational numbers which are coming for a lot of these wealth management and AMC companies, it looks like this theme is going to do extremely well. And there we believe HDFC AMC, Aditya Birla AMC, ICICI AMC, or stocks like Nuvama or 361 are going to do very well, and they could be good compounding stories.
Okay, let me just speak a bit on this CDMO opportunity. Ashishji, as a part of the overall PMS, how much is pharma as a percentage?
So we have close to, I think, pharma, healthcare put together is close to 10 to 11% of our overall allocation into this basket. And this includes some of the.
How much?
So we have not included a stock like Naveen Fluorine, which is a part of a CDMO opportunity, plus it's a specialty chemical play. So if you add, then I think the allocation will be much higher. But definitely we have bought Naveen Fluorine from a perspective that its CDMO business is growing extremely well, and that's where the delta in the earning is coming in this stock as well.
I'm sorry, I missed the percentage.
10 to 11%.
10 to 11%. Which is the largest sectoral holding at PMS?
So obviously, because of index heavyweight positioning, private banks will continue to remain as the largest weight. But if you look at from an index weight perspective, then we are underweight. But definitely from a portfolio construct perspective, banking is one of the highest weight in our portfolio.
Fair point. And how much is financialization as a theme reflecting as a percentage of total PMS?
So now it's close to 6 to 7%. Obviously, we have trimmed down our position into some of the exchanges, so that has resulted into overall drop. But at one point of time, we are holding both the exchanges almost 6 to 7% of the allocation, and then some of the AMC and wealth management companies. But since last few days, we have trimmed down our position into AMC into the exchanges.
Okay, fair point. What's the level of cash as of now? Is it as a percentage more than what it was 3 months ago?
No, we generally don't keep too much of cash. Maybe some here and there 2-4% kind of cash which gets created due to some selling, and then we look for the opportunity. But generally, we don't maintain too much of cash. At this point of time, we don't have any cash.
Perfect. So you're fully invested and you're betting on CDMO as also financialization. Banking doesn't seem to have worked for the moment. Ashishji, when you look at Q1 earnings that are coming in, are they by and large better than Q4?
So the large cap has clearly disappointed, because of the kind of margin pressure which has been witnessed. We have not seen very strong even top line growth. So overall, the profitability or the PAT growth is very muted. Now, obviously, from the small and mid cap perspective, a lot of these companies which we are holding, and obviously numbers are still coming. At least we are positively surprised, or it's in line with lot of expectation. For example, one of our jewelry company, Bluestone, we have been holding, and it's posted a very strong set of numbers. So I would say it is in line with our estimation. So we think that the kind of growth it is showing, the kind of same store sales growth which is being witnessed, the kind of number of store addition which is happening, it is all in line with our expectation, and the markets are also keeping a track on it, and that's how it is. Stock is showing very strong resilience. One space which is also very, very positive, and it's the entire aerospace industry. We have discussed it earlier also. We believe that the way a lot of these auto ancillary companies are transitioning from pure auto ancillary to some of the aerospace or precision manufacturing side of the story, I think that's where a lot of delta of earning will come, and that's where the margin expansion will take place. So companies like Sansera is a clear example where we have seen a very good margin expansion, and almost 30-35% of their incremental business is coming from the aerospace industry. And that's where our belief is that those kind of auto ancillary or maybe manufacturing companies which are gaining good traction from aerospace, they are going to be a very, very big beneficiary, because that's a space which is going to do extremely well for next 4 to 5 years time frame.
What are the other aerospace options at PMS?
So Azad Engineering is one stock which we have been holding for a while, and we believe that with the kind of very strong order book to bill which this company currently has, almost we see that the current top line is close to 600 crore, but if you look at the order book to bill, it is almost 10-11 times. So it gives a very, very strong revenue visibility, and the kind of technological edge which these companies bringing on table. We believe that that the size of opportunity or the overall wallet share from these global OEMs in terms of engines, in terms of aircraft manufacturers, is going to increase meaningfully, and that's where we believe company like Azad Engineering, Unimac, and Sansera could be a very big beneficiary, and these are the three names which we are which we are holding in our portfolios as well.
Unimac, you said?
Yeah.
Unimac Aerospace and Manufacturing. The 1255 one.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So Azad, of course, is a very well discovered name. Sansera has been doing well, and Unimac is recently listed somewhere in December of 2024. We still have to see that all-time high being crossed. Fair point. Now, what are the semiconductor plays that you have in the PMS, Ashishji? And as a percentage, how much is aerospace slash auto ancillaries plus semiconductor of the overall portfolio?
So put together, if you rather than saying this as a semiconductor or aerospace, we call it as aerospace, defense, semiconductor as one opportunity, and kind of, if you look at these three put together would be somewhere around 12%, 12 to 13% of our portfolio. So for example, company like CG Power, which is into transmission, plus there is an optionality to play the entire semiconductor OSAT, which has become operational. So I think CG Power could be a very good proxy to play both the transformer side of the story, which is on the grid, and the kind of electricity shortage which is happening. So I think that's one. And then there is a semiconductor which is in the form of OSAT. Second, we like Siemens Energy. Again, the stock which is going to be a big beneficiary on the HVDC segment. There's an acute shortage, and that's where we believe that the company's order book is going to is full till 2029 2030. So very strong revenue visibility, which is being seen for company like Siemens Energy. If you look at as I mentioned, aerospace space we have already discussed, and in defense there are certain anti-drone companies, plus companies like Solar Industries, which is into a very strong capex mode, and we believe that the earning growth is going to be very strong for next 3 years. So companies like this, we believe has a very strong tailwind.
Okay, fair point. What is the overall number of stocks in the portfolios these days?
No, so generally we have because see, when we buy lot of small cap or a mid particularly if you look at buy companies in the market cap between 5 to 10,000 crore, we don't take a very aggressive bet. It's a small in positioning. So that's the reason we always try to have we typically have a 42 kind of names in our portfolio, because of the list of a lot of these small cap companies where we don't take aggressive bet, but we try to take exposure because of the tailwind in the space. Like for example, when optic fiber as a theme was doing extremely well, but if you look at, this was not a very great companies for last 12-13 years. If someone would have bought into these names, would have got severely disappointed, either because the return ratios were very disappointing, or the demand supply dynamics was not so great. But in the last 4 months things changed. So in that scenario, we are not really betting on a very strong management, but we are betting on a very strong demand supply shortage which is being created, and there is a tailwind which is happening due to the data center story. So we took a bet and it played out well, but we don't want to be very aggressive in taking very heavy allocation into such names.
Fair point. I mean, caution is a byword, and as you mentioned, many of these stocks weren't doing very well for the last 10-12 years. So one really doesn't know whether it's a flash on a pan or a sustained performance. Rightly mentioned. I think you are referring to the rally that happened in Sterlite Technologies and Himachal Futuristic. Both names have been disappointments till about 8 months ago, and of course they've done phenomenally well in the past year or so. Ashish ji, a view on the rupee?
Yeah. So, Shalji, we have seen a very sharp, depreciation in rupee, almost 7-8% kind of depreciation in a year's time. Typically, what we had seen in the history is typically every year we tend to depreciate 2 to 3%. If it doesn't happen for 3 years, fourth year it will automatically depreciate and will cover for the last 3-4 years kind of thing. But this time it was one of the sharpest, correction which has happened. Because of that, government has taken some very strong initiatives, or RBI has taken a very strong initiative in the form of FCNRB. Plus, there are certain changes in the bond market also. All put together, we believe it is going to garner close to 50 to 80 billion dollar kind of inflows coming into these schemes. And if that happens, then we believe there will be a lot of stability which will come to rupee. So what we believe is that at least in the shorter term, this 98-99 levels is completely ruled out, and there is a possibility because of this FCNRB deposit coming into play, we are going to see a very range bound move between somewhere between 90 93 kind of trajectory, and if that happens, that itself will be a very good trigger for a lot of FIs to start looking into Indian markets.
Fair point. Oil is back above 90. Is that a cause for concern, or has the market sidestepped it?
So honestly speaking, somehow markets are not reacting on a daily basis with the kind of volatility you are witnessing on crude. In fact, if you look at Shelji from 31st March, that is from 1st of April till date, our small or mid cap has seen very strong rally. Broader markets have also seen a good recovery, but that time also crude was seeing huge amount of volatility on a day-to-day basis. One day it was up significantly, one day it was down. So sometimes market don't overreact to the same thing again and again, and that's the reason till the time crude is somewhere between 80, 90, 95 odd dollars, markets are not going to become extremely jittery. Yes, definitely if crude crosses 100 odd dollars and remains there, then definitely markets are going to see some correction, but at this point of time, we think it's a low probability event.
By and large, Ashishji, given the tone and tenor of Q1, are you more hopeful on the markets than you were about 3 months ago?
So honestly, what we believe in the last 1 year, it has become a very, very stock specific, very, very theme specific market rather than a broader market rally. So one need to really identify where the earning growth is going to seriously, surprise us, or where there are companies who are gaining continuous market share from the other players. Take case of example, a company like Ether. So Ether has taken a very strong market share from a company like Ola Electric, and that's where market has rewarded it. But if you look at in general auto companies, they have not done so well. So whether it's Maruti, Mahindra, TVS, Eicher, they are broadly in the range. But Ether Energy has given a very, very strong set of very strong returns because of a very strong set of data in the form of increasing market share. So I think it's more stock specific, theme specific, rather than a broad based market rally which is being visible.
What are you avoiding?
So even till now we have not ended up buying into IT, FMCG, or even for that matter some of the some even metal stocks at this point of time, except Lloyd Metal, which is one very which is a stock which we have been holding in our portfolio. We are avoiding at this juncture because we believe with the dollar index continuously sustaining above 101 level, we have seen how gold has seen a correction, silver has seen a correction, even despite copper being into huge demand cycle, and there's a acute shortage, but the prices are not going up because dollar index is in a very strong trajectory. So we have avoided at this point of time. IT we have avoided till now. FMCG, because the volume growth is not picking up, margin pressure was there because of the kind of raw material volatility which was being witnessed. So I think we have avoided this space completely at this point of time.
Okay. Broadly, Ashishji, what is the PMS peer group saying in terms of the cash that they hold on their balance sheet? We don't get PMS data regularly, but has it reduced as a percentage of total OUM?
So broadly, people have started deploying, at least in the last 2-3 months, whatever discussion we had with a lot of fund managers, at least I can say that there is a deployment happening. But a lot of these opportunities which people are trying to identify is coming from a lot of these high growth segments into small and mid basket. A lot of people are still avoiding IT in general, and even large cap for that matter is not, we have not seen very strong interest coming into that space as well.
By and large, you haven't talked about any large cap at all.
No, so we have mentioned Shriram Finance. We have mentioned about ICICI Bank as our top holding in the large private bank. One thing
Okay, okay.
which is also looking interesting is the new age stories. Here we have started slowly building, but we need more confirmation because there is a very strong competitive intensity which is in the space. Blinkit has turned positive, so this is one company which where at least from an operational parameter perspective, this company is showing very strong NOV, very strong average order value. Then there's the margin positive. So all put together, it has seen very good traction. But now the new competitive intensity coming from Amazon, Flipkart, Jio, all we need to track. But definitely, if this becomes like a 3 to 4 player market, then Zomato or Eternal could be a very big beneficiary because the TAM is really large. What we need to see how the competitive intensity plays out.
Okay, fair point. Now, sir, what are the number of internet stocks that you have in the portfolio?
So as we mentioned, we have started slowly looking into the space. So companies, we have almost 3 to 4 names which are there in the portfolio across on the logistics side, on the food, on the quick commerce side, and even something on the consumer side of the story. So companies like Honasa also started looking very attractive at current levels.
So, of course, one of them is Eternal, and these are no recommendations, but representations in the portfolio. The other is Honasa. What are the other two?
So as I mentioned, logistics companies like delivery is also looking quite promising because now it has become like a 2-player market. Obviously, delivery is more focused on it's not into a like 10 to 15-minute delivery kind of thing, whereas Shadowfax is focusing a lot on that segment. But the operational parameter of both these companies are very promising. We believe that obviously from a growth perspective, Shadowfax looks more promising, but from a continuity perspective, from a stability perspective, delivery looks quite interesting.
Fair point. Ashishji, we'll call it time, and thank you for this opportunity, and we look forward to interacting again. As always, there's so many signposts that you mentioned in terms of valuations and stock picks are deeply appreciated. That, ladies and gentlemen, was Mr. Ashish Chaturmota, Managing Director at JM Financial PMS. Thank you for watching.
Hello and welcome to an India Today special. A slice of space history has been created for the country on Saturday when India's first private space orbiter went into space, creating thereby new opportunities potentially for India's commercial space sector. Joining us today are the two former ISRO scientists, IITians, who have set up their own Hyderabad-based startup, Skyroot Aerospace. Please welcome Pavan Kumar Chandana and Naga Bharat Daka on the show. Good to have both of you. First of all, many congratulations for the achievement. Pavan, what were your first thoughts when you saw the liftoff of Vikram 1, the orbiter that you've very appropriately named after the great Dr. Vikram Sarabhai? What were your first thoughts when you saw it go into space? Give us a sense of that.
In fact, I had no words because all the first attempts at reaching orbit are very tricky, and most of the attempts in the world have failed. So the first time when Vikram 1 lifted off, successfully crossed the launch tower and steered itself towards the orbit and successfully deployed the satellites, I think there were no words because this is the first time in history where, like, without any heritage of any of the systems, a newly developed rocket successfully reached orbit. And that big milestone happening from India and being done by a very young team of an average age of 28 years, brought a lot of pride in me. And I'm sure like our entire team celebrated, so much, after this success, because we have poured in our sweat and tears over years to make this happen. And it's a proud moment for Skyroot, for India, and also for the global space sector, where we need more access to space, for launching more and more satellites.
Bharat, your first thoughts? What were your first thoughts when you saw the liftoff at Sriharikota?
Yeah. So every rocket in its ascent, there are few moments of uncertainty where the possibility of failure occurrence is more. So those milestones, so as we cross throughout the ascent, as we cross every milestone from stage separations to ignitions, every milestone, the sense of relief and followed by anxiety for the next such milestone that we need to cross. It was a roller coaster ride and an emotionally overwhelming experience from liftoff till we insert the satellites in orbit, and we simply out of words and out of mental space to even for additional thoughts. It was the most amazing experience I could think of for my lifetime.
Let's track your journey. You leave ISRO and you found your company in 2018, and you become India's first space unicorn. Describe the journey, what it's been, Pawan, because it's not easy at times to leave the stability that ISRO must have provided and venture into this world of commercial space technologies. Give us a sense of the journey for our viewers.
So in fact, from my childhood, I wanted to be an entrepreneur. It was my dream. But my passion was towards rockets. But at one point of time, I felt in 2018, why don't we have a strong private space company from India which can go global? And that excited me and made me take that leap of faith along with Bharat to come out of a very stable job, take that risk and start Skyroot in 2018 when there was no policy. There was no funding environment for space startups. There was no talent available in the private sector. Literally, the odds of success seemed almost zero at that time, but still we believe that this is something which India needs, because Indian space program is, the future of it is public-private partnerships, where there is a strong space agency like ISRO which is already doing great work, and we need like more and more private companies doing excellent work to take more commercial missions going forward. So that was an opportunity which we found, and India had a great ecosystem of 60 years thanks to Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, that India has the best launch pads, India has a great geography, India had great ecosystem. For example, the Vikram 1 which launched yesterday had 400 suppliers, all of them from India. So it's highly indigenously designed, developed, manufactured in India rocket, and it's deep technology coming from India for the world. So that's how the journey is, like with literally no odds of success. We took the leap of faith, and then thanks to the government of India, they opened up the sector to private players just 4 to 5 years ago, and formed InSpace, which is the regulator, which has enabled authorization for our launch yesterday. So that, I think that's an incredible journey of starting from nowhere with literally no odds of success to now becoming India's first space unicorn and the first company which has launched a rocket to orbit.
How much of a difference, Bharat, has it made that the government of India has now come up with a policy for private space entrepreneurs like yourself? Has that become a trigger point for many like you to enter the space? Because as Pawan just said, 8 years ago it was a leap of faith. Now it seems more and more people are exploring the area.
Indeed, Rajib. So basically, like 8 years ago when we started, there was a very low single-digit number of companies that even started venturing into space tech domain even prior to the policy. And because one of the key reasons is any space tech, be it building rockets, building satellites, requires capital, and the ability to raise venture capital was very difficult, because for any hard tech startup, there are two risks any venture fund will take. One is the technology risk, other is the market risk. So in addition to that, even regulatory risk was another uncertainty unique to the space domain. And it was totally a next level of challenge to raise the needed capital prior to the reforms. And now things have changed a lot, and it's not just enabling reforms, these are encouraging reforms. So like it's not just a sense of allowing, but a sense of active hand-holding and pushing, and the sector to an extent that they actively encourage the space startups to utilize the public infrastructure available in the ISRO ecosystem and outside also. And this way, like, it saves a lot of cost, the developmental cost and expenditure for the startups. So it becomes a much more meaningful exercise to develop space systems in India by utilizing the public infrastructure that's been built for decades in ISRO. And also the active regulatory certainty and a statement of encouragement. And the government is coming up with funds with respect to there's a 1,000 crore space tech fund that was announced in the previous budget. All these initiatives has transformed the sector in a way that there are close to like more than 300 to 400 space startups now post the reforms in the last few years compared to how it used to be prior to the reforms. So that shift itself says the statement of how the government space reforms have played a role in transforming the sector.
You know, it's very interesting you mentioned India's public sector infrastructure, because ISRO over the years has been seen to be at the frontier of these technologies, and much of the dependence in a way has been on ISRO. You all are also in a way through the ISRO's ecosystem. Just a couple of days ago, we read that over 100 scientists have left ISRO, many of them to join the private sector. Do you believe, Pawan, that's a good thing that you need to create? Are you looking at public-private partnerships, or do you believe the private sector, much as like in the United States with an Elon Musk and SpaceX, has to eventually develop legs on its own? Are you okay if ISRO scientists learn at ISRO and then move on into the private space sector?
So it's in fact, if you see, Rajdeep, ISRO is a very massive organization with almost 16,000 employees. So in such a large organization, having few people leaving the organization I think is not a major effect on such a great organization. And they also have like fantastic missions lined up in the coming years. So I think that's it's a very small amount. 100 people is in fact over 16,000 is not much. So that flow keeps happening in any organization. In fact, it's very, very low with respect to ISRO. But private sector, in fact, if you see at Skyroot, more than 95% of our talent has never worked on space before joining Skyroot. So it's like we are building a new, fresh set of talent, and either from adjacent industries or freshers who are coming out of colleges. So they have learned to the process, the rigor of space engineering, the rigor of rocket engineering. They've learned through the process, and now you see the success of India's first private orbital launch being successful in the very first attempt. So that way, I think the private sector is already building its own talent pool, and in fact, just in the last few years, we have generated employment of close to 5,000 people. Just in the private space industry. I think this is like fantastic for India. While ISRO has building its great talent pool and they're doing phenomenal missions, a new talent pool is getting generated in the private sector. It is also moving very fast.
Because we've got over 400 space startups attracting more than $500 million in investment, including about $150 million in the last year alone. Pawan, there will be those who will say this is a bubble. Do you believe it's a bubble, or this is here to stay? Elon Musk in the United States says he's proved all the skeptics wrong with the kind of investment SpaceX has made him the world's first trillionaire in a way. Do you believe that there is enough space for all, Pawan?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, we are barely scratching the tip of an iceberg right now, Rajdeep, because India has massive potential. The space reforms have just recently started, and then funding has also recently started. There is now a government fund, also a lot of private funds also having thesis for space now. So in fact, you can say like the journey of India's private space have just started right now, and we're just at the tip of the iceberg right now. And this phenomenal growth ahead, because space is a global industry. And then space is set to become a multi-trillion-dollar industry as such, and it is a truly global industry. And India has a lot of advantages, like a great ecosystem already built thanks to ISRO. And also we have like a phenomenal pool of talent. India is a land of engineers. We have a very phenomenal, diverse talent available in the country. I think these are all very fundamental, foundations which India already has. And now with the reforms coming in and also success stories of some startups, like us, who's, taken the steps and then, became a unicorn and also now, launching commercial missions. I think that will also, inspire more and more people to do across the spectrum. These satellites, out of these 400 startups, there are, startups building satellites, there are startups building applications from satellite data, there are startups building, technologies for removing debris from space. There are like wide, diverse set of, startups which are coming up, and we are not even, India's market share in the total, space market today stands at just 2%, and the aspiration of the government is to make it close to 10%, and there is ample scope for growth.
So Bharat, what are the applications you're looking at from the data from Vikram 1? What for you is the primary goal, the primary objective this time? What kind of commercial applications do you see which will be successful?
So like, as you know, rocket is essentially a transportation system for any kind of satellite from Earth to orbit. So all satellites of all applications, be it Earth observation, be it communications, broadband communications, narrowband communications, and there's a lot of other applications like in-orbit experiments and in-space experiments for the next future, because there's a lot of experiments are happening with respect to how in the future, where there will be multiple space stations, multiple manufacturing in space initiatives that are going to come up. All the pre-experiments for that are going to happen in the next few years. So small scale labs that are going to deploy now, in addition to the traditional Earth observation applications or the communication applications, there are new sector or the new domain of applications with which the small satellites are going to be launched. So all these kind of satellites can be catered to by using Vikram 1, because they can use the service to go to very unique orbits that they can't go to with any other bigger rocket that they can go to, because one of the key advantage of a small rocket is we can take the small satellites to the destination they need at their preference of time and their choice, because space is not a single destination. And every specific application will need a unique requirement, and that can be catered to by using the small scale rockets like Vikram 1. And that's going to be a huge market which we are going to cater to over the next few years.
Because Bharat, I recall that when you all set up Skyroot, one of your mission statements was open space for all. You want to explain what you mean by open space for all? That was your mission statement in a way, Bharat.
Yes, indeed. So opening space for all is essentially a sense of like coming from the fact that like space access is even today a bit prohibitively expensive. It was even more so a decade ago, and that is getting changed as we speak. And like space access technology, like most of the commercialization of space is going to be an order of magnitude higher as we decrease the space access technology cost. And because space access is one of the key costs for all the downstream applications of space-enabled services. So this, as Skyroot, like as we are working on building rockets that are cost-effective, we are going to play an integral part in reducing the cost of space access and thereby opening the space-enabled technology access to a larger set of people than what it was currently possible. And that's the intention behind our singular purpose of opening space for all, where like any technologies we develop, be it the space transportation technologies or any of the other space systems we develop, will be developed with an objective of reliability, innovation and cost in place. Thereby the outcome of it can be enjoyed or used by a much more larger set of people than what it's possible today.
Let me come back to your personal journey. Two young men, IITians with dreams in your eyes, then joined ISRO. Where did this friendship begin, Pawan? How did this jodi build itself up? Where was it in sharing an accommodation together at ISRO? Where did the friendship begin that eventually is turned into a business partnership?
Yeah, and so in fact, like, Bharat and I, we both joined ISRO in the same batch. In 2012, straight out of college. I studied in IIT Kharagpur, Bharat studied in IIT Madras, and then both of us, was campus recruited from various IITs, and then, that batch, joined at the same time in ISRO in Vikram Sarabhai Space Center in Trivandrum. Kerala. So that's where we went to a new place, joined ISRO as scientists. And in fact, both of us grew up in the same city, Vizag, but we have never known each other. The first time we met after joining ISRO. And then we were flatmates there. We were staying in the same house for a long period of time. And we became very close friends, and our frequencies matched really well. And then he's an electronics engineer, I'm a mechanical engineer, and there's both two core technologies required for building rockets. So we're also intellectually very compatible. So the moment got an idea of starting a private rocket company, I thought Bharat would be the best partner, and if we both start together, I think the dream can become a reality soon. And that's what happened. And in fact, we are great friends, and joining together to start the company. And now we have India's first private orbital rocket, sending satellites already.
I want to ask both of you, because the first, the name that you gave in November 2022 to your initial launch rocket was Vikram S. That launched on November 18, 2022. The first privately built rocket in India and South Asia to reach space successfully. Now you've got the orbiter mission, which again you've called Vikram 1. So obviously there is something about Vikram Sarabhai, Bharat, that seems to inspire an entire generation. We've already seen the OTT film Rocket Boys with Dr. Homi Bhabha and Vikram Sarabhai and others did. Are you inspired by their stories, by the likes of Satish Dhawan, Vikram Sarabhai and Homi Bhabha?
Indeed, Rajiv, because see, Vikram Sarabhai is the founder and the father of Indian space program. He had that zeal and ambition to convince the government back then in the economic situation, as we know, in late 1960s. Back then, India starting a space program was even borderline mocked world over on the need and the utility of India doing such things at that time. But still, he had the strong conviction on investing early on both on the people and the technologies. And today, in terms of pure technology, space technology capability, India can rub shoulders with the top 5 nations in the world, thanks to his vision. And such a person has to be honored. And when we started, he was always a huge inspiration. And when we started when we started to even think about what to name our rocket, it was very easy choice and very easy decision for us to decide that it ought to be a tribute to his memory. And that's how it panned out. And of course, even not just the rocket, we started this practice of various subsystems and engines we build in the rocket. We name them against the famous scientists like Dr. Satish Dhawan and Dr. Kalam. All the subsystems in the rockets also we honor the scientists who have contributed a lot to the nation's space program.
So in a sense, this is a Team India achievement, and in a way a part of a continuum, isn't it, Pawan? Because in conclusion, if we look at the 1960s, the late 50s, 60s, when Jawaharlal Nehru was Prime Minister, to now in 2026, Narendra Modi the Prime Minister, there's been a continuum. I see a tricolor always accompanying in a way in your office space, and when you're successfully launching the rockets. This is in a way Team India that you're showcasing. So there is that element as well, presumably, because you're scaling new frontiers, some which India had not achieved over the years, but one which is part of a larger continuum from Nehru to Modi.
That's right, absolutely. In fact, so our rocket, the Vikram 1, which launched yesterday, is 100% developed in India, 100% manufactured in India by 100% Indian team. Such a global, complex, deep technology built completely in India and launched from Indian soil, and becomes one of the very few companies in the world who have the capability to reach orbit. And India became the 3rd country in the world where a private company can launch a satellite into orbit. I think that this is it's a truly Indian capability showcasing mission. And this is just the beginning. I mean, we'll do more and more such missions. And in fact, India gave us, we are only, the journey of Skyroot is only possible because Dr. Vikram Sarabhai has started the space program in 1960s, build the ecosystems on whose shoulder we are building our current vehicles and building Skyroot today, because of all the ecosystem, that scientific rigor brought in the country, the kind of talent which is generated, the kind of suppliers it has generated, the kind of infrastructure it has generated. For example, the launch we have done is from Sriharikota, which is one of the world's best spaceports, and the launch pad which we have launched is the same launch pad which Mangalyaan mission has launched from. So I think this is where I think it's a truly India mission. Like I said, in fact, after the launch, in my speech, I said, this is not a Skyroot's mission or like, InSpace mission or like, ISRO's, mission where it happened from ISRO's spaceport. It is a truly India mission.
That's a lovely way in which we should perhaps end this conversation. Good to have both of you on the show, and good to see India climbing new frontiers in the world of private space technology. Pavan Kumar Chandana, Naga Bharat Dhaka, thank you very much for joining us, and hope you can climb many more peaks in the years ahead. Thank you so much for joining us here on India Today.
पर्याप्त समय पर्याप्त मौका दूंगा। जंतर मंतर पे हजारों बच्चे वहां पर आए हैं, वहां लाठी चार्ज हो गया है, गवर्नमेंट मारने की कोशिश कर रही है। The house will meet again at 12:30. ऐसे नारेबाजी करने से सदन नहीं चलेगा जी।
A stormy start to the monsoon session. Both houses adjourned multiple times amid opposition sloganeering. But on one exclusive issue, the battle lines are blurring: delimitation. And India bloc itself appears divided. The political twist comes from the DMK, a party that has been among the loudest voices against any delimitation exercise that could weaken the South's representation, is now striking a more cautious note. The DMK says it will wait for the bill, study what the government brings to Parliament, and then take a call.
We cannot go against delimitation because it is happening periodically. Let us see how the bill is introduced, what provisions are given in the bill. If the bill is acceptable, we will accept it, or else we will strongly oppose it.
But Ally Congress isn't impressed. It is openly questioning what it calls the DMK's flip-flops and warning its southern ally against breaking ranks.
Absolute numbers matter in politics. It is not just percentages, because in order to catch up with the north of India, there will be a far greater number for the southern states to do. The southern states have reduced population and contribute more to the tax, but their number of parliamentarians in the Lok Sabha will be diminished.
The fault lines does not end there. The DMK has also indicated it will not attend a Congress-convened meeting on delimitation. So why does this matter? The NDA, along with potential support, currently has around 318 votes. But if the legislation requires the 360 mark to clear Parliament, the government is still 42 votes short. And this is why the DMK stand could prove crucial. DMK's 22 Lok Sabha MPs may back the delimitation law. Its 8 Rajya Sabha MPs could also potentially lend their support, putting as many as 30 crucial DMK votes in play if the bill reaches Parliament. But the DMK's support is not without conditions. The party is pushing for what it calls a fair delimitation exercise, one that maintains the federal balance in Parliament, and crucially ensures that southern states are not penalized with the loss of representation. So, as Parliament braces for the delimitation battle, the big question is, which way will Stalin swing? With Aishwarya Paliwal and Mausami Singh, Bureau Report, India Today.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Business Today Television. I am Sakshi Batra and this is our special focused edition on mutual funds. अब आपने हमेशा सुना है लोग कहते हैं म्यूचुअल फंड सही हैं, but what exactly is a mutual fund? Do mutual funds only invest in stock markets, and is there a lot of money needed to start off your investments in mutual funds? Or can you start off with as little as 500 rupees as well? And with so many options from equity, debt, hybrid, index, ELSS, which mutual fund option is actually right for you? If those are the questions that you always had in your mind, then this is the show that will help you understand everything that you need to know about kickstarting your mutual fund journey. And if you've always wanted to invest, did not know which mutual fund should you be choosing, we will also help you understand the strategies of identifying the right kind of mutual fund schemes for yourself as well in a simple possible way. We will also decode for you what are the different types of mutual funds available, where should you be really looking at getting the best options with the cheapest expense ratio. All of those things will be discussed on this special edition, Mutual Fund Ka Funda. So we'll start off by inviting our guest on board. We have Ankit Tikmani, the CIO for PMS Jainam, all joining in on the program with us. Hi Ankit, warm welcome. Good morning. First up, for all our viewers who are just joining in afresh, we have started this new series on our personal finance coverage every day at 10:30. Today's topic is mutual funds and the basics of mutual funds. First up, give our viewers a basic understanding of why mutual funds are seen as the best way of growing wealth.
Yeah. So basically, mutual funds have, last couple of years have not given that kind of returns. But historically, if you have seen, it has delivered,
Hello and welcome. You're watching Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra and this is where we get you all the action on the Lal Street, as well as all the queries that you have about the stocks in your portfolio get answered over the next 50 minutes here. Of course, if in case you're joining us afresh, WhatsApp number is on your screens. Send me all your questions about the stocks in your portfolio or on your radar. Of course, you can mention your own name, location and contact details. We can give you an option to also speak live to our top market experts to get a custom-made advice on the program. Now, in case you are with us on our YouTube channel, Business Today, then go to Daily Calls Live, use the comment section there to send me your questions. I'll be happy to address that with our top guests as well. But let me quickly look at how the markets are shaping up. 24,172. There's a 66 point of a cut on the Nifty right now. Clearly some more pressure building up from the financials today. PSU banks, which were bucking the trend in yesterday's trading session, has now come under pressure. You can clearly see the index now hovering near the day's low point. About 0.7% of a cut can be seen on the PSU banking index. You're also looking at private banks, financial services also, dragging the Nifty bank overall. The IT stocks are also 0.3% lower in the session. So two of the biggest heavyweight pockets, IT and banks, they are both contributing to the sentiment on the lower side. Slight gains can be seen on the real estate pack. Broader markets also up into the green, just about 0.2% of an up move. You're looking at the metal space also, that is just about 0.1% higher in the session. Let's actually welcome our guest on board. We have Rupak Day, the senior research analyst at LKP Securities, joining in with a fresh take on the markets. Welcome, Rupak. Your sense on the markets right now and how is it likely to pan out?
After starting on a safety footing, Nifty has fallen by about 100 points. But what I find in the latest chart, Nifty is taking support around its important moving average on an intraday chart. So I think there might be a chance that Nifty might recover. Nifty might give a meaningful recovery in the on an intraday basis, and on the higher end, it might recover towards 24,400. So I am expecting a recovery, given that it is holding above 24,150. So support is at 24,150, and on the higher end, it might go towards 24,400.
Okay, let's also try and understand on the real estate space. Are you looking at some more uptick coming in? Today the sector is the top performer amidst this otherwise very muted set of trade that's panning out to be. Your sense on the real estate sector?
So I think the real estate sector might witness recovery from here. I think after a few days of downwards consolidation, the index is ready for a recovery towards 1,000. And on the lower end, support is at 880. Till the time it is remaining above 880, I think space is looking good.
Okay, let's start taking some questions now. Rupak, we have our first question coming into you from Bangalore. This is Naveen asking you on CDSL, and he says, I have about 1400 shares as my buying price. 1435 is my buying price. About 290 shares is what I hold. I want to know whether I should continue to hold on or to exit the current stock. So he bought it at 1435. Currently the stock is at 1367. He's been seeing some pressure build up. Do you see any kind of reversal on the charts, or will it take time? What would you advise?
So recently the stock has fallen below, in fact today the stock has fallen below its important moving average. And I think the correction might extend in the short term. On the lower end, 1320 might come in the near term. So I would suggest to hold the stock with a stop loss of 1360. Below 1360, I think exit would be a better strategy.
Okay, let's take the next query. This one is from again one of our viewers, Sumit Lakhar. He says, I'm a regular viewer of Daily Calls. Thank you, Sumit, for writing in. He says he has a question on whether he wants, whether he should make a fresh investment in Canara Bank and Canara HSBC life insurance stocks. He's planning to buy both of these and would appreciate your guidance here. For Canara HSBC Life, we've seen a smart uptick today after the Q1 numbers have actually come in. After the recent listing, the stock is now finally on an uptrend. You can see about an 8 to 9% of a move coming in as a strong reaction to the earnings. Remains to be seen whether this momentum can continue going forward. And between Canara Bank and Canara HSBC Life, where would you advise a fresh purchase?
So Canara HSBC Life is looking very good on chart. It has given a significant breakout on the chart. I feel the stock might move towards 180, even above 180 it might go in the near term. So investing into this stock would be a better idea than investing in Can Bank. Can Bank is looking very average on chart. I expect the stock to struggle in the short term. So Canage Life would be a better investment as compared to Canara Bank.
Okay, let's take the next query, and this one is from Avdish Kumar Thakur, one of our other viewers on our WhatsApp, who says, please help me with the Valiant Organics share that I have in my portfolio, and I have a medium term view. What is your target for Valiant Organics, and do you advise continuing to hold on? 315 पर इन्होंने लिया है Valiant Organics का share. Do you track this?
No, I'm not finding the stock.
Okay, you're not unable to find the stock. Okay, we'll take his second question. His second question is on Vishal Mega Mart. Do you track this one, and can you give a medium-term view on Vishal Mega Mart?
So I don't track the stock, but I have the chart of the stock. So currently the stock is trading around 111, and the stock doesn't have any trend either on the upside or the down or on the downside. But he should hold the stock with a stop loss of 110. Below 110, I would suggest to exit from the stock.
Okay, let's take some questions on our YouTube. Also, a lot of our fresh viewers are joining in on the program. We have Anuj, Rishikesh, Shomalia joining in. Welcome to all of you. Praveena also is here. We'll start taking some of your questions too. Anuj says, Supriya Life Sciences का शेयर उन्होंने 548 के रेट पर लिया है, 500 शेयर्स हैं. एक साल तक का टारगेट क्या हो सकता है, रूपक आपसे पूछना चाहते हैं?
जी सुप्रीम इंडस्ट्री का टारगेट मुझे लगता है
सुप्रिया लाइफ साइंसेस आज 2% ऊपर है, ये 855 पर है और इन्होंने 548 के रेट पे लिया है, यानी कि अच्छे खासे प्रॉफिट में है। अब क्या करना चाहिए?
तो मुझे लगता है कि एक बार होल्ड करना चाहिए। 830 का स्टॉप लॉस होगा, 830 अगर गया तो एग्जिट लेना चाहिए, नहीं तो होल्ड कर सकते हो। और ऑन रिकवरी आई थिंक 880 तक जा सकते हैं।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन लेते हैं और ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है ऋषिकेश का। लिखते हैं, हाय साक्षी, आई हैव अपोलो माइक्रो शेयर्स एट 450। आई वांट टू नो विल देयर बी मोर डाउनसाइड टू द स्टॉक एंड प्लीज गाइड विद द स्टॉप लॉस एंड टारगेट ऑन अपोलो माइक्रो। नाउ द थिंग विद अपोलो माइक्रो is again the stock has had a good run up in the recent past. Now it's coming under some consolidation. Now 383 can be seen as the current price. You bought this at 450, which means that it's constantly on a downward trend since the time you bought this. So let's try and understand what is the way out. Rupak.
The chart looks a bit risky. The stock has fallen back below its 21 days exponential moving average on the daily time frame, and currently it is challenging 50 days moving average. So I would suggest a stop loss of 380. Hold the stock with a stop loss of 380. Below that, exit.
Okay, let's take the next query, and this one is from one of our viewers again. This is Vidya Sagar on our WhatsApp, who says, I'm holding 1000 shares of Lloyd's Engineering. My price is just 13 rupees and I want to know, I can hold on for the long term, but would you advise me to continue to hold on with my position on Lloyd's Engineering, and what is the advice for the long term targets that you can expect here on Lloyd's?
So the stock has given a consolidation breakout on the daily chart, and on the monthly chart it has given previous swing high breakout. Stock is looking very good. It's a good hold with a stop loss of 80 rupees. Till the time it is remaining above 80, there is a chance that the stock might move towards 110 in the short to medium term.
Let's take the next one. This one is from Deepak Patel, who says, hi Sakshi, please suggest to me on Sri Lotus Developers. I have this stock in my portfolio at 150, 200 shares is what I have. Should I hold on or book my loss right now? Although I'm a long-term investor, but I want to know whether this stock will recover and give me gains going forward. Sri Lotus Developers. Do you track this stock?
The stock name is Lotus Developer, right?
Correct. It's at 140 or around that level right now, and our viewer Deepak got this at 150, wants to know whether it's time to already book losses or should one hold on.
Exit would be better strategy, as the stock has fallen back below its important moving average and the stock might witness further correction from here. So exit the stock and you might re-enter above 143 only.
Okay, let's take the next query. This one is from Shomalia Biswas. He's from Kolkata and he has a technical question for you, Rupak. He says, I have six lots of Nifty for 28 July expiry. 24,200 call option is what I have at 167. Is there a suitable target and stop loss that you can guide him for this option? What should he be doing? Should he hold on or not? For 28 July expiry, 24,200 call option at 167, 6 lots.
So I think he should continue holding the stock. I expect a strong recovery from here. The stop loss I would suggest to place below 132. Below that, it might fall further. But on the higher end, I expect the option to rise towards 125 in the near term, by tomorrow.
Okay. Let's take the next query. Ankur Modi has the next question. Says, hi Sakshi, hope you're doing well, very well. Thank you so much for asking, Ankur, and I hope the same for you too. The query that he has today is on CAMS. At the current levels, he says it has definitely fallen a lot from its high levels. So is this the right time and the right price to enter into CAMS? And since it has a strong business monopoly, can it be accumulated in a staggered manner for the next 3 to 4 years as well? जब भी हम म्यूचुअल फंड्स का नाम सुनते हैं, कैम्स का नाम डेफिनेटली सबसे पहले आता है, क्योंकि बहुत लोग इसे अपना प्राइम तरीका समझते हैं, क्योंकि बहुत सारे लोग डायरेक्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट जो करते हैं म्यूचुअल फंड्स के एक ही जगह पर अपने इन्वेस्टमेंट्स को ट्रैक कर पाते हैं कैम्स पर. कैसे देखते हैं आप कैम्स को?
जी चार्ट इनका इसका अच्छा है। मुझे लगता है कि रिकवरी आना चाहिए मीडियम टर्म में। तो डेफिनेटली स्टॉक को एक्यूमुलेट किया जा सकता है फॉर ए टारगेट ऑफ 950 ओवर द मीडियम टर्म टू लॉन्ग टर्म। और नीचे स्टॉप लॉस प्लेस करना है 720 पे, जिसके नीचे वीक हो जाएगा स्टॉक।
ओके, गॉट दैट। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं नेक्स्ट क्वेरी की तरफ। ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है अथर्व का, अथर्व बैनर्जी। देखते हैं सर, आधार हाउसिंग फाइनेंस आपको कैसा लगता है? 530 पर मैंने खरीदा है। इसके अलावा इंडियन बैंक पर भी इनका सवाल है, 870 पर ये भी खरीद है इनकी। तो बैंकिंग और हाउसिंग फाइनेंस दोनों ही कंपनीज पर फोकस है। आधार हाउसिंग फाइनेंस फिलहाल 514 पर चल रहा है, खरीदा इन्होंने 530 पर था। इंडियन बैंक की इनकी खरीद है 870 की।
जी अदर हाउसिंग फाइनेंस का बहुत बढ़िया ब्रेकआउट दिया था डेली चार्ट पे, बट थोड़ा फॉल्टरिंग कर रहा है। तो मुझे लगता है कि होल्ड करना चाहिए स्टॉक को विद स्टॉप लॉस ऑफ 500 नहीं टूटा तो एक चांस है कि 600 तक शॉर्ट टर्म में जाए, तो होल्ड। और दूसरा इंडियन बैंक, जिसका इस चार्ट मुझे बहुत बढ़िया लगता है जनरली, और रिसेंट चार्ट मैं देखता हूँ तो रिसेंट चार्ट भी बहुत बढ़िया है। और stock has found support around its important moving average. Hold the stock with a stop loss of 814.
ओके, नेक्स्ट हम लेते हैं एक और सवाल, और ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है अगेन व्हाट्सएप यूट्यूब व्यूअर से। सत्या हैं जो कि लिखते हैं, इंडियन ऑयल कॉरपोरेशन आईओसी होल्ड किया है 130 पर, क्या इसे एवरेज करना चाहिए या फिर अभी फिलहाल निकल जाए इस कंपनी से? क्या सजेशन होगा आपका आईओसी में? देखा जाए तो पिछले 6 महीने में ऑयल एंड गैस स्पेस के ऊपर अच्छा खासा फोकस रहा है, क्योंकि वेस्ट एशिया वॉर के चलते क्रूड ऑयल प्राइसेस में जो उतार चढ़ाव देखने को मिला उसका सीधा इम्पैक्ट हमने ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज पर देखा है। अच्छी बात यह है कि इन्होंने 130 पर लिया है तो प्रॉफिट में तो ये आ चुके हैं, लेकिन एक बार फिर से क्रूड ऑयल प्राइसेस बढ़ते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं क्योंकि टेंशंस एक बार फिर से सेंटर स्टेज ले चुकी है। ऐसे में इम्पैक्ट हमेशा नेगेटिव होता है जब जब भी क्रूड ऑयल प्राइसेस बढ़ते हैं ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज पर। तो क्या ये सही समय है, प्रॉफिट जितना भी हो रहा है वो लेकर निकल जाए, या फिर अभी भी बने रह सकते हैं चार्ट्स पर?
मुझे लगता है बने रहना चाहिए, एक छोटा रिस्क लेके, एक रिस्क जो है 139 का रिस्क लेके बने रहना चाहिए।
ओके, रिस्क लेकर आप बने रह सकते हैं, आपको यहाँ पर बेहतर आउटलुक देखने को मिल सकता है आगे। कोई जल्दबाजी नहीं है अभी प्रॉफिट लेने की, फिलहाल ये राय है रूपक की आपके लिए। सिद्धार्थ है नोएडा से जो कि लिखते हैं, 90 शेयर्स त्रिवेणी टर्बाइन के हैं इनके पास 620 के भाव पर, पूछना चाहते हैं व्हाट टारगेट कैन आई एक्सपेक्ट इन द नेक्स्ट 3 to 4 months?
So it has a support at 610. Till the time it is remaining above 610, there is a possibility that the stock might move towards 640, 660 in the near term. So hold the stock with a stop loss of 610.
ओके, चलिए यहाँ पर भी आपको स्टॉप लॉस के साथ बताया गया है कि आप बने रह सकते हैं। नेक्स्ट क्वेरी है गुंजन की जयपुर से, टानला प्लेटफॉर्म्स के ऊपर पूछना चाह रही हैं। 546 के भाव पर टानला प्लेटफॉर्म्स का शेयर होल्ड करा है, अपने पोर्टफोलियो में होल्ड करके रखें, और इसका टारगेट क्या हो सकता है दोनों पूछना चाहती हैं आपसे कि क्या बने रहें। 569 पर है, प्रॉफिट्स में है ये, और टारगेट क्या एक्सपेक्ट करें?
जी चार्ट अच्छा है, स्टॉप लॉस 560 का डाल के होल्ड कर सकते हो आप। ऑन रिकवरी 600 630 तक जा सकता है।
Okay, let's take Ravi Kalra's question next. He's from Delhi. He says, good afternoon, Sakshi. Good afternoon to you as well, Ravi. He says, I have got 1,000 shares of Senco Gold at 362. And I want to know what is the outlook on this stock for the next 6 months. And what should I do with my position currently in Senco? So the good part is you're in profits of about 12 odd rupees per share on your current holding. And we are again seeing that we are entering into the festive season soon. That's when usually the demand for a lot of gold related purchases rises during festive season, and even the wedding season is coming up. And now that the prices have cooled off from the peak, there is heightened chance that the demand improvement can be seen in the coming up festive season. Your sense on how should one be approaching Senco Gold?
The chart looks good, and it has a support at 360, and there's a high chance that the stock might continue moving towards the higher level. 410 should be next target, and a stop loss should be placed below 360.
Okay, Next, let's take another question, and this one we'll take from our YouTube viewers as well. A lot of them are joining in afresh on our channel. Jatin Dave says, hi, Sakshi ji and Rupak ji, good afternoon. Please help me with a fresh buying price for Hindustan Aeronautics, HAL. एक साल के लिए इसे होल्ड करना चाहते हैं HAL को, क्या इसमें खरीदारी का समय आ चुका है? देखा जाए तो पिछले 6 महीने से आसपास से ये लगातार कंसोलिडेट कर रहा है HAL, और बहुत ज़्यादा उम्दा परफॉर्मेंस जिससे जो एक्सपेक्ट करी जा रही थी, क्योंकि ये नंबर 1 बिगेस्ट कंपनी है अगर डिफेंस क्षेत्र की, तो उस तरीके से परफॉर्मेंस तो नहीं दिखी है। खैर पूरे सेक्टर में ही बहुत ज़्यादा उम्दा परफॉर्मेंस नहीं आई है, तो HAL में अभी क्या कर सकते हैं?
जी, करंट लेवल पे बाय कर सकते हो, क्योंकि लास्ट 3 महीना का मैं अगर चार्ट देखता हूँ मंथली टाइम फ्रेम में, तो देखता हूँ कि 21 मंथ्स का जो एक्सपोनेंशियल मूविंग एवरेज है उसको ब्रेकडाउन नहीं दिया, तो होल्ड कर रहा है, पॉजिटिव सेंटीमेंट है, वो अभी बाय करना चाहिए सिग्निफिकेंट अपसाइड के लिए। एक स्टॉप लॉस मैं बताना चाहूंगा, वो रहेगा स्टॉप लॉस 4150 का।
Okay, let's take another query, and this one is from Raj, who says, hi Sakshi, I feel stuck in damn capital after buying near the all-time highs. Should I exit and switch my position? Which stock should I switch my position to? Can you please help me with the guidance? For sure Raj, we'll help you out. damn capital में इन्होंने ऑल टाइम हाई लेवल्स के आसपास खरीदारी कर ली, जिसके बाद यहाँ पर एक प्रेशर बिल्डअप हो रहा है। अब पूछना चाहते हैं क्या करें, निकल जाएं, किसी और में स्विच करें या बने रहें?
जी देखिए, आफ्टर सिग्निफिकेंट करेक्शन मुझे लगता है कि इस लेवल से एक मीनिंगफुल रिकवरी आना चाहिए। स्टॉक को मैं देख रहा हूँ कि शॉर्ट टू मिड टर्म में 210 220 तक जाते हुए तो होल्ड करना चाहिए, बट एक स्टॉप लॉस डालना है 155 पे।
ओके, चलिए यहाँ पर भी आपको राय मिल गई है। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन ले लेते हैं, और ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है दीपक का। ये आपसे गुजरात फ्लोरोकेमिकल्स के बारे में पूछना चाह रहे हैं। 4000 पर खरीदा है इन्होंने, होल्ड करें या सेल करें, ये आपसे एडवाइस लेना चाहते हैं गुजरात फ्लोरोकेमिकल्स। करंटली आई थिंक 6% ऊपर है, ये ऑलमोस्ट 4500 4600 के आसपास आ चुका है, प्रॉफिट्स में है ये, अभी क्या करना चाहिए?
सिग्निफिकेंट सर्ज हुआ है रिसेंट प्राइस में, तो बट मुझे लगता है अभी भी प्राइस रैली बाकी है, 4800 5000 तक जा सकता है, और नीचे स्टॉप लॉस लगाना होगा 4300 के नीचे, और होल्ड करना चाहिए।
ठीक है, चलिए सवाल लेते हैं मयंक का, ये भोपाल से हैं, और आज ही लिस्ट हुई कंपनी के ऊपर इनका सवाल है, यानी कि SBI फंड्स मैनेजमेंट के IPO में इन्होंने निवेश किया है और 400 शेयर्स इनके पास हैं। अब पूछना चाहते हैं लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए क्या बने रहना चाहिए या नहीं। तो मैं डेफिनेटली SBI फंड्स में आज आपको 7-8% तक का प्रीमियम देखने को मिल रहा है पहले ही दिन। देखा जाए तो ग्रे मार्केट प्रीमियम तो इंडिकेट कर रहा था शायद 18 से 20% तक की तेजी आ सकती है, लेकिन उस तरीका का मूव पहले दिन पे नहीं आया है। और अब आप पूछना चाह रहे हैं कि लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए क्या आपको इसे होल्ड करना चाहिए या नहीं। रूपक, यहाँ पर टेक्निकल चार्ट्स तो आपके पास है नहीं, लेकिन क्या LKP सिक्योरिटीज की तरफ से कोई भी आपने राय दी है क्लाइंट्स को जो आप शेयर करना चाहेंगे मयंक को?
जी, हमारा कवरेज साइड इसके ऊपर नहीं है, और चार्ट के हिसाब से भी कुछ रेकमेंड नहीं कर सकते अभी।
Okay, unfortunately our guest cannot advise you Mayank, but we'll try and address it with a fundamental expert. So come up with your question next whenever we have a fundamental guest coming in on the program. We have Lavisha's question next. Jalandhar से हैं ये, Inox Wind के ऊपर सवाल है इनका। 100 शेयर्स 100 के भाव पर खरीदा हुआ है, एवरेज कर सकती हैं अभी करंट लेवल्स पर या नहीं, ये आपसे जानना चाह रही हैं। और आउटलुक क्या देखते हैं आप आइनॉक्स विंड में? रेन्यूएबल एनर्जी स्पेस का एक स्टॉक है जो कि विंड एनर्जीज में काफी काम करता है। आइनॉक्स विंड कैसा लग रहा है आपको?
जी, चार्ट पे खराब ही लग रहा है, बट एक रिकवरी के उम्मीद है। 77 का स्टॉप लॉस रख के आप एवरेज कर सकते हो, लेकिन डेफिनेटली स्टॉप लॉस प्लेस कीजिएगा बिलो 77।
Okay, let's take the next query, and this one is from Gopi Krish, who says, I want to know about Canara Bank. I have this stock at 123 in my portfolio. 4000 shares is what I have. How would you advise? In fact, Canara Bank के ऊपर हमने already advice लिया भी है, तो हम इनका दूसरा सवाल लेते हैं बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा पर। 3750 शेयर्स हैं 243 के भाव पर। बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा आपको कैसा लगता है, और आगे जाते हुए किस तरीके के यहाँ लेवल्स देखने को मिल सकते हैं, ये पूछना चाहते हैं आपको। 249 पर ऑलरेडी चल रहा है, यानी कि 7-8 रुपए के आसपास का इनको प्रॉफिट हो रहा है अभी।
कि मुझे लगता है प्रॉफिट एक बार बांध लेना चाहिए, क्योंकि इसका मीडियम टर्म चार्ट थोड़ा वीक है, बट एकदम वेरी शॉर्ट टर्म चार्ट में स्ट्रेंथ था, बट आज का दिन एकदम सिग्निफिकेंट करेक्शन आ गया, तो मुझे लगता है प्रॉफिट बांध लेना चाहिए और एग्जिट लेना चाहिए स्टॉक से एक बार।
Okay, let's take the next query, and this one is from Jay from Tirupur, who says, is it the right time to enter Geo Finance? At this price, I have a 1-year time frame. Geo Finance NBFC space से कैसा लग रहा है अभी आपको? काफ़ी लंबे अरसे से ये कंसोलिडेट करता चला जा रहा है स्टॉक, और अब क्या आगे जाते हुए आपको कहीं पर चार्ट्स में नज़र आ रहा है कि ये शेयर 1 साल के नज़रिए से बढ़िया रिटर्न दे सकता है?
जी, डेफिनेटली इट्स नॉट द राइट टाइम टू एंटर द स्टॉक। मुझे लगता है और बाकी है, करेक्शन एक्सटेंड हो सकता है, तो स्टॉक को अवॉइड करना बेहतर रहेगा।
ठीक है, अवॉइड कर सकते हैं अभी आप, फिलहाल इसमें अभी एंटर करने का सही समय नहीं है। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन है हमारे पास, एक और हमारे दर्शक हैं जो कि जुड़ रहे हैं हमारे साथ यूट्यूब के ज़रिए, और सवाल हमारे पास आया है राजू का ड्रेजिंग कॉरपोरेशन पर। ये काफ़ी सिग्निफिकेंटली करेक्ट हो चुका है, लिखते हैं हैज़ इट एंटर्ड इनटू अ लॉन्ग टर्म accumulation zone, और वुड यू वेट फॉर अ बेटर मार्जिन ऑफ सेफ्टी टू एंटर इनटू दिस स्टॉक? How would you view the charts currently, Rupak, and dredging corporation? What would you say?
तो मुझे लगता है ड्रेजिंग कॉर्पोरेशन में करेक्शन और इंटेंसिफाइड हो सकता है, बट वो करेक्शन में मुझे लगता है लिमिटेड रहेगा 960 तक, तो नीचे थोड़ा डीप मिले तो पोजीशन बनाया जा सकता है।
All right, okay. Let's take the next query, and this one is from Sumit Ghosh, who says, Hi, Sakshi and hello Rupak ji. मैं कोलकाता से हूँ, डिलीवरी के शेयर्स हैं मेरे पास 481 पर। शॉर्ट टर्म आउटलुक क्या है डिलीवरी को लेकर?
देखिए, डिलीवरी का चार्ट पे, लॉन्ग टर्म चार्ट पे बहुत बढ़िया ब्रेकआउट था, बट थोड़ा नीचे आ गया, थोड़ा करेक्ट किया, बट अभी भी अच्छा ही लग रहा है मुझे। 477 का स्टॉप लॉस डाल के आप होल्ड कर सकते हो, अगर नहीं टूटा 477 एक सिग्निफिकेंट रिकवरी आ सकता है स्टॉक के अंदर।
Okay, let's take Manoj Gupta's question next. He lives in New Delhi and he says, I'm holding ITC hotels at an average buying price of 181. Even though the company has posted strong quarterly numbers recently with a 36% jump in the net profits, the stock has faced immediate price correction and pressure, currently trading around 166 or 172. Should I continue to hold this for the long term or exit at a minor loss? What would be the outlook on ITC hotels? Yeah.
So I think exit would be better idea, because it has failed to sustain above its 200 days moving average and fell back to below its short-term moving average as well. So exit from the stock and wait for further correction.
Okay, let's also take one more question, and this one is from one of our viewers. This is Satyan. He says, I want to know about Vedanta. I have been holding the parent company since last couple of years. I bought it at 460. After the demerger, I have also got 4 other companies. Now I have all the companies in my portfolio. And I want to know whether it is advisable to hold on to these companies for the long term, all these 5 stocks as core portfolio stocks. Again, you would not have charts of all the newly listed companies from Vedanta, but most of them have actually done decently well after getting listed. Your sense on how would you advise?
So Vedanta Limited chart is looking a bit good for the very short term. I think a short term pullback might be there, but one should hold the stock with a stop loss of 247. Below 247, I would suggest to exit from the stock.
Okay, I hope that this has advised you well. We have the question coming in from Swati Yogeshwar. She says, Daily Calls is a great show. Thank you so much, dear Swati, for writing in warm words for the show. She says, I want to know about Autoline. I got this stock at 96. Should I hold or average, and what kind of targets can you advise? Currently, Autoline Industries is trading at 87, but in the past 5 days, it's dropped by about 8 to 10 odd percent. In the last 1 month, it had moved up about 8 odd percent. Last year to date levels show you just about a 9% up move, and last 1 year it's moved up about 12 odd percent. There was a considerable amount of pickup that happened from 54 odd levels that was seen in March of 2026 all the way up to 95, 96 odd levels. If you have bought it just recently and from that you have seen a decline, then we'll try to help you out whether those levels can be seen again. What would you advise, Rupak?
The chart pattern is looking good with a height of high bottom formation, but one should place a stop loss at 83. Below 83, I would recommend to exit from the stock or at least reducing significant position from the stock.
Okay, and towards the end, Rupak, why don't you help us with your own top research stock ideas that you can advise to all our viewers as well in this current market? Have you spotted any stock ideas where you can suggest a buy or a sell?
So today, some financial stocks are looking good. Like Manappuram Finance is one stock which I would like to share. The stock has given a falling consolidation breakout today, and also it has moved above its previous swing high. I expect the stock to move towards 360, 370 in fact, and on the lower end, a stop loss should be placed at 337. So another call would be Pro. The stock is in uptrend, and I expect a significant up move in any time in the near term. So it is trading around 1614. I expect the stock to rise towards 1720, and a stop loss will be placed at 1600.
Okay, so you talked about Manappuram Finance. That's something that you can definitely be looking at. The second one is Senco Gold. Are you talking about that or something else? Did you do Nelco?
No, Pro. Pro is Chem India Project Limited.
Canes India.
Chem India.
Okay, I hope that. Okay, fine. So I hope that we can also pull up that stock. This Canes India. I hope we can pull up that stock. We have only Canes Industries. Is there something else that you're talking about?
No, it's Chem India. CEM India.
CEM.
CEM Pro. PRO.
Sempro India. Okay.
Right.
Sempro India. That's the stock that you're talking about. So those are the two stock ideas, viewers. First one is Manappuram Finance, and this second one is SEM India Projects. Sempro is the quoted price or the code on the NSE you will find. These are the stock ideas that Rupak believes you can definitely enter at the current levels, and you will find a decent upside there. Thank you so much, Rupak, for your time on the show and for advising all our clients and viewers as well. All right, we'll move forward and get into the second segment of the program, viewers. We're looking at the halftime trade again pan out to be consolidative. 24,176 continues on the Nifty. There's a 61 point of a drop that you can constantly see as far as the Nifty is concerned, but the pressure that continues to build on IT, PSU banks, FMCG, oil and gas is being somehow offset by the gains in the metal counters, in the real estate counters, the broader markets, at least at this point in time. Let's also look at some of the other key stocks that are buzzing in the session. We have we have a lot of stocks in the broader market space that are buzzing today. We have Shalimar Paints that's up. You have Ashiana Housing that's up 13%. You also have names like Karur Vysya Bank, we pointed out already after the earnings. Tirupati Forgings, Bluestone Jewelry from last couple of sessions has been going up. It again has pulled up. You have names like Supreme Infra that's also up. SBI Funds Management, the debut stock of the day, today is up by 8%. Recently listed stock Waterways is also up by about 7-8%. And we have Canara HSBC that's up and about. We have Jaiswal Nico that's also up in the session. So these Make Money Organics is also up by 7-odd%. Those are some names in the broader markets that are truly, looking positive in the session. But let's welcome another guest on our program then. We have Vishnukant Upadhyay, the AVP for Research Advisory at Master Capital Services with us. Welcome to you, Vishnukant. Good to have you. Your sense on the markets, how are you looking at the expiry session pan out?
Hi Sakshi, a very good afternoon. Thank you for having me on the show. Well, so, intraday bias is looking little dicey in fact. But if you, notice for last few trading sessions, Nifty is forming a higher highs kind of pattern, and currently it is trading, just a slightly above the low formed yesterday's trading session, and that is somewhere around 20 4,135, and low made in today's trading session, that is a 158. Apart from that, 21 exponential moving average also aligns in the proximity of 24,100. So in fact, today's settlement is likely to take place between 24,300 on the higher side and 24,100 on the lower side. So it's a complete the day of option writers. So one can adopt a option strategy like short stranger on the higher side. Now currently premium is squeezed, but still it's giving something around 12 to 13 points. If someone adopts this strategy on the higher side, 24,300, one can write the option strike call of 24,300, while on the lower side one can write the put of 24,100.
Okay.
So basically one can also if I talk about the option buyers, one can also look to buy option calls if prices comes in the proximity of 24,100 as well.
Fair point. Okay, we'll start taking some queries then, Vishnukant. We have a lot of our viewers joining in on our YouTube platform, so we'll start taking some questions. Vineet Kulkarni has the first question for you. This one is on Aditya Infotech. He wants to know, can this stock slip below 1,000 to give me an attractive level to purchase, or what would you advise for those who are looking at it? The stock has had a very good run up in the recent past, and it has in fact been one of those successful IPOs that has made a lot of wealth for investors. How would you look at Aditya Infotech, earlier called as TP Plus?
Currently stock is trading in the proximity of 21 day exponential moving average that also aligns near a rising trend line support. In fact, one should remain very cautious in this stock for a short term at least, but just for a positional view is still intact for a buy. But yes, in short term, any decisive fall below 3,500 will take prices further lower towards 3,200, 3,300 sort of levels. So if someone already have the buying position, maintain stop loss below 3,500.
Okay, let's take another query, and this one is from Umang Sheth, who says, sir, Sandhar Technology का शेयर कैसा लगता है आपको? 715 में मैंने लिया है, अभी मुझे क्या करना चाहिए? Sandhar Technologies.
One second.
क्या आप ये शेयर ट्रैक करते हैं?
बेसिकली नहीं, मैंने अभी
613 पर अभी चल रहा है. आज कुछ 2% तक का अपटिक नजर आ रहा है शेयर पर. यहाँ पर क्या करना चाहिए?
Well, Sakshi, so technically I am witnessing on chart that the recently prices, have taken support near the 200 exponential moving average. So for last two consecutive sessions, it is showing some bullish strength from the lower levels. And also I can see on a graph that the prices has taken a sharp U-turn from the proximity of a very crucial horizontal support that has acted as a very stiff resistance earlier. सो टेक्निकली यदि किसी को फ्रेश पोजीशन बनानी है तो रिस्क रिवार्ड आपके फेवर में है. स्टॉप लॉस 565 का मेंटेन करिए. हायर साइड में आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग प्राइसेस टू अप्रोच टुवर्ड्स 650. दिस इज द विसिनिटी ऑफ 21 डे एक्सपोनेंशियल मूविंग एवरेज. इसके ऊपर निकलता है तो 680 तक के लेवल्स आपको स्टॉक में देखने को मिल सकते हैं.
Okay, let's take the next one. Let's also take a query on one of our viewers, Sumit Ghosh, who wants to know about Aegis Vopak Terminals. 288 पर लिया हुआ है इन्होंने Aegis Vopak Terminals, और एक शॉर्ट टर्म का आउटलुक आपसे जाना चाहते हैं इस पर.
Aegis Vopak, right?
Aegis Vopak Terminals 284 पर अभी चल रहा है, 1.5% ऊपर है तकरीबन, और एक आउटलुक शॉर्ट टर्म के लिए चाहिए इन्हें.
Well, so short term outlook is looking quite prominent, I think. मुझे लगता है कि higher side में 305, 310 kind of levels can't be rolled out in a very short term. One can maintain a stop loss below 262 for any short term trade.
Okay, fine. I hope that this has helped you. Let's take another query, and this one is from Deepak, who says DCM Shriram मैंने purchase किया है 1000 पर, इसे होल्ड करें या सेल कर दें?
So basically there are so many DCM Shriram. Which one is he talking about? DCM Shriram Limited,
DCM Shriram Limited ही होगा आई थिंक. तो उसी को ही लेते हैं. फिलहाल DCM Shriram Limited का शेयर 1048 पर और इन्होंने 1000 पर लिया हुआ है.
So basically, I would not recommend him to get exit from the position because I'm seeing, after witnessing some sort of consolidation, prices are now showing a sign of rebound from this zone. So one can maintain stop loss below 987, and on the higher side, I'm expecting 1180 and 1240 sort of levels can be seen on card.
Okay, let's take the next query. This one is from Namesh, who says, I have SBDL share at 76 levels. इस पर मैं और एवरेज करना चाहता हूँ, यहाँ पर क्या राय होगी और किस लेवल पर एवरेज करने का सोचना चाहिए? सोम डिस्टिलरीज एंड ब्रूरीज है इनके पास, और करंट लेवल्स पर क्या आपको लगता है कुछ खरीदारी बनती है? 74 पर चल रहा है, 76 पर तो खरीदारी है.
See, after considering the yesterday sharp rebound in the prices, that a one-day gain in the prices has regained a short-term key moving averages. So I think there has been a big, fund buying in yesterday's trading session. So yes, considering all these development, one can look to accumulate the counter on the higher side. I'm expecting 90, which is broken decisively, and also the proximity of 100 exponential moving average. So 90 and then 95 kind of levels can be seen on card. So yes, one can pull up.
Okay, let's take the next query. We have a lot of our viewers also joining in on our Hindi link of daily calls as well. तो बहुत सारे दर्शक हमारे हिंदी स्ट्रीम पर भी जुड़ रहे हैं. कुछ सवाल हम वहाँ से भी ले लेते हैं जो दर्शक हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं वहाँ पर. सबसे पहला सवाल हमारे पास आया है सुब्बू का. ये रोलेक्स रिंग्स के ऊपर आपसे पूछना चाहते हैं. 156 की इनकी खरीद है. यहाँ पर आप इनको क्या गाइड कर सकते हैं?
वैसे देखिए, इनकी जो खरीद है उसके आसपास ही फिलहाल ये स्टॉक ट्रेड कर रहा है. इनफैक्ट मैं देख रहा हूँ चार्ट पे कि स्टॉक जो है एक टाइट रेंज में है. हायर साइड में 163 एंड लोअर साइड में 136. सो आई बिलीव जब तक ये रेंज इंटैक्ट रहती है, लोअर रेंज पे से इनको बैंक देखने को मिलेगी. आई वुड सजेस्ट कि नीचे साइड में यदि ये 144 143 आता है तो अपनी पोजीशन में एवरेज कर सकते हैं. स्टॉप लॉस 136 का मेंटेन करें.
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन लेते हैं वंदना का. ये वारी एनर्जीज पर आपसे पूछना चाह रही हैं. ऑलरेडी खरीदा है इन्होंने और 6 महीने के लिए एक व्यू आपसे जानना चाहती हैं कि कैसा रहेगा ये शेयर. ऑलरेडी इस शेयर ने अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस दिया है इन्वेस्टर्स को. अगले 6 महीने के लिए भी कैसा आउटलुक रहने वाला है वारी एनर्जीज पर?
देखिए साक्षी, मुझे लगता है कि फिलहाल जो प्राइसेस हैं वो अभी एक करेक्टिव फेज में हैं. एक बेरिश पैटर्न फिलहाल अभी बना रहा है और मुझे लगता है कि डाउन साइड में प्राइसेस 2600 तक एक बार अप्रोच कर सकता है. तो यदि ये पोजिशनल प्लेयर हैं तो आई वुड से 2500 का स्टॉप लॉस मेंटेन करिए और पोजीशन को होल्ड करिए. यदि ये शॉर्ट टर्म के प्लेयर हैं तो आई वुड से कि एक बार निकलने की कोशिश करें.
ठीक है, थोड़ा और डाउन साइड आपको देखने को मिल सकता है. अगर आपने 3000 के ऊपर खरीदारी की है तो ये 2500 तक भी नीचे जाता हुआ दिख सकता है. तो आप अपने हिसाब से देखें कि आप उतना रिस्क और झेल सकते हैं या नहीं, क्योंकि अभी डाउन ट्रेंड और देखने को मिल सकता है वारी एनर्जीज पर. कोई और सवाल हो तो डेफिनेटली आप पूछ सकते हैं हमारे गेस्ट से. लेट्स टेक द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. और ये सवाल हमारे पास हमारे यूट्यूब व्यूअर्स जो कि बिजनेस टुडे पर हैं उनसे लेते हैं हम. बहुत सारे जो हमारे साथ नए दर्शक जुड़ रहे हैं. एक सवाल आया है हमारे पास स्वाति जैन का. ये शिवालिक बाई मेटल्स पर पूछना चाह रही हैं आपसे. 766 की इनकी खरीद है शिवालिक बाई मेटल्स पर. एनी आउटलुक हियर?
Well, so pattern is good. शिवालिक में हायर हाइज हायर लोज पैटर्न इंटैक्ट है. आई वुड से यदि इनकी कोई पोजीशन है so she can hold the position. If she wants to build the position, yes, one can go long. Maintain stop loss below 709. On the higher side, 800 and 820 kind of levels can be seen.
Okay. Taking the next query, this one is from Anshu Sodi, who says, could you please review Vishnu Chemicals? How is this stock looking and should I buy at the current levels?
Well, definitely, stock is looking quite good. In fact, but yesterday's candle is showing that there could be some profit booking from the higher levels. So as long as I would say for a long-term positions, as long as prices are above 620, one can maintain the position. If prices falls below that level, we can see some pain in the prices for short term. But on the higher side, as the chart is depicting, on the higher side, I'm expecting 750 and 780 sort of levels can be seen. So yes, stock is technically is looking quite good.
Okay, we have Mr. Prakash writing in from Chennai. He says, I'm a long-term investor, but I'm holding IRCTC for over 4 years. Now my question is, will it go up at all? I am holding since 350 odd levels and the stock has tested my patience. ये बात सही है आपकी प्रकाश जी, that the railway stocks have underperformed, and the good part is you bought it at 350 and it is currently at 500, so you're still in profits. Maybe it has not definitely given you the kind of returns you expected because you've held on to a stock for 4 years. Now, Vishwakant, this is a valid question. You know, a lot of people say that, okay, enter for the long term, hold at least for 3+ years, then you might see some improvement. But what happens that despite the fact that IRCTC is a monopoly player in the railways pack, despite that the stock has underperformed, what should investors do?
I mean, this is not only with the IRCTC railway pack. I mean, most of the railway stocks, even I would say every railway stock is not doing anything good.
Correct.
Right. I mean, technically, I'm not seeing any kind of, respite in the stock, but the good part is that the stock is currently trading in the vicinity of very, very crucial horizontal, support that aligns near 480. So I would recommend, if prices falls below that level, then he should definitely get exit from the position. There are so many good stocks that we will discuss further going forward. So he can, migrate his position from IRCTC to those stocks.
Okay. Let's take the next query, and this one is again from our viewers who are joining in on our YouTube. Arihant writes in, he says, this is a very useful show for us. Thank you so much, dear Arihant, for writing in warm words for the daily calls. Your question is on PPL, no, actually your question is on NTPC Green. This question is that he bought this stock at 92. What should he do now on NTPC Green?
Well, actually, so it depends on the time horizon. In fact, if he is looking for a short term, then definitely stock is underperforming currently. But if his view is for a long term, then definitely I would say stay with the position and maintain the stop loss below 87. On the higher side, I'm quite sure that on the higher side, first resistance aligns somewhere around 99, sorry, and which is broken decisively 105 and 110 kind of levels can be seen. So for a long term purpose, one can hold the position.
Okay, let's also take the next question, and this one is from Dr. Sham Singh. He says, good afternoon, Sakshi, hope you're doing great. Thank you so much for asking. Yes, I'm well, and I hope the same for you, Dr. Sham. The question is for you, Vishnukanji, and the question is on PPL Pharma. Is it on the verge of any breakout, and what could be the target and duration that one should be holding this stock for?
Well, so definitely stock is looking quite good. I mean, entire pharma pack is doing good, and the stock is forming a sort of inverse head and shoulder kind of pattern. And there has been a bullish crossover between 200 and 21-day exponential moving average. So recently this crossover took place, and I believe following this crossover and following this bullish pattern, that is the inverse head and shoulder, on the higher side, one can expect 220, 230 sort of level. So maintain stop loss below 173 and one can go long the position.
Okay, let's take the next query then. This one is from one of our viewer. Okay, Ankur asks you, what should I do in NSDL stock? I have one allotment from IPO price. What is the advice that you have? Of course, ये सब depository stocks जो हैं वापस से focus में आ रहे हैं, क्योंकि अब आगे जाते हुए NSE का IPO भी आने वाला है, तो जितने भी capital markets related stocks हैं, they come back into focus during such times. Your sense on NSDL?
Well, actually, so the share is in the consolidation phase. So this is not a right time to get exit from the counter. I would say one can do averaging in the counter, right? Because the stock is trading a very close to its a good support area. Currently it is trading 824. One can maintain stop loss below 800. While on the higher side, first resistance comes around 916 and second resistance come around 980. So for those targets, one can go long and do average.
All right. Okay. I hope that this has helped you out as well. All right. Towards the end, we have one more question coming in. Rohit Jain on Aarti Industries, who wants to know your view. 720 per kharida inhone Aarti Industries.
Okay. So the same stories as the industry is also building. Currently, it is forming an inverse head and shoulder pattern and also trading of the all key moving averages. I'm expecting on the higher side 530, 540 sort of levels can be seen. On the lower side, one can maintain a stop loss below 473.
Okay, hopefully this has also helped you out as well. We'll try to squeeze in just one more question. ये ईशान का सवाल है और ये रैमको सिस्टम्स पर पूछना चाहते हैं. He wants to know, he's already invested 70,000 rupees in this stock. What is the view here? He's also said the IT stocks are now in a flux. So what should I be doing?
Well, so stock is looking quite good. In fact, Ramco Cement is looking quite good, and I believe it is currently trading what would say immediate horizontal support that aligns 758. So I believe as long as this level remains unimpaired, one can maintain his long positions, maintain the stop loss below 759. On the higher side, I believe 898 and then 950 kind of levels can be seen in this stock.
Okay, got that. I hope that this has helped you out as well. We'll start taking your top choice of stocks also now, Vishwakant, for all our viewers, like we always take, and for all our viewers who wait for your fresh ideas also. Where would you advise fresh purchases?
Definitely. So basically, so many stocks are giving breakouts, but yes, I have filtered two stocks. One is from the finance space, that is a Home First Finance company. Recently, we have seen the stock has, given a golden crossover, 50-day exponential moving average crossed above the 200-day exponential moving average. Apart from that, the stock is, forming an inverse head and shoulder kind of pattern and decisively holding above the falling neckline resistance. On the higher side, I'm expecting 1400 and then 1450 kind of levels can be seen in the stock. On the lower side, one can maintain stop loss below 1225. So this is my first pick. Second is Reddington Limited. So Reddington recently has given a breakout from the falling trendline resistance, and now stock is coming gradually to retest that breakout point. Currently, it is trading in the proximity of 21-day exponential moving average. The way price is, behaving and gathering steam, buying interest from the lower levels. I believe on the higher side, 300 and 320 kind of levels can be seen in the stock. So for those levels, one can go long in Reddington, maintain stop loss below 260.
Okay, thank you so much, Vishwakant, for being with us on the program and guiding us and all our viewers on where to look for opportunities. Thank you, appreciate your time. Viewers, it's time to wrap up the Daily Calls edition right here, but stay tuned on to Business Today, as up next the market coverage continues on the other side, and of course I'll be back for the closing edition at 3 p.m, so stay tuned for that.
The Faith Conclave 2026 has concluded in New Delhi with one clear message. Tourism must become a key driver of India's economic growth. Held under the theme Incredible India, Invaluable Economics, the two-day conclave highlighted tourism's role as a key economic driver.
हम सब के बीच में उपस्थित दिल्ली के सम्मानित उपराज्यपाल
Union Tourism Minister Gajendra Singh Shekhawat said, India must focus not just on increasing tourist numbers, but on enhancing visitor experience and turning travelers into civilizational ambassadors.
अब हमारा समय है कि हम किस तरह से टूरिस्ट वैल्यू को बढ़ा सकते हैं, हम किस तरह से डेस्टिनेशन के साथ साथ में एक्सपीरियंस इकोनॉमी को बढ़ाने के लिए किस तरह से काम कर सकते हैं। अब हम मीनिंगफुल इम्पैक्ट उसके साथ में कैसे बढ़ाएं, इस विषय पर भी हमको विचार करने की आवश्यकता है। टूरिस्ट हु कम्स टू इंडिया, he must become the civilizational ambassador of our country, then it is our success.
Welcome the Honorable Chief Minister.
Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta stressed that Delhi should be promoted as a global tourism destination.
दिल्ली अपने आप में एक शानदार डेस्टिनेशन है। दिल्ली का कल्चर देखिए आप, दिल्ली एक तरीके से मिनी इंडिया है, भारत का वो छोटा स्वरूप जहाँ हर राज्य के लोग रहते हैं। तो ऐसी दिल्ली जो देश की राजधानी है, ये मुझे लगता है कि हम सबका फर्ज है कि हम ऐसे सभी राज्य या विशेष रूप से दिल्ली उसको टूरिस्ट हब के नाते से देश और दुनिया के सामने प्रस्तुत करें।
One of India's most culturally and geographically diverse states.
Madhya Pradesh CM Mohan Yadav invited domestic and international investors to partner with the state.
मैं गोवा के चीफ मिनिस्टर मेरे मित्र हैं, उनसे मैंने बात की कि आप होटल व्यवसाय में क्या मदद करते हैं, तो उन्होंने कहा कि मैं होटल अगर कोई डालेगा 100 कमरों की, अगर 100 करोड़ की, तो आप कुछ देते हो कि नहीं देते हो? बोले नहीं, हम तो कुछ नहीं देते, बड़ी मुश्किल से लाइसेंस देते हैं। हमने कहा हमारे यहाँ आ जाओ, 100 करोड़ में 30 करोड़ का माफ हमारे यहाँ देते हैं। बोले ऐसा मत बोलना, नहीं तो हमारे गोवा वाले तुम्हारे यहाँ जाने लग जाएंगे। और आज का ज़माना तो ऐसा है कि हमारे लिए बड़े पैमाने पर सम्मान के साथ आज अपने देश की, प्रदेश की प्रतिष्ठा दिखाने के लिए आज टूरिज्म सेक्टर से बढ़कर कोई सेक्टर नहीं।
The conclave also featured sessions by Baman Irani and Anupam Kher, who spoke on building India's tourism future and creating world-class tourism enterprises with an Indian identity.
Everybody says don't do it, बहुत छोटा रोल है. I said मैं भी लॉरेंस ओलिवियर जैसे का बात किया. There are no small parts, they only small actors. मैं कर लिया. But there was something that stuck in my head. Whatever, no matter how small it is, doesn't matter. No matter how small your client is, it doesn't matter. Just give it your all.
I was very upset, not upset, I was disappointed कि मैं स्विट्जरलैंड गया, वहाँ यश चोपड़ा जी की ट्रेन है, वहाँ दिल वाले दुल्हनिया ले जाएंगे का एक सीक्वेंस है, ऊपर चढ़ जाते हैं। एंड जहाँ अभी मैं 4 महीने पहले एक रेलवे स्टेशन पे शूटिंग करने गया था, जहाँ पर हमने दिल वाले दुल्हनिया ले जाएंगे का वो लास्ट सीन किया था, जा सिमरन जा भाग जा, एंड वहाँ पर एक निशान तक नहीं था कि इस जगह पर एक आइकॉनिक दिल वाले दुल्हनिया ले जाएगी की शूटिंग हुई थी, जगह ही नहीं। Then I wrote to the minister or culture minister, I said how come there is no place or nothing over here? You go to Europe, you go to America, you go to any other country, एक पत्थर पड़ा होता है और उस पत्थर के पीछे लाइन लगी होती है कि इस पत्थर पर एक दिन वन ऑफ द बीटल्स ने पत्थर मारा था किसी को, तो लगे हुए सब लोग खड़े हैं। So I think I also feel that we are only 70 years old, 75 years old country, so it will take a little time.
The message from the Faith Conclave 2026 is clear. Better tourism can drive more jobs, investment and economic growth. Bureau Report, India Today.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Business Today. I'm Neetu Chandra Sharma. Last quarter, Jupiter Lifeline Hospitals Limited announced major expansion plans that will significantly increase its bed capacity over the next few years. With the company set to announce its quarterly results later this month, it's a good time to take stock of its expansion plans, funding strategy and long-term growth outlook. To discuss all of that, I have with me on the show Dr. Ankit Thakkar, Managing Director and CEO of Jupiter Lifeline Hospitals Limited. Dr. Ankit, warm welcome and thanks for taking the time out. So let me start off by asking you about your expansion plans. So what is the total capital investments that you are committing over the next 3 to 5 years? And if you can also tell us that what is the timeline for these projects?
So ever since we got listed, we have announced 4 new hospital projects, one of which we have just delivered last quarter, that is in Dombivli. We started our 500-bed hospital. Besides this, we have 3 more projects in the pipeline. We are doing one hospital in south of Pune, where we are building 500 beds. We are doing one in Mira Road in the north-western Mumbai metropolitan region, where we are doing around 300 beds. And then we are doing BKC, about 400 beds. So this entire cycle of CapEx, which is adding around 1700 beds in capacity, is likely to cost us about 1.5 crores per bed.
So also let us know that how do you plan to fund this expansion, and how much will come through debt and how much through the internal accruals or equity. Also tell us that at what level of leverage do you begin to get cautious after about this further expansion?
So currently we are holding around 500 crores in cash, and last year we had a EBITDA of 350 crores. So if you extrapolate the earnings growth whichever way you like, and you add cash to that, then you will find that for the most part there is enough money available in the system to fund the uh, s- current cycle of expansion. So by the end of 4 or 5 years, the internal accrual should pretty much match the need of capex. On the leverage front, we at the board have discussed about this, and we believe that 2 to 3 times, but no greater than 3 times of consolidated EBITDA should be our debt at the current times.
So Dr. Ankit, also help us understand, when you invest in a new hospital, what return metrics do you underwrite? And could you also take us through your IRR targets, payback period and break-even occupancy? And also tell us that how do you ensure ROCE remains protected during this rapid expansion phase?
So essentially, ROCE, in my view, if you take care of the CE, the RO eventually takes care of itself. So you have to be judicious in the capital that you employ. You have to be judicious in the investment decisions that you take. So if your land, your building, your interior project, civil, all of that, if your acquisition cost, so to say, of the asset is within reasonable limits, then the returns eventually do pan out and take care of themselves. So as I said some time back, that our entire cycle of capex, that is 1,700 beds across 4 hospitals, is going to cost us on an average of 1.5 crores per bed, which is quite modest in the current scheme of things, where a lot of new hospitals are being built at north of 2 crores. And of course, when they are being acquired, they are being acquired at a still higher price. So, as far as we are concerned, with a greenfield heavy model and with a conservative capex, I think we are quite responsible with the capital that we employ. And I think eventually that is what will protect the returns.
So Ankit, what gives you that confidence that demand will absorb this additional bed capacity without putting pressure on the pricing? And are you already seeing any early signs of oversupply of margin pressure in any of your existing hospitals?
So we have decided to focus on the Western India market, and in Western India, I think it's true pretty much all over India, but leave alone a few cities. But especially in Western India, I think there is a huge demand supply gap even today. Arguably the most important city in the country, right? Mumbai. Even here, we have a huge supply gap where if you count the number of beds and you juxtapose it with the quality of beds, you will realize that about 75% of the beds in Mumbai are in the unorganized sector. So there is a huge room for expansion as far as organized and corporate healthcare is available, not just in Mumbai but in the Western India segment. So I think we are very far from the risk of oversupply. We currently have a problem of undersupply which we need to solve.
Okay, so how is the payer mix evolving, if I want to ask you, across insurance, cash and government schemes, and what does that mean for you and margins of the company?
So as far as Jupiter is concerned, government schemes are pretty much zero. We don't really have any government schemes. They contribute to about 1% of our revenue. Insurance contributes to roughly 55% and around 45 or whatever, 44 is cash. Over a period of is going to increase more and more penetration, and eventually account for higher and higher share of the case mix for most hospitals.
So, Dr. Ankit, you are one of the doctorpreneurs, as we call it. I want to ask you, to what extent do doctor-led partnerships or revenue-sharing models play a role in your expansion strategy, and how important are they in attracting and retaining the clinical talent as you scale up going forward?
So, fortunately, we have been able to create very strong and sticky medical teams in all the hospitals that we operate. And we have probably amongst the lowest medical attrition rates one can have. It is in low single digits. So we have been quite successful in attracting and retaining doctors both. Having said that, we don't really have equity partnership model for doctors. We believe that a fair compensation model is essential. You can't sustainably either underpay or overpay anybody over a long period of time. It needs to be fair and market linked. But besides compensation, the cultural aspects of the relationship and engagement definitely need to align if you are going to have long-term relationships.
So when it comes to scaling up a hospital, it takes a lot of challenges as well. So what are the biggest execution risks in your current expansion pipeline, sort of land approvals, construction timelines, funding, or any clinical staffing? So what's your view on that? How are you navigating that part?
Well, yes, the most difficult, it is in the order actually that you spoke about. The most difficult is getting the right land at the right location with the right legal title at the right cost. Too many things have to align for the land to become available and suitable for a hospital. So that is, in my mind, the number one challenge. After that, of course, the regulatory hurdles in India are no secret. There are multiple licenses and multiple regulatory, hurdles that you must clear before you can start operations. So essentially, these are the two most difficult things. And then going forward into operational phase, of course, you need to ensure the right care delivery to your patients and the right engagement model for your doctors. But on that front, fortunately, there aren't too many challenges.
All right. So once this expansion cycle is complete, that all of that we are talking about, so what do you want your hospital to become? A strong Maharashtra-focused healthcare network or a broader national hospital chain? So what is there in the pipeline? If you can please tell our viewers that what are your plans going forward for the hospital's future, maybe 10 years down the line or 5 years down the line?
Yeah, so the next 5 years are pretty well defined and laid out for everyone to see. Going forward, we definitely want to continue doing what we are doing. We want to build more hospitals and provide good healthcare to newer locations. We have committed ourselves to Western India currently for the current cycle. I don't want to restrict and say only Maharashtra, but Western India is pretty much our canvas as we speak now. And we will restrict our growth in this region because we believe it is the most favorable in terms of supply deficiency and opportunity.
All right. So when your company is, all set to release its quarterly results later this month, what are the key milestones that investors should watch for over the next 12 to 18 months? And what else is your message to the investors?
Well, I think in the horizon that you mentioned, 12 to 18 months, two key things to watch out for, or at least even what I am watching out for. We have committed year to EBITDA break-even in Dombivli, which will happen in the next 18 months or so. We must meet that milestone. So that is an important milestone to meet. The other important milestone in the next, again, close to 18 months is the commissioning of the South Pune hospital. We have set calendar year 28 launch for south of Pune. We must meet that milestone. Currently, we don't envisage any challenges on that front, but these are two key milestones that we are looking forward to delivering in the time period that you mentioned.
All right, Dr. Thakkar, thank you so much for your time and speaking with Business Today, and all the best for this quarter. We look forward speaking with you again. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to have you on the show.
Thank you. Have a good day.
That was Dr. Ankit Thakkar, Managing Director and CEO of Jupiter Lifeline Hospitals Limited, sharing his views on the company's expansion strategy and growth outlook. We'll take a short break now. Stay tuned to Business Today for more news and analysis.
I am ready.
The King of the North is set to change his address to 10 Downing Street. Andy Burnham has been elected leader of Britain's governing Labour Party, his final step before he takes charge as Prime Minister on Monday. Set to be UK's 7th PM in a decade, Burnham admitted that this will be the last chance for Labour to deliver change, promising that he will give people their hope back.
We are united, and we put the power that comes from that unity at the service of people and places who have been waiting too long for politics to let them hope again. And that's what we're going to do, everybody. We're going to give them hope back.
Goodbye.
The current Labour MP for Makerfield also paid a final tribute to Keir Starmer before he replaces him.
I am ready. Ready to lead and to build on the foundation laid by one person more than any other. Under Keir Starmer's leadership, we went from our worst defeat to one of the best victories in our history. Keir put Labour back in a position to change people's lives, and that is what we have been doing these last 2 years.
Since the 2016 Brexit referendum, 6 British Prime Ministers have stepped down. Theresa May, Boris Johnson, Liz Truss, Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer have all entered 10 Downing Street in the past decade and left after rather short stays. Andy Burnham has now made his way in after a long wait in the wings. But as he takes over at a perilous time for both Labour and the country, he will unfortunately get no honeymoon period. He has promised more public control of essential services, a shift of power toward local governments, and a push for economic growth. Burnham and the rest of the United Kingdom will both hope that he fulfills those promises and keeps the seat that he has long awaited.
Hello and welcome to an India Today special. A slice of space history has been created for the country on Saturday, when India's first private space orbiter rocket went into space, creating thereby new opportunities potentially for India's commercial space sector. Joining us today are the two former ISRO scientists, IITians, who have set up their own Hyderabad-based startup, Skyroot Aerospace. Please welcome Pavan Kumar Chandana and Naga Bharat Daka on the show. Good to have both of you. First of all, many congratulations for the achievement. Pavan, what were your first thoughts when you saw the liftoff of Vikram 1, the orbiter that you've very appropriately named after the great Dr. Vikram Sarabhai? What were your first thoughts when you saw it go into space? Give us a sense of that.
In fact, I had no words because all the first attempts at reaching orbit are very tricky, and most of the attempts in the world have failed. So the first time when Vikram 1 lifted off, successfully crossed the launch tower and steered itself towards the orbit and successfully deployed the satellites. I think there were no words because this is first time in history where, like, without any heritage of any of the systems, a freshly, newly developed rocket successfully reached orbit. And that big milestone happening from India and being done by a very young team of an average age of 28 years, you know, brought a lot of pride in me. And I'm sure, like, our entire team celebrated, you know, so much, you know, after this success, because we have poured in our sweat and tears over years to make this happen. And it's a proud moment for Skyroot, for India, and also for the global space sector, where we need more access to space, you know, for launching more and more satellites.
Bharat, your first thoughts? What were your first thoughts when you saw the liftoff at Sriharikota?
Yeah. So every rocket in its ascent, there are few moments of uncertainty where the possibility of failure occurrence is more. So those milestones, so as we cross throughout the ascent, as we cross every milestone from stage separations to ignitions, every milestone, the sense of relief and followed by anxiety for the next such milestone that we need to cross. It was a roller coaster ride and an emotionally overwhelming experience from liftoff till we insert the satellites in orbit, and we simply out of words and out of mental space to even for additional thoughts. It was the most amazing experience I could think of for my lifetime.
You know, let's track your journey. You leave ISRO and you found your company in 2018 and you become India's first space unicorn. Describe the journey, what it's been, Pawan, because it's not easy at times to leave the stability that ISRO must have provided and venture into this world of commercial space technologies. Give us a sense of the journey for our viewers.
So in fact, from my childhood, I wanted to be an entrepreneur. It was my dream. But my passion was towards rockets. But at one point of time, I felt in 2018, why don't we have a strong private space company from India which can go global? And that excited me and you know, made me take that leap of faith along with Bharat to come out of a very stable job, take that risk and start Skyroot in 2018 when there was no policy. There was no funding environment for space startups. There was no talent available in the private sector. Literally, the odds of success seemed almost zero at that time, but still we believe that this is something which India needs, because Indian space program is, the future of it is public-private partnerships, where there is a strong space agency like ISRO which is already doing great work, and we need like more and more private companies doing excellent work to take you know, more commercial missions going forward. So that was an opportunity which we found, and India had a great ecosystem of 60 years thanks to Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, that India has the best launch pads, India has a great geography, India had great ecosystem. For example, the Vikram 1 which launched yesterday had 400 suppliers, all of them from India. So it's highly indigenously designed, developed, manufactured in India rocket, and it's deep technology coming from India for the world. So that's how the journey is, like with literally no odds of success. We took the leap of faith, and then thanks to the government of India, they opened up the sector to private players just 4 to 5 years ago, and formed InSpace, which is the regulator, which has enabled authorization for our launch yesterday. So that, I think that's an incredible journey of starting from nowhere with literally no odds of success to now becoming India's first space unicorn and the first company which has launched a rocket to orbit.
How much of a difference, Bharat, has it made that the government of India has now come up with a policy for private space entrepreneurs like yourself? Has that become a trigger point for many like you to enter the space? Because as Pawan just said, 8 years ago it was a leap of faith. Now it seems more and more people are exploring the area.
Indeed, Rajib. So basically, like 8 years ago when we started, there were very few, very low single-digit number of companies that even started venturing into space tech domain even prior to the policy. And because one of the key reasons is any space tech, be it building rockets, building satellites, requires capital, and the ability to raise venture capital was very difficult because for any hard tech startup, there are two risks any venture fund will take. One is the technology risk, other is the market risk. So in addition to that, even regulatory risk was another uncertainty unique to the space domain. And it was totally a next level of challenge to raise the needed capital prior to the reforms. And now things have changed a lot, and it's not just enabling reforms, these are encouraging reforms. So like it's not just a sense of allowing, but a sense of active hand-holding and pushing, and the sector to an extent that they actively encourage the space startups to utilize the public infrastructure available in the ISRO ecosystem and outside also. And this way, like it saves a lot of cost, the developmental cost and expenditure for the startups. So it becomes a much more meaningful exercise to develop space systems in India by utilizing the public infrastructure that's been built for decades in ISRO. And also the active regulatory certainty and a statement of encouragement. And the government is coming up with funds with respect to there's a 1,000 crore space tech fund that was announced in the previous budget. All these initiatives has transformed the sector in a way that there are close to like more than 300 to 400 space startups now post the reforms in the last few years compared to how it used to be prior to the reforms. So that shift itself says a statement of how the government space reforms have played a role in transforming the sector.
You know, it's very interesting you mentioned India's public sector infrastructure, because ISRO over the years has been seen to be at the frontier of these technologies, and much of the dependence in a way has been on ISRO. You all are also in a way through the ISRO's ecosystem. Just a couple of days ago, we read that over 100 scientists have left ISRO, many of them to join the private sector. Do you believe, Pawan, that's a good thing that you need to create? Are you looking at public-private partnerships, or do you believe the private sector, much as like in the United States with an Elon Musk and SpaceX, has to eventually develop legs on its own? Are you okay if ISRO scientists learn at ISRO and then move on into the private space sector?
So it's in fact, if you see, Rajdeep, ISRO is a very massive organization with almost 16,000 employees. So in such a large organization, having few people leaving the organization I think is not a major effect on such a great organization. And they also have like fantastic missions lined up in the coming years. So I think that's it's a very small amount. 100 people is in fact over 16,000 is not much. So that flow keeps happening in any organization. In fact, it's very, very low with respect to ISRO. But private sector, in fact, if you see at Skyroot, more than 95% of our talent has never worked on space before joining Skyroot. So it's like we are building a new, fresh set of talent, and either from adjacent industries or freshers who are coming out of colleges. So they have learned to the process, the rigor of space engineering, the rigor of rocket engineering. They've learned through the process, and now you see the success of India's first private orbital launch being successful in the very first attempt. So that way, I think the private sector is already building its own talent pool, and in fact, just in the last few years, we have generated employment of close to 5,000 people. Just in the private space industry. I think this is like fantastic for India. While ISRO has building its great talent pool and they're doing phenomenal missions, a new talent pool is getting generated in the private sector. It is also moving very fast.
Because we've got over 400 space startups attracting more than $500 million in investment, including about $150 million in the last year alone. Pawan, there will be those who will say this is a bubble. Do you believe it's a bubble, or this is here to stay? Elon Musk in the United States says he's proved all the skeptics wrong with the kind of investment SpaceX has made him the world's first trillionaire in a way. Do you believe that there is enough space for all, Pawan?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, we are barely scratching the tip of an iceberg right now, Rajdeep, because India has massive potential. The space reforms have just recently started, and then funding has also recently started. There is now a government fund, also a lot of private funds also having thesis for space now. So in fact, you can say like the journey of India's space, private space have just started right now, and we're just at the tip of the iceberg right now. And this phenomenal growth ahead, because space is a global industry. And then space is set to become a multi-trillion-dollar industry as such, and it is a truly global industry. And India has a lot of advantages, like a great ecosystem already built thanks to ISRO. And also we have like a phenomenal pool of talent. India is a land of engineers. We have a very phenomenal, diverse talent available in the country. I think these are all very fundamental, foundations which India already has. And now with the reforms coming in and also success stories of some startups, like us, who's, taken the steps and then, became a unicorn and also now, launching commercial missions. I think that will also, inspire more and more people to do across the spectrum. These satellites, out of these 400 startups, there are, startups building satellites, there are startups building applications from satellite data, there are startups building, technologies for removing debris from space. There are like wide, diverse set of startups which are coming up, and we are not even, India's market share in the total, space market today stands at just 2%, and the aspiration of the government is to make it close to 10%, and there is ample scope for growth.
So Bharat, what are the applications you're looking at from the data from Vikram 1? What for you is the primary goal, the primary objective this time? What kind of commercial applications do you see which will be successful?
So like, as you know, rocket is essentially a transportation system for any kind of satellite from Earth to orbit. So all satellites of all applications, be it Earth observation, be it communications, broadband communications, narrowband communications, and there's a lot of other applications like in-orbit experiments and in-space experiments for the next future, because there's a lot of experiments that are happening with respect to how in the future, where there'll be multiple space stations, multiple manufacturing in space initiatives that are going to come up. All the pre-experiments for that are going to happen in the next few years. So small scale labs that are going to deploy now, in addition to the traditional Earth observation applications or the communication applications, there are new sector or the new domain of applications with which the small satellites are going to be launched. So all these kind of satellites can be catered to by using Vikram 1, because they can use the service to go to very unique orbits that they can't go to with any other bigger rocket that they can go to, because one of the key advantage of a small rocket is we can take the small satellites to the destination they need at their preference of time and their choice, because space is not a single destination. And every specific application will need a unique requirement, and that can be catered to by using the small scale rockets like Vikram 1. And that's going to be a huge market which we are going to cater to over the next few years.
Because Bharat, I recall that when you all set up Skyroot, one of your mission statements was open space for all. You want to explain what you mean by open space for all? That was your mission statement in a way, Bharat.
Yes, indeed. So opening space for all is essentially a sense of like coming from the fact that like space access is even today a bit prohibitively expensive. It was even more so a decade ago, and that is getting changed as we speak. And like space access technology, like most of the commercialization of space is going to be an order of magnitude higher as we decrease the space access technology cost. And because space access is one of the key costs for all the downstream applications of space-enabled services. So this, as Skyroot, like as we are working on building rockets that are cost-effective, we are going to play an integral part in reducing the cost of space access and thereby opening the space-enabled technology access to a larger set of people than what it was currently possible. And that's the intention behind our singular purpose of opening space for all, where like any technologies we develop, be it the space transportation technologies or any of the other space systems we develop, will be developed with an objective of reliability, innovation and cost in place. Thereby the outcome of it can be enjoyed or used by a much more larger set of people than what it's possible today.
Let me come back to your personal journey. Two young men, IITians with dreams in your eyes, then join ISRO. Where did this friendship begin, Pawan? How did this jodi build itself up? Where was it in sharing an accommodation together at ISRO? Where did the friendship begin that eventually turned into a business partnership?
Yeah, and so in fact, like, Bharat and I, we both joined ISRO in the same batch. In 2012, straight out of college, I studied in IIT Kharagpur, Bharat studied in IIT Madras, and then both of us, was campus recruited from various IITs, and then, that batch, joined at the same time in ISRO in Vikram Sarabhai Space Center in Trivandrum. Kerala. So that's where we went to a new place, joined ISRO as scientists. And in fact, both of us grew up in the same city, Vizag, but we have never known each other. The first time we met after joining ISRO. And then we were flatmates there. We were staying in the same house for a long period of time. And we became very close friends, and our frequencies matched really well. And then he's an electronics engineer, I'm a mechanical engineer, and there's about two core technologies required for building rockets. So we're also intellectually very compatible. So the moment got an idea of starting a private rocket company, I thought Bharat would be the best partner, and if we both start together, I think the dream can become a reality soon. And that's what happened. And in fact, we are great friends, and joining together to start the company. And now we have India's first private orbital rocket, sending satellites already.
I want to ask both of you, because the name that you gave in November 2022 to your initial launch rocket was Vikram S. That launched on November 18, 2022. The first privately built rocket in India and South Asia to reach space successfully. Now you've got the orbiter mission, which again you've called Vikram 1. So obviously there is something about Vikram Sarabhai, Bharat, that seems to inspire an entire generation. We've already seen the OTT film Rocket Boys with Dr. Homi Bhabha and Vikram Sarabhai and others did. Are you inspired by their stories, by the likes of Satish Dhawan, Vikram Sarabhai and Homi Bhabha?
Indeed, Rajiv, because see, Vikram Sarabhai is the founder and the father of Indian space program. He had that zeal and ambition to convince the government back then in the economic situation, as we know, in late 1960s. Back then, India starting a space program was even borderline mocked world over on the need and the utility of India doing such things at that time. But still, he had the strong conviction on investing early both on the people and the technologies. And today, in terms of pure technology, space technology capability, India can rub shoulders with the top 5 nations in the world, thanks to his vision. And such a person has to be honored. And when we started, he was always a huge inspiration. And when we started to even think about what to name our rocket, it was very easy choice and very easy decision for us to decide that it ought to be a tribute to his memory. And that's how it panned out. And of course, even not just the rocket, we started this practice of various subsystems and engines we build in the rocket. We name them against the famous scientists like Dr. Satish Dhawan and Dr. Kalam. All the subsystems in the rockets also we honor the scientists who have contributed a lot to the nation's space program.
So in a sense, this is a Team India achievement, and in a way a part of a continuum, isn't it, Pawan? Because in conclusion, if we look at the 1960s, the late 50s, 60s, when Jawaharlal Nehru was Prime Minister to now in 2026, Narendra Modi the Prime Minister, there's been a continuum. I see a tricolor always accompanying in a way in your office space, and when you're successfully launching the rockets. This is in a way Team India that you're showcasing. So there is that element as well, presumably, because you're scaling new frontiers, some which India had not achieved over the years, but one which is part of a larger continuum from Nehru to Modi.
That's right, absolutely. In fact, so our rocket, the Vikram 1, which launched yesterday, is 100% developed in India, 100% manufactured in India by 100% Indian team. Such a global, complex, deep technology built completely in India and launched from Indian soil, and becomes one of the very few companies in the world who have the capability to reach orbit. And India became the 3rd country in the world where a private company can launch a satellite into orbit. I think that this is it's a truly Indian capability showcasing mission. And this is just the beginning. I mean, we'll do more and more such missions. And in fact, India gave us, the journey of Skyroot is only possible because Dr. Vikram Sarabhai has started the space program in 1960s, build the ecosystems on whose shoulder we are building our current vehicles and building Skyroot today, because of all that ecosystem, that scientific rigor brought in the country, the kind of talent which is generated, the kind of suppliers it has generated, the kind of infrastructure it has generated. For example, the launch we have done is from Sriharikota, which is one of the world's best spaceports, and the launch pad which we have launched is the same launch pad which Mangalyaan mission has launched from. So I think this is where I think it's a truly India mission. Like I said, in fact, after the launch, in my speech, I said, this is not a Skyroot's mission or in space mission or ISRO's, mission where it happened from ISRO's spaceport. It is a truly India mission.
That's a lovely way in which we should perhaps end this conversation. Good to have both of you on the show, and good to see India climbing new frontiers in the world of private space technology. Pawan Kumar Chandana, Naga Bharat Dhaka, thank you very much for joining us, and hope you can climb many more peaks in the years ahead. Thank you so much for joining us here on India Today.
जंतर मंतर पे हजारों बच्चे वहां पर आए हैं, वहां लाठी चार्ज हो गया है, गवर्नमेंट मारने की कोशिश कर रही है. The house will meet again at 12:30.
ऐसे नारेबाजी करने से सदन नहीं चलेगा जी.
A stormy start to the monsoon session.
कृपा करके आप सब लोग बैठ जाइए प्लीज.
Both houses adjourned multiple times amid opposition sloganeering. But on one explosive issue, the battle lines are blurring: delimitation. And India bloc itself appears divided. The political twist comes from the DMK, a party that has been among the loudest voices against any delimitation exercise that could weaken the South's representation, is now striking a more cautious note. The DMK says it will wait for the bill, study what the government brings to Parliament, and then take a call.
We cannot go against delimitation because it is happening periodically. Let us see how the bill is introduced, what provisions are given in the bill. If the bill is acceptable, we will accept it, or else we will strongly oppose it.
But Allied Congress isn't impressed. It is openly questioning what it calls the DMK's flip-flops and warning its southern ally against breaking ranks.
Absolute numbers matter in politics. It is not just percentages, because in order to catch up with the north of India, there will be a far greater number for the southern states to do. The southern states have reduced population and contribute more to the tax, but their number of parliamentarians in the Lok Sabha will be diminished.
The fault lines does not end there. The DMK has also indicated it will not attend a Congress-convened meeting on delimitation. So why does this matter? The NDA, along with potential support, currently has around 318 votes. But if the legislation requires the 360 mark to clear Parliament, the government is still 42 votes short. And this is why the DMK stand could prove crucial. DMK's 22 Lok Sabha MPs may back the delimitation law. Its 8 Rajya Sabha MPs could also potentially lend their support, putting as many as 30 crucial DMK votes in play if the bill reaches Parliament. But the DMK's support is not without conditions. The party is pushing for what it calls a fair delimitation exercise, one that maintains the federal balance in Parliament, and crucially ensures that southern states are not penalized with the loss of representation. So, as Parliament braces for the delimitation battle, the big question is, which way will Stalin swing? With Aishwarya Paliwal and Mausami Singh, Bureau Report, India Today.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Business Today Television. I am Sakshi Batra and this is our special focused edition on mutual funds. अब आपने हमेशा सुना है लोग कहते हैं म्यूचुअल फंड सही है, but what exactly is a mutual fund? Do mutual funds only invest in stock markets, and is there a lot of money needed to start off your investments in mutual funds, or can you start off with as little as 500 rupees as well? And with so many options from equity, debt, hybrid, index, ELSS, which mutual fund option is actually right for you? If those are the questions that you always had in your mind, then this is the show that will help you understand everything that you need to know about kickstarting your mutual fund journey. And if you've always wanted to invest, did not know which mutual fund should you be choosing, we will also help you understand the strategies of identifying the right kind of mutual fund schemes for yourself as well in a simple possible way. We will also decode for you what are the different types of mutual funds available, where should you be really looking at getting the best options with the cheapest expense ratio. All of those things will be discussed on this special edition Mutual Fund Ka Funda. So we'll start off by inviting our guest on board. We have Ankit Tikmani, the CIO for PMS Jainam, joining in on the program with us. Hi Ankit, warm welcome. Good morning. First up, for all our viewers who are just joining in afresh, we have started this new series on our personal finance coverage every day at 10:30. Today's topic is mutual funds and the basics of mutual funds. First up, give our viewers a basic understanding of why mutual funds are seen as the best way of growing wealth.
Yeah. So basically, mutual funds have, last couple of years have not given that kind of returns. But historically, if you have seen, it has delivered, a multi-cap fund, a flexi-cap fund has delivered a return of 12 to 14% kind of return. So hence, I think mutual funds is a good, instrument to invest, because as a individual retail investor, it becomes very difficult to track stocks and build the portfolio. So rather, it's best to give it to a perfectionist and give the money to them. So that's why we feel that MF is a good instrument. Yeah.
So, Ankit, also help our viewers understand, when one starts off their journey in mutual funds, what is it that they should be really looking at? Many people still have a lot of confusion. They believe the companies that, have a lot of mutual fund schemes to offer are the places where they invest in. So people look at more brand names, whether I'm going for an ICICI mutual fund or an SBI or an HDFC Axis. They do not understand that much that you are actually not investing in the company, but those companies are providing you a lot of schemes that you can invest in. So first up, break that myth for all our viewers. How should one be really looking at, a mutual fund to start off with? Is it important to look at the brand name, or is it important to look at the scheme?
So basically, the type of mutual fund an investor should choose totally depends on the three primary factors. Its financial goals. What is the financial goal of that investor? What is the investment horizon? And what is the risk appetite? What is the drawdown, that investor can take? So there is no single best mutual fund for everyone, nor any scheme. So I'll just elaborate. Example, large caps equity schemes would be suitable for conservative equity investors seeking relatively stable long-term growth. Flexi cap would be appropriate for investors who wants to have a diversified portfolio, with the fund manager having the flexibility to invest across market capitalizations. Mid-cap and small-cap is better suited for investors with higher risk appetite and a long investment horizon, typically 7 to 8 years, as these funds can be very volatile. I'll give you an example. Last couple of years, index have gone nowhere, but we have seen a lot of small caps and mid cap companies have corrected. So it so happens that if you take it from peak to through, it is a like 3 to 4 year cycle. So even if someone has invested at the top of the cycle at one of the schemes managing small cap and mid cap fund, so they need time to exit. So that is why unless India's growing economy, small cap, mid cap companies are doing well, but then the horizon has to be 7 to 8 years because they are very volatile in nature. Similarly, index funds and ETFs are ideal for investors seeking low-cost passive exposure to the broader market without relying on active fund management. Hybrid funds is suitable for investors looking for a balance between equity and debt with lower volatility than pure equity funds. Now, hybrid funds, I'll explain this with an analogy, with a cricket analogy. In an innings, in a cricket batting innings, Dravid gives stability to the innings, and Sehwag takes care of the the scorecard, basically hitting the runs and everything. So similarly, a person, an investor who is more who is like who wants to take the benefit of both. For them, hybrid instruments are essential. For debt mutual funds, they are appropriate for capital preservation, regular income, or short to medium term goals. So investors should understand interest rate and credit risk.
Ankit, the question that I want to ask you is that simply first help our viewers understand. Usually people think that mutual funds is equal to stocks. First, help us understand whether this is a big myth there, and investors usually believe that mutual funds are risky. Are there also options where one can minimize the risk and yet take the benefit of mutual funds offering better set of returns than some of the very common schemes that investors invest in, like PPF or an NPS, or they go for some government schemes? Why does this option of mutual fund always equates to a lot of risk that people have to take? And how would you advise investors what to think about this?
So rather, I'll say that mutual fund is one of the less riskier asset compared to equities, because he has a equity. You as a mutual fund manager, they have got a team, investment team, they have got sell-side analysts to assist them, so they can have 20, 30, 40 companies in their coverage. It becomes very difficult for a retail investor to have that kind of diversified portfolio. At max, they can invest in 3 or 4 companies, and also entry and exit is very important for them. To take a call on which instrument in equity to buy and when to enter, when to exit becomes a very tough task. So that is why we prefer mutual fund scores over direct equities in that sense. Now, depending upon the purpose of the investment, whether it is retirement, buying a house, children's education, emergency purpose, etc., the investor can invest in that kind of scheme. For example, now I'll again explain this with an example. Now Diwali is around the corner. Now let's assume there is a trader, not stock trader, but a trader, and a businessman, who will be requiring some working capital needs to stock before the Diwali. Let's assume. So he should not invest. He or she should not invest in equity, because he'll be reading the funds 2 months down the line. So for them, that will come to a play. So it totally depends upon where that person is thinking, what state of life he is. But otherwise, mutual funds are much more simpler, and it's efficient compared to direct equities. That is what our sense is.
Okay. Let me also try and understand from you, Ankit, when people start out first, somebody who has never invested in mutual funds before, what are the categories you advise them to invest in?
So, see, it is not about first investment or second investment or third. Let's assume he is or she is at 20 to 22 years old, and he has that kind of money flow. He having that kind of money flow, so he can take that risk of equity. For another person who is sitting at 55 and 60, he's already retired and he wants an ideal steady state inflows. Then for them, the debt funds is play a role. So at what stage of the life you are, whether you are a trader. Let's assume one more example I'd like to give to explain the viewers. Let's assume I am into stock market. Let's assume, okay, I'm getting my bread and butter through the stock market. Now and let's assume the market, God forbid it doesn't happen, but let's assume that Nifty falls by 30%, 40%, and I have already invested, say, in equities comes. So that way, it is not diversifying. Rather, it is like consolidating my risk. So for me, it makes sense to invest in debt funds. So it totally depends, upon what age he is, what is his income. One more example I like to give. Let's assume I'm a jeweler. I'm already having 50 kgs or 30 kgs, 50 kgs kind of gold in my inventory, because that is how the business functions. Right? Whether it is B2B or B2C. Now I'll typically not invest in a commodity and a mutual fund scheme that has a lot of exposure to commodity, because God forbid again if the gold prices comes down, I'll take a inventory hit as well as take a hit on the MF scheme that is having more exposure to the gold thing. So it is totally dependent upon that particular person. What is his risk profile? That way. Yeah.
Okay. Let's also try and understand. A lot of people usually think about ELSS as the best way to invest in mutual funds because it offers investment and tax saving opportunities as well. But how would you really look at the ELSS option at a time when 90% or more people have already shifted to the new tax regime? Does it really make sense to look at the ELSS options?
So again, it depends upon what bracket you fall in, whether you fall in the 30% bracket. What is your this question has got more to do with the taxation part, again individualistic thing. Let's assume I'm sitting at 20 lakhs package, then it doesn't make sense for me to go through that ELSS route, because anyways the government has increased the tax bill. Now let's assume I'm sitting at 50 lakhs and at a higher package. Then at that point of time, maybe I would look for an old regime and I'll take ELSS into that consideration. So that again is very individualistic. There are a lot of portals on the website. They assist you. Investor can take guidance from their CA. There are a lot of personal finance programs like what we are conducting. So maybe that should be helpful for them to take a call on that part.
Okay, let me also try and understand, when it comes to a lot of themes, people usually get attracted with when they say a particular thematic or a theme is working well in the stock markets. People usually go for those. Say for instance, defense, infrastructure, power space. Whenever we see a strong run up in a particular theme in the stock markets, there are a lot of new fund offers that are announced by a lot of mutual fund companies, and therefore people think that those are the right times to invest in those themes. When should a thematic fund become a part of your portfolio?
See, historically, more often than not, so it's not a rule, but it's a guideline that, and what we have seen being associated with the equity markets last 20-25 years. Whenever a new sectoral scheme comes, most often we have seen in the 2000 cycles, we have seen that there were a lot of IT schemes launched, and we had seen post 2001, 2002, this NAVs coming at 10 rupees becoming 2 rupees, 3 rupees. So it so happens that it is a human psychology. It's got more to do with behavioral finance. As the theme is more on the limelight, it becomes very easy for the investors to put money. It becomes very easy for the mutual funds to launch schemes in that particular schemes. So we should be very selective in that sense. If something is in limelight, that doesn't guarantee that it will generate a return from there itself. Rather, we should think from a pinch of salt. So that has been my experience. So for the viewers, I would like to say that we should not blindly invest in a sectoral scheme, especially when the sector has been very hot for last 4-5 years. Because what we have seen is that after every 4-5 years or 6 years, there is sectoral rotation that happens. And God forbid, if someone gets stuck, then there is a problem. So that's my opinion to the viewers.
Okay. Also trying to understand from you, what is the right mix between market cap based funds, say large caps, mid caps, small cap funds? What should be the ratio there? Then there are these multi cap funds, that we look at as well. So how should one be deciding what is the right way of approaching or having the best diversification in market cap based funds in the portfolios?
So best and the simplest way is to invest through flexi cap schemes. Like the flexi cap schemes, more than 65% has to be invested in the equity schemes, and it is a good blend or mix of small cap, mid cap, and large cap companies. If the investor doesn't have to take a call on the which part of the segment that market will move. Let's assume it so happens that every 1.5, 2 years, sometimes large cap outperform the mid cap, small cap companies. Sometimes mid cap, small cap companies outperform the large cap. So if the investor is able to read that cycle well, then he can do a direct investment in mid cap and small cap companies. And if he doesn't want to take a risk, then he can invest in flexi cap. And the third thing is that let's assume that he doesn't want to take he or she is of the opinion that Nifty will give, let's assume 12, 13, 14 kind of CAGR kind of return, and he doesn't want to take a bet on the fund manager's active calls. Then there are ETFs also, where index-based funds also where the investors can invest. So it totally depends actually.
Okay. Also trying to understand, when it comes to selecting the mutual funds or selecting the mutual fund, companies or houses as well. What are the top 2 or 3 things that you advise clients to look at when they go for a fund? And, if you could also explain, there is always a confusion between whether you should go for direct or for regular. If you could help us understand, how should one be looking at those options?
So, when deciding, in which mutual fund to investors should evaluate, a combination of quantitative and qualitative factors rather than focusing only on the past returns. Because every fund manager, every scheme have their own style of investment. Some are value focused, some are growth focused. So it sometimes so happens that 2-3 years the value stock will outperform, 2-3 years, 4 years the growth stock will outperform. So immediate history should not be immediate 1 year or 3 year history return should not be construed as the future performance. So then what? Then the next question comes: if not this, then what? So we should ensure that the fund's objective aligns with the financial goals. Whether the investor is opting for wealth creation, income, tax saving, etc. Then for fund category, I have already explained, flexi cap, large cap, when to invest. Hybrid also, we have already discussed, giving the Dravid and Sehwag analogy. Then we should also look at risk-adjusted returns. SEBI has started this thing, which is wonderful. Every fund house should give their risk metrics like Sharpe ratio, standard deviation. So these are some of the factors that needs to be taken care of. So ultimately the best mutual fund is not necessarily the one that has given highest recent returns, but the one that has consistently aligned with investor goals, risk tolerance, and time horizon. Some mutual funds have got this risk-taking ability, so they deliver good returns, say from 5 to 7 years perspective. But we have seen some mutual funds. I'll not quote, but we have some mutual funds have given good returns 5 to 7 years perspective. But last 2-3 years they have not performed because in that case, if the risk appetite of the mutual fund investor is less, then maybe they should look for another. So it totally depends upon the time horizon, risk tolerance, ability, everything. The broader risk.
Okay. Time up, and we'll have to thank you, Ankit, right here. Thanks for being with us on the program and giving us all your insights there. Viewers, we'll wrap it up on that note, but we'll continue to get you market coverage on the other side of this break.
Thank you so much.
The Faith Conclave 2026 has concluded in New Delhi with one clear message. Tourism must become a key driver of India's economic growth. Held under the theme Incredible India, Invaluable Economics, the two-day conclave highlighted tourism's role as a key economic driver.
हम सब के बीच में उपस्थित दिल्ली के सम्मानित उपराज्यपाल
Union Tourism Minister Gajendra Singh Shekhawat said, India must focus not just on increasing tourist numbers, but on enhancing visitor experience and turning travelers into civilizational ambassadors.
अब हमारा समय है कि हम किस तरह से टूरिस्ट वैल्यू को बढ़ा सकते हैं, हम किस तरह से डेस्टिनेशन के साथ साथ में एक्सपीरियंस इकोनॉमी को बढ़ाने के लिए किस तरह से काम कर सकते हैं। अब हम मीनिंगफुल इम्पैक्ट उसके साथ में कैसे बढ़ाएं, इस विषय पर भी हमको विचार करने की आवश्यकता है। टूरिस्ट हु कम्स टू इंडिया, he must become the civilizational ambassador of our country, then it is our success.
Welcome the Honorable Chief Minister.
Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta stressed that Delhi should be promoted as a global tourism destination.
दिल्ली अपने आप में एक शानदार डेस्टिनेशन है। दिल्ली का कल्चर देखिए आप, दिल्ली एक तरीके से मिनी इंडिया है, भारत का वो छोटा स्वरूप जहाँ हर राज्य के लोग रहते हैं। तो ऐसी दिल्ली जो देश की राजधानी है, ये मुझे लगता है कि हम सबका फर्ज है कि हम ऐसे सभी राज्य या विशेष रूप से दिल्ली उसको टूरिस्ट हब के नाते से देश और दुनिया के सामने प्रस्तुत करें।
One of India's most culturally and geographically diverse states.
Madhya Pradesh CM Mohan Yadav invited domestic and international investors to partner with the state.
मैं गोवा के चीफ मिनिस्टर मेरे मित्र हैं, उनसे मैंने बात की कि आप होटल व्यवसाय में क्या मदद करते हैं, तो उन्होंने कहा कि मैं होटल अगर कोई डालेगा 100 कमरों की, अगर 100 करोड़ की, तो आप कुछ देते हो कि नहीं देते हो। बोले नहीं, हम तो कुछ नहीं देते, बड़ी मुश्किल से लाइसेंस देते हैं। हमने कहा हमारे यहाँ आ जाओ, 100 करोड़ में 30 करोड़ का माफ हमारे यहाँ देते हैं। बोले ऐसा मत बोलना, नहीं तो हमारे गोवा वाले तुम्हारे यहाँ जाने लग जाएंगे। और आज का ज़माना तो ऐसा है कि हमारे लिए बड़े पैमाने पर सम्मान के साथ आज अपने देश की, प्रदेश की प्रतिष्ठा दिखाने के लिए आज टूरिज्म सेक्टर से बढ़कर कोई सेक्टर नहीं।
The conclave also featured sessions by Baman Irani and Anupam Kher, who spoke on building India's tourism future and creating world-class tourism enterprises with an Indian identity.
Everybody says don't do it, बहुत छोटा रोल है। I said मैं भी लॉरेंस ओलिवियर जैसे का बात किया, where are no small parts, they only small actors, मैं कर लिया। But there was something that stuck in my head, whatever, no matter how small it is, doesn't matter. No matter how small your client is, it doesn't matter. Just give it your all.
I was very upset, not upset, I was disappointed कि मैं स्विट्जरलैंड गया, वहाँ यश चोपड़ा जी की ट्रेन है, वहाँ दिल वाले दुल्हनिया ले जाएंगे का एक सीक्वेंस है, ऊपर चढ़ जाते हैं। एंड जहाँ अभी मैं 4 महीने पहले एक रेलवे स्टेशन पे शूटिंग करने गया था, जहाँ पर हमने दिल वाले दुल्हनिया ले जाएंगे का वो लास्ट सीन किया था, जा सिमरन जा भाग जा, एंड वहाँ पर एक निशान तक नहीं था कि इस जगह पर एक आइकॉनिक दिल वाले दुल्हनिया ले जाएगी की शूटिंग हुई थी, जगह ही नहीं। देन आई रोट टू द मिनिस्टर और कल्चर मिनिस्टर, आई सेड हाउ कम देयर इज नो प्लेस, नथिंग ओवर हियर। You go to Europe, you go to America, you go to any other country, एक पत्थर पड़ा होता है और उस पत्थर के पीछे लाइन लगी होती है कि इस पत्थर पर एक दिन वन ऑफ द बीटल्स ने पत्थर मारा था किसी को, तो लगे हुए सब लोग खड़े हैं। So I think I also feel that we are only 70 years old, 75 years old country, so it will take a little time.
The message from the Faith Conclave 2026 is clear. Better tourism can drive more jobs, investment and economic growth. Bureau Report, India Today.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Business Today. I'm Neetu Chandra Sharma. Last quarter, Jupiter Lifeline Hospitals Limited announced major expansion plans that will significantly increase its bed capacity over the next few years. With the company set to announce its quarterly results later this month, it's a good time to take stock of its expansion plans, funding strategy, and long-term growth outlook. To discuss all of that, I have with me on the show Dr. Ankit Thakkar, Managing Director and CEO of Jupiter Lifeline Hospitals Limited. Dr. Ankit, warm welcome and thanks for taking the time out. So let me start off.
Hello and welcome on Business Today Television, ladies and gentlemen. We continue with our efforts to get you to meet the finest fund managers on Dalal Street who are dealing with this volatility in a professional manner, investing client money and making supernormal returns. What should your portfolio look like given the background of the flare-up in the West Asian conflict, a weakening rupee, a strengthening dollar as well as crude oil prices, as also against the backdrop of a fairly muted Q1, especially from the private banking sector, on which the markets had great hope. In that connection, we are now joined by Mr. Sanjay Sinha, founder at Citrus Advisors, a very well-known fund manager on Dalal Street. Namaste, Sanjay ji, and a very warm welcome. How are you at this point of time understanding the flow of dynamics in the market? What looks good, what looks bad?
So first and foremost, thank you for having me on your show. And, I think the most amazing thing that one has to accept is despite all the negatives that you described at the outset of the program, we still have Nifty at above 24,000 levels. So I think, it is important for us to introspect for a minute and try to understand that, what exactly is keeping the Nifty at these levels. I think, there are three primary reasons. The first and foremost is the way India has managed to withstand the Iran crisis in the last 3 months. If you've seen, except for maybe some restriction on the supplies of LPG to commercial establishment, we have not seen any supply shortages either on the retail petrol and diesel, or for that matter even LPG. So, and not only that, the decision, whether it was influenced by the West Bengal elections or not, but the decision to defer the hike in petrol diesel prices also, I think, has contained inflation. So overall, if you see the way India managed the crisis, I think has given a lot of confidence as far as the macroeconomic stability is concerned. That is number one. Number two, there were concerns about the deficient monsoon, but while June was a big disappointment, July I think has started on a good note. And I have always maintained that monsoon is not just a statistical number. It has to be seen as to how is it spatially distributed, how is it concentrated in terms of time, and also in terms of the intensity with which we get rainfall, even in the phases in which we do. So on all those counts, I think July has raised, I will say, a silver lining on that. And the last and the most important reason is that if you've seen the high frequency data, whether that be on passenger cars, whether that be on two-wheeler sales, whether that be on GST collection numbers, these numbers have held quite strong, and therefore they give the confidence that the very foundation on which the Indian economy rests, which is consumption, that foundation remains unshaken by whatever be the challenges. So I guess, the 24,000 plus levels of Nifty is acknowledging all these factors. And I think with certain amount of apprehension, which normally happens in a quarterly result season, it is looking at the flow of results which are coming through. So while there are some pleasant surprises, there will always be some unpleasant surprises too.
Okay. Against this backdrop, Sanjay ji, how are you looking at this slightly under par performance of the private banking sector this Saturday? HDFC continues to disappoint. Axis and Kotak also could not come up to even the minimum of investor expectation. That was only ICICI Bank and a couple of PSU banks that somehow saved the day of a sector that was supposed to be an outperformer. What is ailing banking as such?
Sharendraji, I will not say that there is something which is ailing the sector. I think if you see there are certain realities that the sector is coming to terms with. In the case of some of the larger banks that you mentioned, there are some legacy issues that they have to deal with, which does impact their net interest margin. And if you look at their commentary, they are guiding to a better trajectory on the NIMs going forward. But I think what is also important is the fact that one thing which has been a challenge for the entire banking sector is that the loan growth has been much faster than the deposit growth. And therefore, there are some inherent, you can say, challenges which are getting built into the system. And if the banking sector has to correct that, it is quite possible that it might be at the cost of NIMs going forward. But the present picture, which has been presented by most of the banks, I think we cannot ignore two things. One is that the loan growth is very strong, regardless of whether the market is excited or not excited. And second thing is that the asset quality of almost all banks, whether they be public or private, has been also very good. So I think these are also good things to say in favor of the banking sector.
No, fair point. In fact, we may have perhaps the best banking industry in the world. That goes without saying. I was just saying that probably the expectations were so much that no matter what the results came in, it was a bit of a disappointment. Be that as it may, take care. This too shall pass. But broadly, Q1. What has been your report card in terms of are you by and large okay with the earnings that are coming in, especially in the large cap space? And what of citrus PMS? How have your funds and your individual stocks performed?
So, addressing your question in two parts. In terms of the overall impression on the results. So while there's no doubt that expectations were far ahead of delivery as far as private sector banks are concerned. But if you look at the other significant sector in the market, which is IT, there the delivery actually has been much better than what the market was expecting, or let me put it the other way, what the market was fearing. And I think that has got reflected in the performance of the IT stocks also. If you come to our portfolios, the last 3 months have been exceedingly good for the portfolios in the sense, we have two major strategies. There is a multi-cap strategy and a mid-cap strategy. I'm happy to tell you that, the mid-cap strategy delivered a return of 33% in the last 3 months. And the large cap strategy delivered close to 13% return in the last 3 months. So where did this performance come from? I think, the fact that, we were a little overweight in cyclicals, and the last 3 months have been extremely good as far as cyclical stocks are concerned, have been the factors which have contributed to this strong performance that we saw in the last 3 months. Going forward, what is it that I perceive? I think, there are a couple of tenets on which we have built our portfolio. We feel that, the India story built around government capex is here to stay, and that will not be shaken by macroeconomic challenges. It was also publicly stated by the government, either through their secretaries or even through the ministers. So that is one tenet. The second tenet that we believe is going to be the foundation of going forward would be an enduring and strong domestic consumption. So we've seen the high frequency data in two-wheelers and passengers cars, and we have chosen to be a little overweight in this sector. So we think that is the second sector that will tenet on which to build the portfolio. And the third is that you cannot always ride the tide when you build the portfolio. Sometimes you have to be slightly contrarian. So in our case, we have actually been, you say, exposed. I will not say overexposed, but exposed to IT sector in our portfolio. And our theory behind that is that the outlook for the IT sector will be divided into three parts. The first part is something that has already played out, where we saw the IT sector stocks getting derated without any significant decline in their profits. So therefore, that was purely a price earning multiple compression that we saw. In fact, even if you take out the performances in this quarter, you will find that year on year there is a revenue growth, and there is also a profit growth. So we are now in the second phase, where we are in a phase of consolidation, where the market is trying to reconcile and come to terms with the challenge of the AI on the Indian IT sector. We can discuss this in much later detail, but I will just summarize and say that this is a phase of catharsis, where the investors are trying to come to terms with the outlook on the sector. So this is the second phase, which is the phase of consolidation. And the third phase is when these IT companies will be able to demonstrate growth in profits, maybe not necessarily growth in revenues, because I expect the margins to expand as a beneficiary of AI. And then the price earning multiples will once again start moving up. Incidentally, most of the large cap IT companies today are trading at their multi-year low price earning multiples. So there is very little room for them to go down from the current levels, but there's a lot of scope for them to go up. And I think that third phase is where we have positioned ourselves also, in the anticipation that there will be a re-rating. It can happen over the next 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, or maybe 12 months, but I think it is eventually going to happen.
Okay, fair point. What were the spaces that really outperformed at Citrus portfolio, and where are you putting in fresh money?
So one segment that has done quite well for us has been the power ancillary sector. That sector even in 2024 had seen a lot of rally. In fact, it was part of the Troika, defense, railways and power, which had rallied in 2024. And then one by one, the steam had petered off. But the revival that has happened has been once again been in the case of power stocks more significantly than in the case of railways, and to some extent, of course, in the case of defense. So in power, what we did was that we positioned ourselves across the three sub-segments. We were also there in generation, we were also there in transmission, and we were also there in the ancillaries. So the ancillaries have been the one which has given us the highest reward. We've also benefited on the transmission space, and to some extent we have benefited on the energy space. We also have an exposure to defense, and that also paid off. I will say out of, we probably got 50% performance of 50% of the stocks in the defense that we had performed, and the other 50% were, you can say, average performer. We do not at this point of time have a very significant exposure to railways. Not that we are absent there, but we have been very choosy. So I guess these three themes which were there in 2024 may once again become relevant. Out of them, two themes are anyway playing out. If you look at the year-to-date performance, the Nifty Defense Index is the best performing index among the sectoral indices year-to-date. So that is anyway playing out. Power, in my opinion, is a multi-year theme. Railways, I think, once we start coming closer to the budget, there will be probably some action that will once again start happening there.
Fair point. When you say power is a multi-year theme, you are obviously referring to the ancillary space, the MNC stocks, Power India, Siemens Energy, to some extent Schneider, or are you referring to some other part of the sector?
No, I'm actually referring to all the three segments. Our bullishness is also applicable to the power generating sector because, given the capacity that we will be building and the fact that, more of the incremental capacity is getting built in the renewable space, is going to keep that segment relevant. But the larger amount of spending by the government is going to be in building the transmission infrastructure. And on that, while the mainstream EPC players in the transmission space will be a participant, many of these other players, which we collectively call power ancillaries, which are into the business of transformers and other equipments which are used in the transmission space, will also have a role to play.
Within the power space, whether it's power producers, ancillaries, or allied stocks, what is the percentage of citrus portfolio?
Overall on power?
Yes.
So our overall exposure to power would be somewhere around 10%.
10%?
Yes.
How about banking and financial services?
Banking would be about 27%. IT would be approximately between 8 to 9%, but auto will be again close to 10%.
Auto is how much, sir?
10% almost.
Okay. And what is it that you're preferring in auto? Two-wheelers, EV plays, or ancillaries on the EV side?
So we actually have one selected stock in each of these spaces. So while we have a CV manufacturer in the mid-cap segment, we also have the largest passenger car manufacturer. We also have one of the fastest growing two-wheelers, which, by the way, is not only gaining market share aggressively, but it is also present in the IC space. So it straddles both, but the growth is the one which is attracting us. And we also have an exposure to ancillary.
Fair point. How about the chemical space? It's coming up really well on many parameters, whether it's year-on-year earnings or even quarterly moves. Charts are also looking good amongst the top 4 or 5 chemical plays. How are you reacting to this segment?
So here we have chosen, you can say, a little careful strategy. What we are actually playing on in the chemical space is companies which have a clear-cut capex plan, and where the capex coming on stream is in the near-term visible time horizon. So that is one thing that we are playing on. Some of the rally that you are seeing in the chemical space is also influenced by the movement of the commodity prices. We unfortunately are not very good at playing that. And, given the fact that when we take an exposure to a company or a sector, it is for a reasonable period of time. So in commodities, we may not be able to enter and exit with the right momentum, and therefore we have chosen to position ourselves with companies where there is, you can say, a secular growth opportunity supported by capex.
How are you watching the capital market space? There is a very serious bout of profit booking happening on both exchanges. One major exchange is about to get listed. A new AMC just debuted on the markets today. Broadly, there seems to be, a bit of positivity on the capital market side. How are you looking at it?
So this also, in my opinion, is a multi-year theme. We feel that there is still a lot of price discovery that is going to happen in this space. There will be new listings which will be making this sector a much wider sector in which to participate in. From our portfolio perspective, we have tactically booked profit in this space, not for any other reason, but the fact that we felt that we had reached a valuation level where we needed to take some of the profits off the table. But this is a sector where we will be very happy to re-enter at a point of time. So we are waiting for some reasonable correction in the space, which sometimes happens with very large listings also. So tactically, we are just you can say waiting for that opportunity.
What still doesn't look good, sir?
So, in my opinion, while the consumer staples will occasionally attract market attention, I am not very sure whether you will get a very enduring and a market outperforming rally from that segment of the listed space. So, therefore, for me, FMCG is a space where while the quality of the companies may be good, you might see some bit of volume growth, but they are already at such high valuations that market really needs to stretch for these stocks to outperform, and therefore I am not very bullish on this space.
Have you partaken some commodity stocks as well? For instance, nobody has whispered a word on cement for now almost half a decade.
So we don't have commodities in our portfolio, and on that, like I said, it needs a different sort of mindset completely to participate in commodities. You need to be a bit of a momentum player, bit of an opportunistic participant. We are not very good at that. We are much better at picking multi-baggers which play out over a reasonable period of time. And in that, like I was sharing our recent performance, even if you look at our performance since inception, that is a demonstration that even if you may not participate in a fashionably relevant sector all the time, you might still be able to create wealth for your clients.
आपको तजुर्बे की कहाँ कमी है सिन्हा साहब? आप तो 35 साल से यहीं पे हैं.
हाँ, लेकिन मार्केट भी तो 35 साल में और बड़ा हो गया है.
सही बात. That's true. Does the rupee now concern you, or is the worst behind us?
So if the situation in the Middle East gets stretched further, I think that will be a pressure on the rupee, because despite the government measure to attract FCNRB deposits and also ECB borrowings, the hard reality is that this dollar that is coming into the country is going more to shore up our forex reserves, and is not necessarily coming into the market where the demand for dollar is actually getting generated. So oil marketing companies or the oil refining companies who have to buy crude at the elevated prices have to deliver dollars. But these dollars are not coming from the kitty that the FCNRB deposits are bringing. So these are, if these dollars were available in the market, then I think the rupee trajectory would have been a little more sober. So that is one pressure that we have on the rupee. And the second one, hopefully, should not resurface. But that is something that we have seen in the early part of the calendar year, when we've seen a lot of selling by the foreign institutional investors. Thankfully, after the 17th of June, when the MOU was signed, so we saw that this number actually had declined. Just to put things in perspective, all through the war, the average selling that we were seeing from the foreign institutional investor was to the tune of about 4,000 crores per day. Then between 5th of June, when we came out with the double bazooka of the FCNRB hedging and the exemption of tax on GSEC, between 5th of June till the 17th of June, this number fell down to 1100 crores. And post that, this number actually turned out to be slightly positive. So now we are again reversing back in terms of the crude prices putting pressure on the rupee. Hopefully, if this does not trigger an FII outflow once again, things should be all right. But, the FCNRB deposits are not helping much as far as the rupee dollar exchange is concerned.
Mr. Sinha, what is the largest holding at Citrus Advisors?
You mean sectoral?
No. Via
I would
AUM.
be more comfortable disclosing sector. So this sectorally, our largest holding is banking and finance, where we have an exposure of 27%.
Okay. Where is the maximum amount of money gone into a particular stock over the last 3 months?
It would have gone proportionately to the portfolio, and therefore, barring a few percentage point here and there. Okay, I will again repeat that we have 27% in banking. We have close to 10% in auto. We have also about 8% in IT. But just to clarify there, our tactical allocation to IT may have not been in the same proportion, but may have been a little less. Okay, but banking, I think if someone has given us 100 rupees in the last 3 months, out of that 100 rupees, even if we have not put 27 rupees in banking and finance, we would have put somewhere close to 15-20 rupees in banking finance. In auto, we would have put about 8 to 10 rupees. In IT, we would have put about 5. In our overall basket of power, we would have put close to about 10 rupees out of the 100 rupees invested.
Are you sitting on cash?
Yeah, some bit of cash, yes.
Is it less than what it was 3 months ago?
Actually, but that I have to qualify. We didn't have too much of inflows 3 months back, but we have had a lot of inflows in the last 3 months. So therefore, the amount of money that has come in the last 3 months has been relatively higher. And therefore, if you look at the cash in absolute terms now, that cash in absolute term will be higher than the cash that we had 3 months back.
Because you enjoy such close relationships with your long-term clients, are they fatigued at this point of time? What is the general mind space that a client comes with when he approaches you?
So, no doubt, there is certain amount of what is the right word? Yeah, you can. Fatigue may not be the right word, but in the fact that the index has not gone anywhere from September 24 till now has produced certain amount of restlessness among the clients. But at the same time, it is very interesting to see that despite this, our existing clients have also put in some more money into the existing strategies at the right moment of time. And in fact, it has not always been just because we have asked them to put money. It has also been at their initiative. So I guess there is an inherent bullish outlook as far as India is concerned. And this money that came in the last 3 months actually has got rewarded. And therefore, nothing succeeds like success. So in case we are able to, get over this lackluster phase of the market, which we have been seeing over the last 2 weeks, it is quite possible that, flows may once again start in a serious way with an outlook towards the festive season and an outlook towards the budget.
Budget is too far off. I mean, I don't even want to begin a conversation that side. Broadly, how is the market structured at this point of time? We see newer and different sectors participating in the rally, whereas the Nifty and the Bank Nifty remain sideways. Old world is coming back into focus. ABB, BHEL record highs. Broadly, how are you, when you look at the granularity of the market in the evening post 3:30, what do you see?
So, if you look at the market on a day-to-day basis, it will be very difficult to draw a picture. It would be better to look at the market over I would say, a fortnight or a week or a month, and then that picture becomes far clearer. On that time horizon, if you see, a couple of trends are becoming very clear. While the large cap index is not going anywhere, the mid cap and the small cap index are actually doing quite well. So therefore, in terms of market capitalization, it is quite possible that you might see more opportunities in the mid cap, small cap space than you might see on the large cap space. That is number one. Number two, something that I have always been advocating, that if you set your sights too much on the short term, then you might miss out on the long term picture. And that again has played out. If you see the last 5 to 6 months, the last 5 to 6 months actually have rewarded the cyclicals more than they have rewarded the defensives. Even though there was a point of time in which defensives was being advocated as a very strong contender for the portfolio space. So that is the other thing that needs to be taken into cognizance. And third is, if we overreact to short-term events and 1 quarter performance, then what happens is that we tend to lean too much with the current favorites and miss out on something that will emerge in future. So therefore, on that same context, the fact that we benefited by our exposure to the power related stocks, but we had to be patient for quite some time before we actually got the reward, and the reward was fantastic.
Sanjay ji, I asked this question with a little bit of trepidation, but because you've seen so much of markets, maybe you're the right person to at least throw some light on it. We've already had more than 2 years of next to zero returns. Stocks have performed, I agree with you. But over the next 4 or 5 years, given the way how there is an absence of AI trade here, how you see, incomes getting squeezed, job losses happening across the board, are we in a market which for a decade might do nothing?
Let me answer that question with a little bit of perspective of history. The specter of job losses was something that was raised along with demonetization. Then we had COVID, and COVID was supposed to have created all around unemployment in the country. Both these events are significantly behind us in terms of number of years. And we still seem to be doing quite well as an economy. There will always be rumblings in a democracy about some or other issue which you cannot ignore. Okay, so therefore, you will have a protest at Jantar Mantar over certain things. You will also have some protest in Azad Maidan over certain things. That is part and parcel of democracy. But I'm saying that, these two events were major economic shocks. And we have, despite those shocks, done well. I don't think AI as an event is going to be something that is going to create such a level of unemployment in the country. On the contrary, if it does anything, it will actually improve productivity. And therefore, we being always been on the better side of the opportunity that has come in the IT and the software space, I think we will triumph over this. So therefore, that is not my major concern. As far as the economy is concerned, given the fact that we have such deficient infrastructure in the country, and the fact that there is so much to be done on that front, gives me that much more optimism that we will be able to participate in the nation building opportunity. Last but not the least, if you take the numbers post the GST cut in September 2025, our consumption has never gone on the back foot despite the most adverse circumstances economically. So this is the third foundation that I am basing myself on. And therefore, while markets may test our patience, but it is somewhat like a rubber band. If you stretch it too much, then it rebounds with an even higher force. So I think this consolidation phase is ultimately going to lead to a very enduring rally in the market rather than a 10-year of lackluster performance.
Maybe we need to discuss this on something stronger, for which I will bring it along from Delhi, and we'll discuss this through. But Sinha Sahab, thank you as always. What a pleasure to listen to such in-depth understanding of Dalal Street, and we look forward to interacting with you again. Till that time, have a nice day.
As I said, thank you for having me on your show.
Yes. This, ladies and gentlemen, was Mr. Sanjay Sinha, founder at Citrus Advisors, a very well-known PMS working out of Mumbai. Thank you for watching. We'll be back shortly. News continues on BGTV.
Hello and welcome to Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra. This is our personal finance show, Money Today, and today's topic is insurance. Then this is the edition that focuses on your insurance masterclass. Everything that you need to know about insurance, every doubt that you have will be answered on this program. So you can obviously write into us on our live programming that you're watching on the show on our Business Today YouTube platform, and we'll be happy to take up some of those questions. But insurance, to begin with, is one of those financial products that often you buy only after you realize that something has gone wrong. But the right insurance can actually protect your family's finances from the life's biggest risks, be it a medical emergency, an untimely death, a road accident, a damage to your home, or even an unexpected crisis while traveling. So today on the show, we're going to be cutting through all the jargons and talking about top 5 insurance policies that almost everyone should consider. And we're going to be discussing all of that on the show to find out how much cover is enough, who needs it, what are the common mistakes people make while buying insurance. All of those things will be discussed as well on the program. We're joined by Amit Chabra, the CBO of Policy Bazaar, to decode the insurance masterclass for all our viewers today. Welcome to you, Amit. Good to have you with us. We'll start off by trying and understanding why insurance in the first place is still something that is underpenetrated in a country which is the most populated country in the world. And to try and help all our viewers understand that usually we think of insurance only once something wrong has happened, and then we come to know that in case we had the insurance, we would have saved ourselves some financial trouble. So give us an understanding of why insurance in today's day and age is an absolute imperative to have.
Well, yes. See, if you look at the macro factors, right? One, India is a large country. There are large diversities of income. There are people who don't have a lot of means in case something goes wrong. And the sad reality is somewhere the social security is also not there. Correct. So, or it's getting there, I would say. If I say it positively, I think it's getting there where we are slowly moving towards a world where there is universal healthcare in the country. We are slowly moving towards a world where, over time things will become easier. People will have free education in case something goes wrong to the earning member of the family. There will be jobs maybe at some point for in case the earning member of the family passes away. But the reality is that is not there right now. So think of it like this: if there is a family which earns about 50,000 rupees a month, which is, I would say, still quite high by Indian averages, and the earning member of the family passes away. Now what happens? Who takes care of the family? Who pays for the rent, for the groceries coming in every week? Who pays for the school fees? There is, people don't have an answer to that question. The only answer that is logical and should be is insurance, right? In case something happens to the earning member of the family, the person passes away, the person has a health condition because of which, lakhs and lakhs of rupees are spent on their health care. Or the person has an accident and because of it there is disability. Now these are things which are not unreal. It's not a once in a lifetime. Absolutely. These things happen to everybody, unfortunately, and that is the reality. But people somewhere in India are not yet prepared fully for a contingency of that kind. And that is where insurance comes in and saves the day. So insurance is basically saving you from death, disease and disability, so that at least your finances, your family's lifestyle or basic income needs are met. so that your child's education, your family, your rent, your family's expenses are taken care of. That is what insurance is all about. The sad reality is that, a lot of India is still not prepared for it.
एब्सोल्युटली, आपने बिल्कुल ठीक कहा अमित, और बहुत सारे दर्शक हमारे जो हैं इससे आइडेंटिफाई भी करेंगे कि एक तो पहले जान लीजिए कि इंडिया में कोई ऐसा सोशल सिक्योरिटी प्लान नहीं है जो अमित ने बताया, जो कई कंट्रीज़ में, डेवलप कंट्रीज़ में होता है कि अगर आपके साथ कुछ अनटुवर्ड इंसिडेंट हो जाता है, आपकी जॉब लॉस हो जाती है, अनटाइमली डेथ हो जाती है, तो आपके फैमिली को कोई सपोर्ट नहीं है और इस तरीके का कोई सोशल सिक्योरिटी प्लान नहीं है कंट्री में जो कि आपको प्रोटेक्ट करता है इस तरीके की इवेंचुअलिटीज़ में। और इसीलिए ज़रूरी है कि इंडिया जैसी कंट्री में आपके पास इंश्योरेंस इसलिए होना चाहिए कि मुसीबत जो है वो कभी बताकर नहीं आएगी, और अगर वो आएगी तो उसके बाद आपके परिवार वालों को उसका जो बर्डन है वो ना फेस करना पड़े। इसके लिए आपको इंश्योरेंस लेना बहुत ज़रूरी है। अब इंश्योरेंस कौन सी लेनी चाहिए, किस किस तरह की इंश्योरेंस अवेलेबल हैं, कौन सी इंश्योरेंस आपके लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है, इन सब के ऊपर भी हम बात करेंगे। विल स्टार्ट ऑफ विद लाइफ इंश्योरेंस और टर्म इंश्योरेंस फर्स्ट। अमित, जैसा कि आपने बताया कि जो अर्निंग मेंबर होता है, अभी भी आपने बताया कि इंडिया में बहुत सारी ऐसे फैमिलीज हैं जहां पर केवल एक ही सोल ब्रेड विनर है फैमिली का, जिसके ऊपर पूरे फैमिली का बर्डन है, अपने स्पाउस का, बच्चों का, ओल्ड एज पेरेंट्स का, उन सब का बर्डन एक ही पर्सन के ऊपर है। और अगर वो सोल ब्रेड विनर की लाइफ को कुछ भी होता है, अगर अनटाइमली डेथ हो जाती है, परमानेंट डिसेबिलिटी हो जाती है, ऐसा एक्सीडेंट हो जाता है जिससे कि जॉब्स चली जाए, तो आप उस सिनेरियो में क्या करते हैं? और इसलिए लाइफ इंश्योरेंस का महत्व बढ़ता चला जा रहा है। आज भी अगर हम देखें तो इंडिया में बहुत कम परसेंटेज ऐसे हैं जो लोग लाइफ इंश्योरेंस या टर्म इंश्योरेंस लेते हैं। तो सबसे पहले तो ये बताइए कि लाइफ इंश्योरेंस लेना क्यों ज़रूरी है, किस तरीके की लाइफ इंश्योरेंस अवेलेबल है मार्केट में, और क्या ध्यान में रखना चाहिए, किस किस को लेना चाहिए लाइफ इंश्योरेंस?
बिल्कुल, देखिए, लाइफ इंश्योरेंस के दो पार्ट्स हैं। पहला, और आई वुड से द मोस्ट कॉमन रिक्वायरमेंट इज हैविंग अ टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
ठीक है,
बहुत सिंपल प्रोडक्ट है। इसका मतलब ये है कि अगर जो पॉलिसी होल्डर है उनकी डेथ हो जाती है किसी भी कारण, नेचुरल, एक्सीडेंटल, किसी डिजीज की वजह से किसी भी कारण उनकी डेथ अगर हो जाती है, तो उनके जो डिपेंडेंट्स हैं, जो उनके नॉमिनी है, जो जनरली पेरेंट्स, बच्चे या फिर स्पाउस होते हैं, उनको एक लमसम अमाउंट मिल जाता है। इट इज़ एज सिंपल एज दैट। बहुत सरल प्रोडक्ट है। अगर पॉलिसी होल्डर की डेथ होती है तो उनके नॉमिनी को एक लमसम अमाउंट मिल जाता है। इसकी ज़रूरत क्या है? जैसे कि हमने बात करी, देखिए, पहला डर किसी भी आज एक मिडिल क्लास फैमिली के लिए होता है डेथ ऑफ द अर्निंग मेंबर ऑफ द फैमिली। उस केस में टर्म इंश्योरेंस आपके काम आता है। तो बहुत एक आपको ये डिसाइड करना जरूरी है कि आपको कितना सम एश्योर्ड लेना है, कि आप 50, 1 करोड़, 2 करोड़, 5 करोड़, कितना सम एश्योर्ड लेना चाहते हैं। इसका मतलब यह है कि अगर अर्निंग मेंबर की डेथ होती है तो आपको उतना अमाउंट मिलेगा, नॉमिनी को उतना अमाउंट मिलेगा। वो अमाउंट आपको डिसाइड करना होता है। और आपको दूसरी चीज ये डिसाइड करनी होती है कि टिल व्हाट एज डू यू वांट दिस टर्म इंश्योरेंस फॉर। लाइक, क्या आप अपनी अर्निंग एज तक चाहते हैं, विच मीन्स लेट्स से 60 ईयर्स तक चाहते हैं, या आप और आगे तक की कवरेज चाहते हैं, जिसका मतलब है कि यू वांट टू गेट कवर्ड टिल लेट्स से 70 और 80 ईयर्स ऑफ एज।
ओके,
These are the two things which you have to decide when you're buying your term insurance policy. It is a very simple online process. You can buy online. You can buy on EMIs so that you pay every month. So it is easier on your pocket as well.
Okay.
The most logical way of looking at what sum insured to buy is you understand your current household expenses. आपका आज कितना खर्चा है आपकी फैमिली का।
ठीक है।
अगर आप करते हैं तो कितने पैसे उन्हें चाहिए होंगे कि उनका खर्चा चलता रहे। इसको आप एक रूल ऑफ थंब मान के अपना कैलकुलेशन कर सकते हैं। एक आसान रूल ऑफ थंब ये माना जाता है कि 10 to 20 टाइम्स योर एनुअल इनकम इज हाउ यू शुड लुक एट योर टर्म इंश्योरेंस सम एश्योर्ड। सो मान लीजिए अगर आपका 10 लाख रुपए का आपका एनुअल इनकम है तो आपको 1 करोड़ 2 करोड़ के बीच में सम इंश्योर्ड लेना चाहिए।
अच्छा, ठीक है। तो सम इंश्योर्ड का मतलब हो गया कि कितने की आप पॉलिसी लेंगे, उसके हिसाब से आपका प्रीमियम ऑफ कोर्स डिसाइड होता है। लेकिन अगर आपके सालाना खर्चा या सालाना इनकम आपकी 10 लाख रुपए की है तो उस हिसाब से, रेशियो के हिसाब से आपको 1 से 2 करोड़ का टर्म इंश्योरेंस लेना चाहिए, क्योंकि आगे जाते हुए ये जो आपकी जो कवरेज है जो आपकी मंथली एक्सपेंसेस है उसे कवर करेगा, कोई भी फाइनेंशियल डेट है उसे कवर करने में हेल्प करेगा, कोई भी फीस जानी है उसको कवर करेगा। तो डेफिनेटली आपको उस हिसाब से अपना सम एश्योर्ड लेना है। कई लोग कम ले लेते हैं तो उसका बेनिफिट नहीं होता है, प्रीमियम में ज्यादा फर्क नहीं आता है, थोड़ा बहुत 400-500 रुपए का फर्क आ जाएगा, लेकिन आपको लॉन्ग टर्म के हिसाब से एक अच्छा बढ़िया सम एश्योर्ड लेना है जब आप लाइफ इंश्योरेंस लेते हैं। लेकिन अक्सर जो लोग कंफ्यूज हो जाते हैं ना, आजकल बहुत सारी कंपनीज इस तरीके से भी प्लान्स बेचते हैं कि आप टर्म इंश्योरेंस ले लीजिए, एक टाइम के बाद आपको कुछ पैसा वापस भी मिल जाएगा। कुछ एंडाउमेंट प्लान्स, यूलिप प्लान्स अक्सर चलते हैं। तो यहाँ पर फर्क बताइए कि लोगों को डिसाइड कैसे करना है, क्योंकि अक्सर जो माइंडसेट है इंडियन इन्वेस्टर्स का, वो ये सोचते हैं कि मैं खाली पैसे वेस्ट करने के लिए नहीं देना चाहता, मुझे कुछ रिटर्न में भी चाहिए। तो वो जो मानसिकता है उसको कैसे टैकल करें, क्योंकि इंश्योरेंस लेते समय अक्सर वो ये पूछते हैं कि इतना प्रीमियम मैं दे रहा हूं, मुझे वापस कितना मिलेगा। तो वो ये समझ नहीं पाते हैं कि आप जो पैसा दे रहे हैं अपनी लाइफ को और अपनी फैमिली की लाइफ को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए दे रहे हैं, इसमें से रिटर्न शायद लेना जरूरी नहीं होना चाहिए।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल सही बोला आपने। आज मार्केट में प्लान्स हर तरीके के हैं। ऐसे प्लान्स हैं जो लाइफ लॉन्ग भी चलते हैं कि आप मान लीजिए अगर पॉलिसी होल्डर 100 साल तक जिए तो 100 साल के बाद भी उन्हें पैसे मिलते हैं। एक टॉप प्लान भी आता है, टर्म रिटर्न ऑफ प्रीमियम, जिसका मतलब ये होता है कि अगर जहां लेट्स से पॉलिसी होल्डर ने 60 साल की उम्र तक का प्लान लिया है, तो 60 तक अगर उनकी डेथ नहीं होती है तो उन्होंने जितना भी प्रीमियम दिया है उतना वापस भी मिल जाता है। ऐसे प्लान आते हैं, लेकिन द राइट एडवाइस इन दिस केस इज कि आप प्रोटेक्शन और इन्वेस्टमेंट को अलग रखिए।
ठीक है।
टर्म इंश्योरेंस, बेसिक टर्म इंश्योरेंस का एक ही ऑब्जेक्टिव है, एक ही मुद्दा है कि कैसे अगर अनटाइमली डेथ हो जाती है पॉलिसी होल्डर की तो उनकी फैमिली को पैसे मिल जाए। तो आपको टर्म इंश्योरेंस को अलग रखना चाहिए। इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए मैं आपको ये रेकमेंड करूंगा, जो कि अब हम आते हैं दूसरी तरह की लाइफ इंश्योरेंस, जिसको हम गोल बेस्ड सेविंग्स प्लान बोलते हैं। तो मान लीजिए आपका अभी यंग बच्चा है, जैसे 2-3 साल का आपका बच्चा है, अभी पैदा हुआ है, और आप उनकी पढ़ाई के लिए पैसे इकट्ठे करना चाहते हैं। मान लीजिए आप 18-20 साल बाद बच्चा बाहर अगर पढ़ने जाएगा तो उसके लिए आप जैसे 50 लाख या 1 करोड़ रुपए आप इकट्ठे करना चाहते हैं, तो उसको गोल बेस्ड सेविंग्स प्लान बोलते हैं, जिसमें कि आप हर महीने या हर साल आप पैसे डालते हैं और वो पैसे एज द स्टॉक मार्केट्स ग्रो या जिस भी तरह का आपने प्लान लिया है, एज दैट एसेट वैल्यू इंक्रीजेज, वो वैल्यू भी बढ़ती जाती है। तो ये एक डिसिप्लिन्ड सेविंग्स प्लान होता है। इसी की तरह रिटायरमेंट प्लान्स भी आते हैं। इसका मतलब है कि मान लीजिए आज मैं 40 साल का हूं और मैं लेट्स से अगले 20 साल काम करने वाला हूं, तो मैं एक रिटायरमेंट प्लान आज लेता हूं जिसमें कि मैं हर महीने पैसे इन्वेस्ट करता हूं और 20 साल बाद या 30 साल बाद जब मैं रिटायर होऊंगा, एट दैट पॉइंट मेरे को एक एन्युटी मिलेगी। मतलब इसका मतलब है कि हर महीने या हर साल मेरे को एक इनकम मिलेगी उसी
पेंशन की तरह। हाँ,
पेंशन की तरह, बिल्कुल। तो ऐसे प्लान्स भी आते हैं। इसके अलावा अगर आप मार्केट्स में इन्वेस्ट करना चाहते हैं तो यूनिट लिंक प्लान जैसे आपने बोला वो भी आते हैं, जो बहुत ही लो कॉस्ट होते हैं, उसमें कोई लोडिंग नहीं होती है ज्यादा, और वो स्टॉक मार्केट्स में भी इन्वेस्ट करते हैं। सो तरह तरह के ऑप्शंस है। मैं यही बोलूंगा कि इंश्योरेंस और प्रोटेक्शन और सेविंग्स को अलग अलग रखना चाहिए।
ठीक है।
प्रोटेक्शन है टर्म इंश्योरेंस जो कि डेथ बेनिफिट प्रोवाइड करता है, उसको आपको अलग से देखना चाहिए। और ये आई वुड से कि इज अ वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट और बेसिक नीड फॉर एनीबडी जिन पे एक डिपेंडेंट परिवार है। इन्वेस्टमेंट आपको गोल बेस्ड करना चाहिए। इसका एक बहुत बड़ा बेनिफिट ये होता है, जो गोल बेस्ड लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सेविंग्स प्लान होते हैं, वो ये है कि अगर मान लीजिए, क्योंकि काफी लोग इसको म्यूचुअल फंड से कंपेयर करते हैं कि भाई
बिल्कुल
कर सकता हूं और मैं एक रिटायरमेंट प्लान में भी इन्वेस्ट कर सकता हूं। इनका जो एक बहुत बड़ा डिफरेंस होता है वो ये होता है कि मान लीजिए आप हर महीने 1000 रुपए या 2000 रुपए म्यूचुअल फंड में डालते हैं, वैसे ही आप एक रिटायरमेंट या चाइल्ड प्लान में भी अगर डालते हैं, अगर अर्निंग मेंबर की डेथ हो जाती है मिडवे ड्यूरिंग द प्रीमियम पेमेंट, तो म्यूचुअल फंड तो वहीं पे रुक जाता है, बिकॉज म्यूचुअल फंड तो उतना ही पैसे डालेगा मार्केट में जितने कि आप डाल रहे हैं। सेविंग्स प्लान में एक वेवर ऑफ प्रीमियम का कॉन्सेप्ट होता है। इसका मतलब यह है कि अगर अर्निंग मेंबर की डेथ हो जाती है तो आगे का प्रीमियम वेव ऑफ हो जाता है। तो ये बहुत बड़ा बेनिफिट है जो कि मिलता है एक सेविंग्स प्लान में, जो गोल बेस्ड सेविंग्स प्लान होते हैं, कि अगर अर्निंग मेंबर की डेथ हो गई तो वो प्लान चालू रहता है, कंटिन्यू रहता है, इंश्योरेंस कंपनी आपके बिहाफ पे इन्वेस्ट करती रहती है।
चलिए, ये भी एक बहुत अच्छी बात आपने बताई है। एक तो टर्म इंश्योरेंस हो गई जहां पर डेथ का बेनिफिट फैमिली को मिलता है, एक लमसम अमाउंट आपके फैमिली को प्रोटेक्शन के तौर पर जितने की भी आपने पॉलिसी सम एश्योर्ड लिया है उतना मिल जाता है। लेकिन दूसरा है लाइफ इंश्योरेंस में जो सेविंग प्लान्स है, मान लीजिए अगर आप अपने परिवार के लिए कुछ लगातार इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं और गोल बेस्ड इन्वेस्टिंग करना चाहते हैं कि एक सालान 20 साल के बाद पढ़ाई के लिए या 25 साल के बाद उनकी शादी के लिए एक लमसम अमाउंट इकट्ठा हो जाए, तब आप इन लाइफ सेविंग ऑप्शंस के लिए जा सकते हैं जहां पर प्रीमियम वेव ऑफ हो जाएगा, लेकिन आपके बच्चे के लिए जो भी आपने गोल तय किया था उसका जो भरपाई है वो आपकी तरफ से जो ये इंश्योरेंस कंपनी है वो करती है और लगातार आपका वो जो सम है वो आपको आगे जाते हुए मिल जाता है। तो ये दो तरीके के प्लान हैं जिनके बारे में आपको डेफिनेटली पता करना चाहिए। अब करते हैं हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस की बात। हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस हम लगातार देख रहे हैं कि मेडिकल इन्फ्लेशन बहुत ही तेजी से बढ़ रहा है। एक बार अगर आपको हॉस्पिटलाइज होना पड़ जाए तो लाखों रुपए का खर्चा हो जाता है और इमीडिएटली फाइनेंशियल बर्डन आ जाता है। इसलिए हम चाहते हैं कि हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस तो सबके लिए बहुत ही जरूरी है, जो ऑलमोस्ट हर एक को लेना ही चाहिए। इसमें कोई टू वेज होना ही नहीं चाहिए क्योंकि आपको नहीं पता हेल्थ क्राइसिस कब आ जाए। तो ऐसे में सबसे पहले तो ये बताइए कि हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस कितनी लेनी चाहिए, उसमें क्या बातों का ध्यान रखना चाहिए, ये बताइए।
बिल्कुल, देखिए हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सबसे बेसिक और पहला प्रोटेक्शन प्रोडक्ट है जो कि हर इंडियन को लेना चाहिए। इंडिया में अगेन मोस्टली हम लोग प्राइवेट हेल्थ केयर पे ही डिपेंड करते हैं, सरकारी अस्पताल नहीं जाना चाहते हैं हम लोग, वहाँ बेड्स नहीं मिलते हैं, क्वालिटी ऑफ ट्रीटमेंट उतना नहीं है। तो ऐसे में अपना खुद का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस होना बहुत ज़रूरी है। इनफैक्ट जैसा कि आपने सबसे पहले बोला था कि किसी भी आप इन्वेस्टमेंट प्लानर के पास भी अगर जाते हैं तो पहला प्रोडक्ट जो हर कोई रेकमेंड करता
वो
है
हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस है। बिल्कुल,
इन्वेस्टमेंट से पहले हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, बिकॉज हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस होगा तभी आप अपनी इन्वेस्टमेंट को प्रोटेक्ट कर पाएंगे।
बिल्कुल,
क्योंकि देखिए बीमारियां, हॉस्पिटलाइजेशन इज वेरी कॉमन एंड अनफॉर्चुनेट रियलिटी इसकी और बढ़ता जा रहा है आजकल। इनफैक्ट काफी यंग लोगों में बहुत हेल्थ कंडीशंस आ रहे हैं, कैंसर, हार्ट प्रॉब्लम बहुत कॉमन हो गया है। तो एक हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी होना बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है। अब कौन सी हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी होनी चाहिए सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट, तो पहली चीज है सम इंश्योर्ड। इसमें भी सम इंश्योर्ड बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि कितना कवर आपको लेना चाहिए
जी।
ये दो चीजों पे डिपेंड करता है। पहली चीज ये कि आप किस शहर में हैं और किस तरह के अस्पताल में ट्रीटमेंट कराना चाहेंगे। मान लीजिए आप किसी बड़े शहर, दिल्ली, गुड़गांव, मुंबई, बैंगलोर, हैदराबाद, चेन्नई, ऐसे किसी बड़े शहर में रहते हैं और आप चाहते हैं कि आपका ट्रीटमेंट अच्छे से अच्छे प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल में, प्राइवेट वार्ड, प्राइवेट रूम में हो, तो ऐसे में आपको एक कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस प्लान लेना चाहिए जिसमें कोई लिमिटेशंस ना हो। दूसरा, आपको कम से कम 20 लाख रुपए का सम इंश्योर्ड लेना चाहिए। अगर मेंबर ज्यादा है तो और ज्यादा, लेकिन कम से कम आपको 20 लाख का सम इंश्योर्ड तो लेना ही चाहिए।
ठीक है,
आपको बताता हूं क्यों। आज से 5 साल पहले 5 लाख 10 लाख सम इंश्योर्ड काफी होता था,
लेकिन इन्फ्लेशन बढ़ गई है।
बिल्कुल, मेडिकल इन्फ्लेशन काफी बढ़ गया है, महंगाई काफी बढ़ गई है। एक 10 दिन की हॉस्पिटलाइजेशन का खर्चा आराम से आजकल 10-12 लाख रुपए आ जाता है। तो ऐसे में आप ये नहीं चाहेंगे कि आप हॉस्पिटल में हैं और आपका सम इंश्योर्ड खत्म हो गया। ये काफी प्रॉब्लमेटिक सिनेरियो बन जाता है। और एक्स्ट्रा कॉस्ट ऑफ बाइंग, लेट्स से 10 की जगह 20 लाख अगर आप सम इंश्योर्ड खरीदते हैं तो थोड़े ही एक्स्ट्रा पैसे देने पड़ते हैं, लेकिन आपका कवरेज डबल हो जाता है।
ठीक है,
तो किसी बड़े शहर में रहते हैं तो आपको 20 लाख रुपए सम इंश्योर्ड लेना चाहिए। दूसरा, अगर मान लीजिए आप किसी बड़े शहर में रहते हैं लेकिन आपका इनकम उतना ज्यादा नहीं है, आप उतना खर्चा नहीं करना चाहते हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस पे, तो आपके पास कुछ और ऑप्शंस आ जाते हैं। पहली चीज, आप एक ऐसा प्लान ले सकते हैं जो कि लिमिटेड नेटवर्क है। इसका मतलब यह है कि मान लीजिए अगर आप दिल्ली गुड़गांव में रहते हैं तो आप मेदांता, फोर्टिस मैक्स, जो सबसे बड़े हॉस्पिटल्स हैं, आप उनमें नहीं जा सकते, लेकिन उनके अलावा काफी सारे मीडियम साइज के हॉस्पिटल्स, छोटे हॉस्पिटल्स हैं, वहां पे आप जा सकते हैं। इससे कॉस्ट ऑफ हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस काफी कम हो जाता है।
अच्छा, ठीक है।
दूसरा तरीका, आप ये बोले कि मैं सिंगल रूम में जाने की मेरे को जरूरत नहीं है, मैं तो एक वार्ड में भी अपना ट्रीटमेंट करा लूंगा। वार्ड बुरा नहीं होता, उसमें बस एक बड़ा रूम होता है और उसमें कुछ 6 बेड लगे होते हैं।
ठीक
है।
तो
अगर और खर्चा बचाना चाहते हैं तो आप ये बोल सकते हैं कि मेरे को ऐसा प्लान चाहिए जिसमें कि वार्ड में ट्रीटमेंट हो जाता है।
ठीक है।
अगर मान लीजिए आपके पास कॉर्पोरेट पॉलिसी है और उस कॉर्पोरेट पॉलिसी में 2 या 3 लाख या 5 लाख का सम इंश्योर्ड आपके पास ऑलरेडी है, तो आप ये सकते हैं कि मैं एक डिडक्टेबल ले लूंगा। डिडक्टेबल का मतलब है कि फर्स्ट, लेट्स से मान लीजिए आपने 1 लाख का डिडक्टेबल लिया अगर अपनी पॉलिसी में, तो पहला 1 लाख रुपए आपको खुद देना है उसके बाद का सारा अमाउंट आपकी हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी देगी। जैसे कि गाड़ी के क्लेम में क्योंकि ये काफी कॉमन चीज है कि पहले 1000 या 2000 रुपए आपको देने होते हैं, उसके बाद का सारा पैसा इंश्योरेंस कंपनी देती है। वैसे ही जो भी आप डिडक्टेबल अमाउंट चूज करते हैं, आप 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, 1 लाख, जो भी आप डिडक्टेबल अमाउंट चूज करते हैं वो आपको देना है, वो आप अपनी किसी और पॉलिसी से भी दे सकते हैं। तो पहले 1 लाख रुपए आपने,
ये बहुत अच्छी बात है।
उसके बाद का सारा अमाउंट आपकी खुद की पॉलिसी दे देगी। ये सब करते करते आप अपना प्रीमियम को 50 से 60% डिस्काउंट कर सकते हैं।
क्या बात,
तो इसमें अफोर्डेबिलिटी बढ़ जाती है, और अगर आपके पास बहुत ज्यादा पैसे नहीं है फिर भी आप एक अच्छा हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस प्लान खरीद सकते हैं। अब मैं आगे बढ़ता हूं। अगर मान लीजिए आप किसी टियर 2 टियर 3 शहर में रहते हैं, अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिल्ली, बॉम्बे, बैंगलोर टाइप शहर, तो वहां पे भी कम से कम आपको 10 लाख रुपए का सम इंश्योर्ड तो लेना ही चाहिए। बट लेकिन सबको मैं यही रेकमेंड करूंगा कि देखिए, सम इंश्योर्ड जो है वो 10 लाख से 20 लाख से 50 लाख करने में बहुत एक्स्ट्रा पैसे नहीं लगते हैं। इनफैक्ट आजकल प्लान है जो अनलिमिटेड सम इंश्योर्ड देते हैं, जिसमें की कोई लिमिट ही नहीं है। तो हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस एक ऐसी चीज है जिसमें मैं कहूंगा कि हमें कंजूसी नहीं करनी चाहिए, सम इंश्योर्ड अपना ज्यादा से ज्यादा लेना चाहिए, ताकि कल को अगर कोई भी दिक्कत हो, परेशानी हो, तो एटलीस्ट फाइनेंशियली आप सिक्योर हैं।
बिल्कुल। तो चलिए, अब हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस को भी कवर कर लिया, अब आ जाते हैं तीसरे इंश्योरेंस पे, और वो है होम इंश्योरेंस। और ये शायद सबसे ज्यादा इग्नोर्ड है एज अ प्रोडक्ट। बहुत लोग इसको 90% लोग शायद अपने होम्स को कवर नहीं करते होंगे, लेकिन क्यों ये जरूरी है और कितने छोटे प्रीमियम से ये शुरू हो जाता है, इसलिए क्यों जरूरी है, ये बताइए अमित जी।
बिल्कुल, देखिए, होम इंश्योरेंस में थोड़ा आपको ग्लोबल बैकग्राउंड दूंगा इसमें। होम इंश्योरेंस पूरी दुनिया में जितने भी डेवलप्ड देश हैं, वहां पे हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस के बाद सबसे कॉमन कैटेगरी ऑफ इंश्योरेंस है जो कि लोग खरीदते हैं। इनफैक्ट कुछ देशों में यह भी है कि अगर आपके पास होम इंश्योरेंस नहीं है तो आपका क्रेडिट स्कोर गिरा देते हैं, बिकॉज आपका रिस्क बढ़ जाता है काफी। इंडिया में अवेयरनेस काफी कम है होम इंश्योरेंस की, जो कि हमने देखा है, जिसकी वजह से जनरली होम इंश्योरेंस नहीं खरीदा जाता। अब मैं आपको समझाता हूँ होम इंश्योरेंस में क्या कवर होता है। 2 चीजें कवर होती हैं लार्जली, एक है स्ट्रक्चर और एक है कंटेंट। तो स्ट्रक्चर का मतलब है कि जो आपका घर खड़ा है, उसकी जो बिल्डिंग है और जो पूरा एक स्ट्रक्चर है कंक्रीट का, उसका कवरेज। कल को अगर अर्थक्वेक आ गया, फायर हो गई, एक्सीडेंट हो गया, तो जो स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ द हाउस है वो प्रोटेक्ट करता है, ये पार्ट ऑफ होम इंश्योरेंस। अब अगर तो आप किसी बड़ी सोसाइटी, कॉन्डोमिनियम, अपार्टमेंट में रहते हैं, तो वहां पे स्ट्रक्चर इंश्योरेंस आपका बिल्डर ऑलरेडी लेता है, तो आपको लेने की जरूरत नहीं है। लेकिन मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द इंडिया रहती है इंडिपेंडेंट हाउसेस में, कि हम कोई या फिर अपना घर जिसे बोलते हैं वो बना के लोग जिसमें रहते हैं, वहां पे, या अगर आप फ्लैट्स में रहते हैं, जैसे गवर्नमेंट फ्लैट्स, डीडीए फ्लैट्स जैसे रहते हैं, वहां पे स्ट्रक्चर इंश्योरेंस आपको खुद लेना होता है, बिकॉज वहां पे आपके लिए किसी और ने लिया नहीं हुआ है स्ट्रक्चर इंश्योरेंस। तो ये पहला पॉइंट है। दूसरा है कंटेंट इंश्योरेंस। कंटेंट का मतलब ये है कि आपके घर के अंदर जितना भी सामान है, विच विल इंक्लूड, आप आजकल लोग काफी खर्चा करते हैं इंटीरियर डेकोरेशन पे, घर को सजाते हैं, महंगे कर्टन्स होते हैं, वॉल पैनल्स होते हैं,
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल,
घर में इलेक्ट्रॉनिक आइटम्स, टीवी, फ्रिज, वॉशिंग मशीन, एयर कंडीशनर्स। इसके अलावा आपके जो वैल्यूएबल्स हैं, इंक्लूडिंग गोल्ड, ज्वेलरी, ये सब भी जो आपके घर में होता है, ये सब का इंश्योरेंस करता है कंटेंट। सो आपको एक अगर कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव होम इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी लेनी है, आपको ये दोनों चीजें लेनी होती है,
ठीक है,
स्ट्रक्चर इंश्योरेंस और कंटेंट इंश्योरेंस। ये दोनों अगर आप लेते हैं तो आप पीस ऑफ माइंड पे हैं कि कल को अगर मान लीजिए, एक बहुत ही स्केरी सिनेरियो है, बट आजकल अनफॉर्चुनेटली समर में काफी देखने मिल रहा है कि घर में आग लग जाती है,
आग लग रही है बहुत ज्यादा जी,
घर पूरा जल के राख अगर हो जाता है, तो घर में आपका जितना सामान था और आपके घर का स्ट्रक्चर, वो आप दोबारा आपको बनाना पड़ेगा। ऐसे में इंश्योरेंस इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट। अब मैं आपको समझाता हूँ इसको खरीदना कैसे, बिकॉज एक बहुत कॉमन सवाल ये आता है सब कस्टमर्स के दिमाग में कि मैं डिक्लेयर कैसे करूं कि मेरे पास क्या है, उनकी वैल्यू कितनी है। तो बहुत सिंपल प्रोसेस है। देखिए, जितने भी आपके इलेक्ट्रॉनिक आइटम्स हैं उनका आपके पास एक बिल होता है, आप वैसे भी वारंटी के लिए संभाल के रखते हैं, तो जो भी उस बिल पे डिक्लेयर्ड आइटम है आपको वो डिक्लेयर करना होता है। जितना भी आपके पास गोल्ड, ज्वेलरी, वैल्यूएबल्स हैं, वो सब आपको डिक्लेयर करना होता है। और घर की एक नॉमिनल वैल्यू, जो मार्केट वैल्यू है जो चल रही है, वो आपको डिक्लेयर करनी होती है स्ट्रक्चर इंश्योरेंस के लिए। ये एक ऑनलाइन प्रोसेस है, बहुत सिंपल प्रोसेस है, इसके लिए कोई इंस्पेक्शन नहीं होती, कुछ नहीं होता। तो एक सिंपल प्रोसेस है जो आप फॉलो करके अपने लिए होम इंश्योरेंस खरीद सकते हैं। ये कुछ हजार रुपए, 7-8 हजार रुपए साल से स्टार्ट होके डिपेंडिंग ऑन द हाउस एंड ऑफ द कंटेंट्स ये बढ़ती है। लेकिन मैं दोबारा बोलूंगा, ये एक ऐसी चीज है जो सिर्फ एक हमारे ही देश में नहीं है कॉमन। इंडिया के अलावा हर देश में होम इंश्योरेंस सेकंड मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट कैटेगरी है इंश्योरेंस की आफ्टर हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस।
गॉट इट। तो चलिए, होम इंश्योरेंस अगर नहीं है तो कंटेंट और स्ट्रक्चर दोनों के साथ आपको इसे देखना चाहिए। कम प्रीमियम है लेकिन कवरेज बहुत ज्यादा आपको मिल जाता है इवेंचुअलिटीज में। मोटर इंश्योरेंस की अब बात करते हैं। मोटर इंश्योरेंस इंडिया में ज्यादातर देखा जाता है जो मैंडेटरी होता है ना, थर्ड पार्टी, वही लोग ले लेते हैं, लेकिन इससे आगे नहीं बढ़ते हैं क्योंकि उनको लगता है कि थर्ड पार्टी काफी हो जाता है। लेकिन क्या ये काफी होता है और क्यों नहीं होता है, इसको समझाइए।
बिल्कुल, देखिए मोटर इंश्योरेंस आपने सही बोला, थर्ड पार्टी इंश्योरेंस एक मैंडेटरी प्रोडक्ट है जिसके बिना चालान हो जाता है तो वो सब लेते ही हैं। इसके अलावा लेकिन एक ये कॉमन मिसकंसेप्शन है, मैं बोलूंगा कि लोगों को लगता है कि इसमें मेरी गाड़ी भी कवर्ड होती है। थर्ड पार्टी इंश्योरेंस एज इट सेज है, अगर आपकी गाड़ी का एक्सीडेंट हो गया और उसकी वजह से किसी और को नुकसान हुआ, किसी की डेथ हो गई, किसी को इंजरी हो गई, तो थर्ड पार्टी इंश्योरेंस उसके लिए होती है। अगर आपकी गाड़ी डैमेज होती है, आपको चोट लगती है, तो थर्ड पार्टी इंश्योरेंस कवर नहीं करती है वो। ऐसे में जो एक बेसिक प्रोडक्ट है पहला, वो होता है ओन डैमेज इंश्योरेंस, विच मीन्स कि अगर आपकी गाड़ी का एक्सीडेंट हुआ या आपको कोई चोट लग गई ड्यूरिंग एन एक्सीडेंट, तो वो कवरेज मिलती है ओन डैमेज इंश्योरेंस से। अब इसमें इसमें एक बहुत बेसिक जो कवरेज है उसे, वो तो एक आपका बेसिक कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव कवर हो गया। इसके अलावा बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है जीरो डेप्रिसिएशन।
From how the markets move today to what's setting the stage for tomorrow. From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries. Join me as I decode the biggest wealth creating ideas for you at the closing bell. Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
This investment Guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said, well said, well said.
SEBI and NSE advise, consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Presented by National Stock Exchange. ICFI University, building tomorrow's leaders today.
Good afternoon, dear viewers. You're watching the Business Today show with me, Sakshi Batra. This is where I get you all the closing action on the Lal Street. But first up, let's take a look at what's hot in the corporate and the financial world. Markets extend losses for the second straight session as rising oil prices and persistent US-Iran tensions are keeping investors on the edge. Sensex slips over 250 points while the Nifty falls around 50 points in trade. IT, PSU banking stocks remain under pressure. SBI Funds Management makes a decent debut, listing at 613 rupees on the NSE, nearly a 7% uptick above its 574 rupees issue price. The 9,800 crores IPO has seen a strong investor demand with over 42 times kind of a subscription. SBI Chairman C.S. Shetty says SBI will retain the stake in the asset manager company. Bajaj Auto posts a strong Q1 performance, beating street estimates. Net profit jumps 42% year-on-year, while revenue surges 37%, supported by higher sales momentum as well as improved margins. Exports clock in their best and biggest ever quarter, while domestic motorcycles also deliver double-digit revenue growth. Domestic air traffic growth loses momentum as June passenger numbers have fallen by 1% on a year-on-year basis. Traffic for the first half of 2026 has grown only by 1.5%. Indigo continues to lead the market with a 66.3% share, while Air India and SpiceJet lose ground. A rare luxury housing opportunity in central Delhi is coming up for auction. NBCC will e-auction 262 premium apartments at Avenue Towers in Sarojini Nagar with prices starting above 15 crores. The auction is expected to generate nearly 4,400 crores. Let's straight away look at how the markets are shaping up towards the last half an hour of the session. We've had a very narrow band of a range through the course of the session today. The Nifty is still hovering under 24,200 odd mark. You can clearly see a 48 point of a cut that has been seen, a lot of choppiness that's come along the way. The Nifty Bank also trading near the low point, about 1/10% lower, almost 100 point of a cut coming in there. We are also looking at the PSU banks that were outperforming yesterday, seeing a lot of cut today, about 0.8% of a decline, profit taking there. IT stocks also down by 0.6%. You're looking at FMCG, oil and gas also among the sectors that are declining. But real estate is seen climbing further higher, about 0.9% up right now. Autos are also driving in the fast lane, 0.8% up. Metals shine bright, and you're also looking at the broader markets showing you some gains at this point in time as well. Time to welcome our guest on show. We have Mr. Feroz Aziz joining in, the joint CEO at Anand Rathi Wealth. Welcome to you, Feroz. Good to have you with us as always. Give us a fresh sense of how are you looking at the markets. We were just pointing out to our viewers that yet again the oil prices, which are elevated at around $89 a barrel, are keeping the investors' sentiment under check. How are you looking at the current absolutely range-bound sideways momentum in the markets? Does it test a lot of investors' patience? And what should an ideal investor do in such a scenario when the markets are neither falling too much nor going anywhere up?
Sakshi, like you rightly mentioned, the market has been range bound, not just for the last few days, but if you look at monthly expiries, market has been plus or minus 200 points from 24,000, which I think is a very, very big rarity because April, May, and June, all the 3 monthly expiries almost at the same level is very unusual. That's point one. Point two, the oil prices, like you rightly highlighted, they've come back up relatively significantly more from where it had actually gone, but a lot lesser than where it had actually touched. So like the last time also I would have said, oil prices on a day-to-day basis can move, but from an economic and the market standpoint, in turn, it depends on what kind of mean prices did crude oil actually achieve in this year. And my guesstimate on that was 85 to 82 will be the mean price for this financial year. And I think that seems to be a reality. Currently, the mean price is 90 for the full year, for this financial year. So if that were to happen, I don't think we have too much to worry from a balance of payment standpoint, one. Second, the crude oil increase, price increase also is coming along with FCNR deposit encouragement from the government, which I think is going to surprise most of us by September. I would not be surprised if $50-60 billion were supposed to come in using the leverage plus the FCNR deposit. So people getting 12-13% tax-free from an India standpoint in dollar terms is astronomical. And any NRI speaks to is insisting, can you help me get this through? So I think, so not too worried now because of the FCNR scheme. And I don't think the crude oil prices, the mean levels will increase from this 890 levels in the subsequent 8 to 9 months in this financial year.
So Firoz, since you talk about the FCNR deposits, which we've been tracking for our India Today audiences also last couple of sessions, give us an understanding of where are you more bullish on? Is it the private banks? They've been tight-lipped about what are the kind of investments that they're looking at, but public sector banks are already penciling in those kind of targets, in their balance sheet coming forward. Where are you more bullish on when it comes to the kind of deposits and the strengthening of the balance sheet that will happen post these deposits?
I think because of branch network being present, because in-person verification could be mandatory, I think both private sector banks, especially MNC banks based out of, I can tell you our story. Since we are a wealth management outfit, we wanted to refer our clients to banks because we can't do an FCNR deposit, of course. We're not a bank, and we would do that for free because it benefits the country and the clients. I think quite a few banks say, we don't have the time. We already have the pipeline, and we're falling short of staff, and they've moved several people into this department to be able to get this. So I think it is going to be across. See, selling an instrument which can give you compounded 10 to 13% in dollar terms, not taxed in India, is going to be unlimited capital is available, is largely the bandwidth and RBI's deadline of 30th September. So I think everybody will have their pound of flesh in this, is what I'm trying to say. An MNC bank refused free references, and I said as a wealth management outfit, I need no money from you, just a friendly reference, and there also I'm finding it difficult to get hold of a banker.
Okay, fair point. Let's actually shift focus to, of course, the biggest listing that we've seen of 2026 so far. That's the SBI Funds Management IPO that's made a decent debut on the stock markets today. It listed at about a 7% premium. Remember, it's $1 billion plus IPO, and we have seen so far in the past, whenever such big bang mega IPOs come in, there always is a mixed reaction there. But the key question that has emerged post this is whether State Bank of India dilute further stake after the successful IPO. In fact, Business Today Television's Asta Chopra put that question directly to SBI Chairman C.S. Shetty. Here's what he had to say about bank's plans and the road ahead.
SBI, of course, continues to hold a majority stock in SBI funds. Do you see the further value unlocking through stake dilution in the future, or will the bank retain the current holding?
At this moment, we are not looking for any more dilution. Of course, the whole dilution process will depend on the public shareholding norms of SEBI. This is true for Amundi also. I can tell Nicola.
Absolutely.
Okay. So I think we don't intend to look for any further dilution at this moment.
Firoz, coming to you, how are you advising clients on such mega IPOs? Of course, this is only the beginning. Financial year 2027 is also likely to see a Geo IPO and then an NSE IPO as well. So this is just the beginning of mega IPOs that have kickstarted, and investors have been waiting with a lot of anticipation across these. What kind of advice do you share with your clients? Because there is a lot of interest among the investors and retail investors largely when it comes to such, of course, pedigree is strong, and such mega IPOs coming in is only once in a lifetime or a history.
Yes, Sakshi, I think, see, IPOs with respect to capital market and its infrastructure is something I would be bullish on. Nifty Capital Market Index has about 15 stocks. All these stocks which you just said, like NSE, SBI, all of these are going to be a part of Nifty Capital Market Index and several other indices. So if the country has to grow at 6-7%, and we are significantly behind in terms of financialization of our savings, we might have made sure that our banks have reached the nooks and corners of the country. But I think financialization of savings has not happened. Now, Mr. Sethi was speaking, and I was fortunate to be with him in Paris last month in June. Okay. And he was telling me that 55 crore bank accounts approximately are there in SBI, which if it was a country, it would have been the third largest country in this world. So I personally think there is a large potential of banking customers becoming mutual fund customers, let's say, because there are only 5 crore, 4.5, 5 crore unique mutual fund investors. So we have a long way to go. If KYC becomes easier, And if there is one country, one KYC, that is going to be a game changer for the mutual fund industry. And SBI being listed makes me very happy. Of course, I'm not qualified to comment on stocks. If you look at Amundi, which is a shareholding partner, their market cap is about $18 billion, if I'm not wrong. And today we have SBI at $13-14 billion, and they own about 30%, 35%, if I'm not wrong. And for long periods of time, they brought in capital, I would say not more than $100 million. Now they've made a lot of money. So I think I'm glad that in the largest AMC, Indians are also participating. Of course, later than FII did or FPI did, but better late than never.
Better late than never. Okay. Let's also shift focus to the rupee news flow that we're getting, viewers. And this is with respect to the finance minister also clarifying on the falling value of the rupee, closely tracking the rupee movement as well. Finance minister has also talked about monitoring and studying the rupee impact. Finance ministry has also said that they've issued, the issue has been discussed at various government forums as well. And the ministry has also indicated that the external sector remains pretty much strong at this juncture. So, of course, we are seeing consistent pressure on the rupee. It is constantly hovering above 95, 96 per dollar mark. At this point in time, Finance Ministry is clarifying that the falling value of the rupee is being closely tracked, and the government is looking at discussing the issue at various government forums as well at this point in time. This is what we are getting to hear from the Finance Ministry. Yes, this has been a concern. Firoz, I'll bring up this question to you as well. Of course, initially we thought that it was all about, of course, the extreme spike that we've seen in the crude oil prices that led to the sharp fall in the rupee. Thereafter, when the crude prices started to recover, we did not see a meaningful recovery in the rupee, and yet again, we are seeing the rupee fall around 96 per dollar. So what exactly is the key reason why the rupee constantly is depreciating? Even when we compare with the other emerging markets, the Indian currency seems to be underperforming even the other emerging market currencies. What are the key reasons there, and what should an average investor know here?
When you see rupee has always behaved in a certain way, it doesn't depreciate for 2 years and then suddenly catches up with a large depreciation. If you look at FY 2024-25, the depreciation was reasonably limited. FY 26 was a very bad year from a depreciation standpoint, and this calendar year has been a disaster. When you look at 2-3 things coming together, see the kind of gold imports we did, $74 billion. That was the discretionary spend which could have been avoided, especially at peak gold prices. From a tonnage standpoint, we didn't import too much, but we paid a lot more for the same amount of tons of gold we would import in a normal year. So that has been a huge loss. Then comes FII selling, which got aggravated because Korea, Taiwan, China did very well. Reallocations of MSCI and FTSE gave us a damage. That happened. And third, I think our biggest challenge in terms of our crude oil price going up. All three came together is why rupee depreciated. Now, for it to come back to normalcy or at least appreciate a couple of percent or stop depreciating, I think the FCNR card has just been played. And I think that inflows have not started hitting our capital and current account. So I think our balance of payment, if that is expected to be $67 billion, and we are expecting that kind of money in FCNR, will rupee depreciation stop? If not appreciation, I would guess so. We now have only numbers on paper. Once the remittances start, I think that should show up with stability in rupee.
All right, okay, and we have seen a number of steps that the government and the RBI together have already been started to taking to bring back the foreign money in Indian bonds, and all of that is also going to be put to work. Let's in fact look at the private sector. In fact, there's another breaking news coming in, and this is with respect to Maruti Suzuki, which is announced that they are going to be hiking the prices starting August. The price hike could be up to 30,000 rupees across the models. That's the Maruti breaking news coming in, viewers. Price hikes could be due to the high input costs, and Maruti had also last hiked the prices in June of 2026, and now it could just come in apart from a month, and you can see another price hike come in as far as the August month is concerned. Maruti Suzuki could be hiking the prices across models up to 30,000 rupees. So in case you have been looking at buying yourself a car, remember from Maruti Suzuki, it will start to be more expensive starting August. They're already announcing this, and several other companies have already been facing the pinch of the high raw material costs, and they have been passing it on slowly and gradually, and the auto sector continues to pass that on to the consumers at large as well. So that's another news that's coming in, viewers, as far as the auto sector is concerned. We should focus to the banking names yet again, because India's top private sector banking and banks are reporting a decline in the employee headcount in FY26. We've seen that happen with HDFC Bank, with ICICI Bank and Axis Bank as well. They've all reduced their workforce, but bank executives insist that this is not about layoffs. Instead, they say higher productivity, technology-led efficiencies and normal attrition are reducing the need to refill the vacant positions, along with AI playing only a limited role so far. Let me go across to my colleague Nachiket Kelkar with more details on the same. Nachiket, this is a trend that you're witnessing across the leading private sector banks, the likes of HDFC, ICICI, and even Axis Bank as well. And now the kind of statements that are coming in from them, it's not just to do with AI, but a lot of other things as well. What are you spotting as somebody who's been tracking this very closely?
Absolutely, Sakshi. What's been observing of late is, if you look at the annual reports that these top banks have released, there seems to be the workforce reduction is clearly visible. For instance, ICICI Bank's permanent workforce has reduced by about 5,148. Their total number of employees have in fact come down by about 6,600 odd employees. It's similar thing with HDFC Bank, where we saw the workforce reduced by 3,300. There has been a slight reduction in Axis Bank's workforce as well. Now, the few things at play here. One, the banks have pointed out that the attrition rate normally is around 18% to 20% every year. So obviously, some people are leaving every year. Now, on the other side, what's happening is a lot of technology adaptation is happening. AI is coming into play. There is automation coming into play. A lot of the mundane work or routine work is now getting done by technology. So there is, as more and more employees are getting trained on these technologies, there is productivity enhancement that is also happening. And so somewhere the bank officials are saying that some of the employees that are leaving those positions may not be filled not at least, as soon as a person leaves, because some of the productivity gains would have resulted in a lot more work happening by the number of employees. So that is one clear thing that is happening. Also, roles are now being churned across banks. For instance, if you look at HDFC Bank, they have clearly said that some of the back-end operations are being reworked. People are being moved to the front end. Banks want more and more people to work with in the field of customer centricity, connecting with the customer, as more of the back-end work gets done by technology.
Absolutely. Thanks, Nachiket, for getting us all of those details. This is something that we will, of course, watch out for the trend for the rest of the pack as far as the banking space is also concerned. But there's another breaking news coming in on your screens, viewers, again from the auto pack. This is with respect to the JSW Group that may be looking at investing in Volkswagen India. Volkswagen seems to be nearing its India unit stake sale, and that could happen with JSW Group. These are the reports that are indicating, reports quoting Bloomberg that are talking about how Volkswagen is in advanced talks with the JSW Group for this deal as well. In fact, this could be looking in to invest fresh capital, strengthen the business in the world's third largest car market. As far as some of the reports are concerned, the JSW Group could be infusing fresh capital in Volkswagen arm, the India arm, and the deal is likely in the coming weeks, is what we are told from some of these news reports as well. Let me actually bring in Firoz to get us a view on that front. Firoz, a lot is happening in the auto sector, and seems like after a partnership with MG, JSW Group could be looking at even Volkswagen India. Of course, these are unconfirmed reports. We have yet to look at the official comments from JSW Group and with Volkswagen. But how are you looking at, how the entire sector is developing at this point in time? We've had 2 years of a lot of challenge that the entire sector has gone through, be it the semiconductor-related issues, the protectionist policies globally, and many other issues that have put a lot of pressure on the auto space. Even now, because of the West Asia war, input costs have been really putting a pressure on the margins front. But we're also seeing so much happening in terms of mergers and acquisitions back home. What's your approach on the auto pack?
See, the auto pack, if you look at Nifty Auto, which is a reasonable representation of the auto sector, there are about 15 stocks, if I'm not wrong. If you look at the weight they have in Nifty, it's about 6.6. In NSE 500, the weight is 6%. But like you said, there's a lot of merger and acquisition kind of stories happening there because the free float of that index is one of the lower free floats. About 53% is the free float. And when you compare with the Nifty Bank, 79% is free float. So if free floats are very large, then there is lesser room for consolidation. If there is no free float, there is more room for consolidation. So I think this story of mergers and acquisitions could continue till the free float in this index reaches about 60-65%. From the 53.3 it currently is. Now, when it comes to the current auto, I am very keenly looking at the results. As of 20th July, there was no result which has come in. Unlike almost 41% of Nifty's results are here. 41% weight of Nifty is already given its first quarter result. Auto has not. So I am keenly looking at from a short-term standpoint, for long-term standpoint, the trend should continue.
And in fact, today is when we are seeing the two-wheelers come up with the results. We've seen Bajaj Auto's Q1 numbers, strong operating performance driven by exports, profit up by 42% as well. In fact, Bajaj Auto says its exports have delivered the strongest ever quarterly performance, while the domestic motorcycle business has recorded double-digit revenue growth as well. In fact, revenue from operations has also touched an all-time high driven by record quarterly volumes and improved realizations there. Despite that, we are seeing Bajaj Auto declined by about 0.9%. TVS Motor, on the other hand, has seen strong earnings. It's beat as far as the earnings expectations for the street was concerned. It's also taken this Hosur-based automaker close to its record high levels as well. Today, the stock is up by 5.5%. We've seen the EBITDA margins for the quarter expand by 30 basis points to 12.8%. We've also seen that, rather than the street expectations of a contracting margin, the margins have expanded, and that's what has really led to this surprise as far as the stock movement is concerned. Any picks when you have, when it comes to the two-wheelers, or what are you watching out for in the two-wheeler space?
Actually, I'm not supposed to comment on individual stocks, but I can definitely tell you two-wheelers better than passenger vehicles in my judgment, and also commercial vehicles. Two-wheelers can have some degree of, it's not just the volume. I personally think that rural demand is definitely going to rise in the next year or two further. And I think that's why I would go with two-wheelers as against commercial vehicles or PVs. That would be my subsector call.
Fair point. Let's also shift focus, viewers, to the real estate space. One of the rare opportunities now to own a luxury home in central Delhi is about to hit the market. NBCC is all set to e-auction 262 ultra-luxury apartments at its Avenue Towers project in Sarojini Nagar. That's close to Chanakyapuri, with the reserve prices starting above 15 crore rupees. And this auction is expected to generate nearly 4,400 crores. Aishwarya Patil is now joining in with all the details. Aishwarya, of course, the headlines of multi-crore homes and residential sales continue to surprise us, even as the affordable housing sales have seen a lot of dip over the last couple of months and years that we are seeing. This time around, it's of course the central Delhi location, and for the ultra-rich, another opportunity to own luxury homes.
Well, central Delhi is almost inaccessible to even the HNIs in Delhi, as we know, and 15 crore is definitely not a small amount. It is definitely going to be prime property as far as Chanakyapuri is concerned, and NBCC is a PSU, a Navratna company of the Government of India. It will be auctioning these prime 9 to 10 towers that they are developing. 262 of those flats will be auctioned, and the proceeds of that will be used to generate more funds for their other projects, which are a mixed income group of kind of residential areas that they will be developing in various areas, including colonies in Sarojini Nagar, Netaji Nagar, Srinivas Puri, as well as Kasturba Nagar, which is a general pool residential accommodation, is what this particular report is talking about. But yes, of course, like you mentioned, Chanakyapuri is an inaccessible area, and for a long time, this will be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunities, even for the wealthy.
All right, thanks Aishwarya for getting us those details. The markets have shut sharp viewers about 45 points lower at 24,192. We do see that the Nifty Bank is also down by 0.2%, but the broader markets have done better than the benchmarks today, with the mid-cap index up by nearly 0.3% higher in this session. We've actually seen about 1658 advances to 1442 declines on the NSE. That is almost even Stevens in terms of how the market breadth was spread out through the course of the session today. We're also looking at several stocks that managed to pull up despite the kind of weakness in the broad markets that we saw in the session today. On the Nifty, you of course had gains from the NBFC space like Shriram Finance, IndusInd Bank, Bajaj Finserv, all of them moved up 2.5%. We also looked at gains from Autopack like Eicher Motors was up by almost 2%. UltraTech Cement post earnings has been climbing. HCL Tech also has been climbing by 1.5%. But on the declining side, of course, you had some of the names from the PSU banking basket that declined in the session today. We also did look at the IT names also dragging. So you had HDFC Bank from the private banks and heavyweight 2% lower. SBI declining by 1.5%. RIL also down by 1.5% at 1,303. You can clearly look at Dr. Reddy's, TCS, Infosys as among those other top laggards today. But time to take some of your questions then. Let's take some questions with Feroz. Feroz, our first question for you is from Chandigarh. This one is from Shashwat Singh, who wants to ask you about the banking stocks again. Are banking stocks a good buy for the next 6 months or so?
Yes, I think definitely banking stocks are definitely a good buy. If you look at the latest fall after the results, because you are in the top 10 stocks of Nifty, you have 5 banks, 4 private sector banks and 1 PSU bank. These stocks, people have gone, I think the analysts have gone a little too deeper into the NIM and have been little disappointed. And that's where you see some degree of fall in these private sector banks. And they are almost now 2 sigma lower than their mean valuations. So from a 2-quarter, maybe this financial year perspective, I would say Bank Nifty has the potential to beat Nifty by about 3-4% for this financial year. So are they a good bet? The answer is a big yes. 29% of Nifty is banking. Once the reallocation from FIIs come, if MSCI starts allocating money to India because of the relative outperformance of India to Korea and Taiwanese market in the last month, I would say banking would be a beneficiary of a semiconductor company sale happening in another market, because all of them share one index, which is called the MSCI Emerging Market Index, which follows almost about 0.8 trillion of passive and 1 trillion of active fund managers benchmark against the MSCI Emerging Market Index.
Okay, the last question that we have from our viewers is from Prerna. She's from Nashik and she wants to know from you, are diagnostic stocks good enough for a long-term view?
Yeah, I'm not too qualified to comment, so I'll refrain from that, Sakshi, because that requires a lot of deeper understanding of that business. And since there is hardly any representation in Nifty and Nifty 100 also, I've not tracked that small sector.
Not at all a problem, but thank you so much, Feroz, for being with us on the show and for highlighting all of those insights for all our viewers today. Always a pleasure. But breaking news coming in, viewers, on the earnings front, Adani Energy Solutions has come out with its Q1 numbers. We have the net profit up 124% at 1,149 crores, vis-a-vis 513 crores for the company that was clocked in the same quarter last year. We're also seeing the revenues for the company up by 42% at 9,711 crore rupees as well. The operating profit, the EBITDA that we are talking about, is also up by 30% at 3,008 crores. So it's a strong set of numbers that's coming in. Margins, however, have seen slight compression to 31% vis-a-vis 33.9% earlier. We're also looking at the regulatory deferral income at 29 crores as well, vis-a-vis the expense of 504 crores that's coming in for the company too. So this is a strong set of numbers when it comes to the profitability. We're also looking at the stock price that's ended by 0.7% higher just amidst these earnings that came in. Right, viewers, it's time to wrap up this special show here. But in case you too have any questions about your investments in mutual funds, your SIP-related queries, your stocks or gold-related questions, then please do send them to us on the number that's flashing on your screens. We'll be happy to have our top market experts guide you on the same. With that, it's a wrap. Many thanks for tuning in. We'll be back to track the stock market's opening action tomorrow morning at 9:05 a.m.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Look, this investment Guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said, well said, well said.
SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
पर्याप्त समय पर्याप्त मौका दूंगा। जंतर मंतर पे हजारों बच्चे वहां पर आए हैं, वहां लाठी चार्ज हो गया है, गवर्नमेंट मारने की कोशिश कर रही है। The house will meet again at 12:30. ऐसे नारेबाजी करने से सदन नहीं चलेगा जी।
A stormy start to the monsoon session.
कृपा करके आप सब लोग बैठ जाइए।